Hi everyone. Um, I don't know if anyone is aware of the breaking story of two young girls that were found unalive this morning in Memelodi. The information that I have is not giving a lot of information as to whether how they were unalived, etc. I don't know if anyone has any information with regards to this breaking story. But Mamelodi is close by, so I don't know if guys, if you have any information, please share as to what really happened. Eta House of Tea.
My brother, how you doing?
Good on you, brother.
I'm good, man. I'm sorry, I've got no information pertaining to what you're asking. The prompt. I'm a spectator at this point. I am also hoping for information. I'm sorry for that.
Did you hear the story?
Not at all. But I would like to hear it. Like, what happened?
The headlines is that they found two young girls unalived, Mamelodi, which is close to Pretoria. And that appears to be the parent or the family member just in tears.
Grieving over the child.
Yeah, and
is this a case of mass unaliving? What's the situation here?
We don't know yet, but it would appear, if you look at the crowd, I'm just trying to shrink the picture, but if you look at the crowd, people are still carrying bottles. People are still drinking. So it's definitely a matter of girls going, it looks like, because I can't say for a fact, but it looks like girls ahambile emkrivin. Parents probably were not aware or they thought they were safe, and
It's like it disappeared conveniently.
The night happened and they didn't make it back home, but totally strating.
Of course, yeah.
So now the concerning part is that the community, the people that are there, are still drinking. They still have bottles. They're walking around.
No, ziyakhala, chief. Yeah, ziyakhala. So whether we are qaqamba okanye uqaqambi now, people generally don't give a fuck. So this is something that you need to make peace with. People generally, whether you are shot, whether you are stabbed, I've been through both of those scenarios. Whether you're shot, whether you're stabbed, in that situation where that little girl is bending over on her knees, you can be in that situation and people will still either take a video of you or pat you on the shoulder and tell you that you're gonna be okay. So yeah, don't count on people, man, in that situation. That's just life just happens there.
But it's just, where's the respect? I mean, where's the decency, the respect for that family? Now there's a video being taken in and Petsuchwal, and you're standing there and watching.
Life means you must absorb the uncomfortable truth that people will take advantage of a situation and basically perpetuate it to whatever nuances they see fit. So remember, in spite of the fact that this is what the story is, in spite of the fact that you know that this is the truth of the story, you will see the story trending 50 times and there will be a different title describing those very events. So people are weird, man. It's just something that you gotta deal with. I had to deal with my picture trending like 4, 5, 10 times, in fact, after having a shot to my eye. So it's something that you just need to accept. This is the internet.
Wait, what are you saying? Are you blind?
No, I'm not blind. Above my eye. Jesus, god damn. No,
you bumped your. I thought you said you took a shot, as in like somebody pew-pewed you in the eye.
No, bro, I can see you. God damn it.
Afternoon, gents. Right, God.
Fox.
Honestly, as the fatigue is real, guys.
If you want to see what I'm talking about, just go to my profile. Just have a look at my profile picture. Zoom in on my. I don't know if it's is it my left or right eye. Hold on.
I mean, I just want to say that the fatigue is real, man, with us blacks. You know, when they say black fatigue, I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to
You're
feel.
so sick of these niggas. Every chance you get.
I think Okafure out understand as sang as lapha sizokuvisualize.
No, because the problem is this now, and I don't know what's wrong with communities. I don't know if we've lost Ubuntu that was at the forefront, because I see it a lot nowadays. Yes, the first thing when an accident happens, so now a car crashes or someone something happens to somebody, the first thing people do is they take out their phones and start recording. Understand? There's not even agents to call, you know, like 10 111 or the emergency services. First thing people do is record.
Second half, chief.
It's the same.
Is a second half.
It's the same thing when you see maybe like people in relationships fighting in public. You understand? The first thing people do is they start recording. You understand? They don't try to intervene and understand.
We want to know Ngubanis Febe. Who is the whore? That's what we want to know.
Nah, but for me, it's really concerning, man. Yes, I don't know when we got to this point. Yes, and it's gone too far, man. And it's a funny thing. Now, I experienced this firsthand. This Uber delivery guys, you understand? That guy was driving and then he bumped into a car. I don't know what was happening there. And then instead of assisting, people now they're taking out their phones and they're recording the guy trying to pick up his scooter and put back all the
content,
the pizzas and the food that were in his bike.
When they beheld this sight.
I am disappointed, man. And then when they start saying we're a problem, people abafuna ukuvuma, they don't want to agree.
You're being racist.
How? You're a racist. If you cannot twerk with the crowd, you are racist. If you cannot celebrate with the crowd when it's acting foolishly, chief, you are a terrorist. How dare you?
Gentlemen.
How dare you have morality and logic? How dare you have common sense? We are flying.
Gentlemen.
What's up, Mwepe?
I am good, Buffett. I'm good. Andy, how are you, sir?
Mwepe, why did you switch off your live? Well, like, why did you do that? Explain yourself.
Nami, when I came back, it was gone.
The live was flagged for a long time. It was flagged.
We were here grilling and cooking.
Ask BonganiD. Ask BonganiD, it was flagged, bruh. So I thought that I was gonna do another live because that one was flagged, so we can.
Oh, there was a Judas.
Yeah.
When a live is flagged, you must know that there's a Judas.
What was
in your
the message?
panel.
Sure, but what was the message, Mwepe? What did TikTok shop say, Hore?
I think it was the wedding because I was talking about Africans, donkeys, horses.
Africanism. You were talking about the lie that is Pan-Africanism and why it's a lie, and people hated that. So
they went and reported.
Judas. Yeah, who did you offend?
Who is Iscariot? It's like that. It will be flagged for 10 minutes. Then I appeal, they approve, they appeal. So I got bored for some time.
Iscariot is the only person with a surname in the Bible. Anyway, I'm telling you, you must watch out for those ones.
Yeah, but it's fine. So, Lily, what happened to these young, beautiful girls of ours?
There was someone in the community and a video was taken.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like we have a lot of information as to what exactly happened. We do know that we do know it's, if you look at the surrounding, it looks like partying after partying, traveling home, or I didn't make home.
It looks like
because the people in the background are still carrying alcohol. Like, abantu bethu they move on.
If we're being honest,
do you know this environment, Buffett?
But you know the ages of those girls.
How old are they?
It's 17, 18, and 19. It's these 3 girls, imagine.
3 or 2.
Yeah?
3 or 2.
No, me the story I read, there was 3 girls. Actually 3. One was underage and then 2 were 18 and 19.
Sure.
Chief, as soon as the constitution is 16, bonke ba age. Bonke ba age. Bonke ngamahule. Bedibene.
But guys, are you guys aware of the community? Yeah, Melody guys. Like Pretoria is rotten to the core. I think there is also rumors.
No, I know it.
Yeah.
Mamelodi is the home of Saka Nyoka, even the Mavoso. The first time I heard of Mavoso was Mamelodi things, and I get it. Apparently, this is where the whole thing out. If you dance and you get naked, you can win a 24. No, not even the actual competition. The contest now is if you a man and a woman, if you guys are willing to get it on in the middle of the club, as in Paps. If you are willing to Paps in the middle of the club, you win a prize. So yeah, I know Vele for a fact.
I was about
the
to say
culture,
something like
the culture
that,
of
yeah.
degeneracy. Yeah, it's deep
Ndicela
this
ubona
side.
iBacardi awuthi yam okay nje yo madoda ndicela nje uchaka before you disband iMamelodi. Imani madoda. iBacardi.
Ipakadi, what kind of music is that of it? Because that music,
I don't know. I just see booty shaking. That's all I'm saying. You shake when insula. Strong of foot.
Eish, my friend. Can we
Why
move
is
from
Zeli
this
Swahili
society
Ngamandla?
to civilized ones, my friend? Because this is de-civilization.
Civilization is something that we need to give up on. We need to take that idea and throw it in the dustbin.
What are you talking about? Give up on civilization. Civilization is the only thing we've got, bro. What are you on about?
Civilization is what we have right now, currently. And this is our version of civilization, and this is what we need to live with. Unless you can produce at any given point in time some sort of an idea where there's going to be a revolution in terms of the kind of I guess European civilization that is going to assimilate here in South Africa or in Africa.
Nah, house is chai. You're right. It's chai. When
No,
you say
it's not.
it's chai.
It's chai.
It's chai.
Leave it alone now.
not.
Now let me see Bacardi.
Nah, it's not chai.
Ra, you still believe there's hope because when it's, look at how, imagine passing on dressed like that, my God, and when you tell them to stop dressing like that, it's shy.
Nah, it's not,
have
bro.
you
Just
seen-
because, listen,
Yeah.
just because Satan, Pona at this moment doesn't mean or he's always gonna have the upper hand. Me, I just believe what we actually need is a Christian revival, like actually embracing true Christianity, not the fake stuff that we have, where you have Bomboro leading the charge. But continue with.
I was asking guys, have you
Christianity has
seen?
been bastardized.
Wait,
Sorry. What? Go ahead.
Have you guys seen the federals just Pretoria, Harangua, Mamelodi,
Fashion shows.
Have you seen the federals, my friend?
No, I haven't seen one recently, but I can just imagine.
Is it Ubufebe?
Bruh, they dance naked. I saw a couple of videos where they stand naked.
At a funeral, Kawang. At a
Federal.
funeral.
With funeral. Amasimba. Basically, you're walking around there on you are selling yourself. Unacceptable. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, if we're going to address what is pivotal for Lendao, my change. Guys, the most important thing here that needs to be addressed is the fact that the differences that separate the individuals that are in that space, they are vast, but can they be addressed? Can we bring those people together for them to see one common vision? Is that a thing?
Nope,
I
it's
mean,
chai.
you guys live there. I'm just asking a question.
Chai. To each their own. There's no saving society at the current rate. It's not like we're getting any better. At least if we're getting better, then yeah, boy, it would be a different thing. But we're heading towards the worst, and this is still small stuff. Yeah, boy, it's gonna get worse and worse. And I would agree with
Nothing
Ra.
works.
Well, Mina
Maybe it's
personally,
Zakala.
I would agree with Wandi. I was on one of the females' lives,
Yeah, I agree with you
and
too, because what I saw, I achieved Zakala.
and I was pushing the protection of kids, and most women and some men were pushing my
You were a
happiness.
villain for doing that.
I was crucified
I
for
saw
saying
that.
kids must be a
I
priority
saw
and
that.
we mustn't be a priority. Once we have kids, you are no longer important. People are defending that no, I come first. They don't even care about these kids that they are making. So if you want to crucify people for protecting innocent kids because people want their own selfish they want to be important, they want their happiness to come first. Imagine now in this situation, you've got kids lying on the ground. The cops are not there yet. There's no ambulances. People are just walking around with alcohol, gyapuzwa, gyaselwa, utterly no respect. Everybody just cares about their existence.
But when did they confirm? When did they confirm that these girls have unalived? Because also, I'm sure we've all been to Groove, and you know that people pass out. So is it possible? Is it possible that they mistook it for a blackout instead of Uguti umuntu uswelegi?
No, they hated on Ubongani for saying what he said.
No, I'm talking about the
Having
girls now.
principles
About
and
the girls
values.
now. Uguti. The reason maybe that people ignored the situation was probably because they just thought, oh no, these people are passed out because they drank too much. I don't think Arangas, but Pofu. Yeah, you
No,
guys
my
are right.
brother.
At the stage
But
we are
why
at
is
in
that?
society. At the
Ra,
stage we are
I
at in
would
Why
agree
is
society,
with
that
I
you.
can
something?
yeah.
Why
Ra,
is
wait,
that
I would
something that has
agree
to
with
be?
you, Ra, if it was men. Generally, Amajita, we tend to be like, nah, Lona, Ushai Papalas. But most 99% of the time, if it's a lady laying like that, most men are concerned and we will check up on them. It's an unfair thing, but it's what I've seen. If it's a woman laying like that, 99% men will go and check up, even the ones that are opportunists. But if we out, we just like uzoba strong.
Still, they don't have any cause of unaliving. It's just they don't know. So there's no bruises or like wounds or anything of that. Like there's no cause of death of unaliving yet.
An
Well,
obvious one.
the reason
What
why
about
I did
OD?
the
What
live,
about OD?
I was hoping to find someone who's from Memelo who knows the story more, who can share more information, because this is not giving us a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wanted to
Yeah.
see, does anyone have more information? Were they shot? Were they stabbed? Was
Nah,
it
I
overdose?
suspect. I
Is
suspect
it the
OD.
alcohol? Because there's a lot of fake
Nah,
alcohol going
I
around.
suspect
Is it
also
poisoning?
yeah. I suspect OD. Like either yeah, that's what I suspect. Or there
Yeah,
were
yeah.
illicit substances that were tampered with. Either like my bet would be on either fake alcohol or what you might
Poison.
call or they
Overdose.
were or they were trying experimental narcotic substances, and then because obviously I'm sure there's no manufacturer, there's no barcode, there's no SAPS stamp of approval when it comes to street pharmaceuticals. So
Yes.
you never know what's in it. Maybe Bafage or they
Evidence.
put in too much
Moonshine.
fentanyl, and then
Moonshine.
OD.
Yeah. Look, there are so many cases of. In fact, what Bongani just said, what Rafox, in fact, what he just said right there and there. There are so many cases that validate that particular statement of moonshine basically masquerading as legitimate alcohol, and this is something that has been seen in mainstream, um, 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 retail outlets, and it's something that has been policed in retail outlets, mainstream retail outlets. So the fact of the matter is, there are so many cases. In fact, there are so many different situations that you can put into that particular picture right there and then. I mean, that's definitely one thing that we can all agree on. That's not praising God, but what that is that is an open avenue of discussion. That's what it is. That's an open avenue of subjective topic. The evidence suggests that right there and then, what we are seeing in that particular scenario is that there's alcohol involved.
No, definitely. If you
That's
look
what
at the
that's what the
surrounding,
evidence. Yeah, that's what the
most of
evidence
the men
suggests.
in the background are carrying bottles.
Banxilile, banxile kakhulu, batye kakhulu, and now bayalila bagoqile. That's what we're seeing. That's the evidence. I can't take this seriously as evidence in any sort of situation, especially in a court of law. You're going to take this and you're going to bring this as evidence.
It's a roofie situation that went wrong. Somebody tried to spike their drinks and they went overboard.
Utyile laa mntu utye kakhulu.
Utsho.
Utywalo bya.
Oh yeah.
And the bodies don't have a lot of blood around the bodies. There's no blood. So it's
really some sort of poisoning. Yeah, it's some sort of poisoning. Either it's substances or it's alcohol. What is kind of when we were growing up, they called that homemade alcohol. They used to call it ntakonyesa, where they mix all sorts of stuff into it. Boma break fluid, all type of stuff. I think in Cape Town they call it bay. Uchi bay. Yeah. So I don't know what they're calling it now, but I can believe what that might have had something to is it? It's still intakunyisa.
Yes.
Yeah, they drank intakunyisa and then there we go.
But I just think some people on the comment section are insensitive. Like I saw a comment where somebody says it might have been the 10K or else you go to prison. So, you know the scam Saleh call where you pick up a girl one night stand in the morning, they ask for 10K. Or else. House of, you're not getting what I'm saying. I'm saying in Joburg, there's a trend where women will, you pick them up in a nightclub or whatever. They go
extortion.
home.
No, extortion.
And then
no, Jonga. Like you know how it is. Isn't it a group? We drink together and then we decide who's going home with who. So Mwini sure. And figure you have your time, you have a good time, and then in the morning she's like, "Listen, I need this much, otherwise I'm calling the van. I'm calling the police van right now, and you're going to jail." Extortion. And then it becomes extortion straight. So now some guys will be extorted, and some guys will go to drastic lengths to make sure that they won't be extorted.
Yeah. So what this guy was insinuating that it could have been a situation like that where he had an option, either pay the 10K or unalive the girls.
You're gonna get this life flagged also, how Saume
uninvited. Expectation
House of D, where do you stay? Which province? Gauteng?
Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape ayikho le Shandisi?
Ayikhona iShandisi, ikhona iShandisi yothenga impundu. But ikhona also.
What about the extortion part?
What about the extortion
part popular?
Extortion is extortion.
No, ikhona ne. But yaxhomekeka into uba ngubani na. Nxa uzoba ibhari ezawuvumela into uba intsula zikuxelela into uba uya ngaphi. Hayi chief.
No, because you're right. The easiest thing would be to just call her bluff. Be like, no,
call
babi.
Her bluff and then dominate ezantsula.
No.
Uofferisha service, uyafailisha kule service. Now uyanthreatenisha kwa kule service. Hayi chief. You failed in all aspects. This a low freebie.
And Bongani yazi, I think what people like to basically, the narrative that we have in South Africa, where people are the GBV narrative, basically, I think it's based on that. I think it's based on such situations where either a man feels super betrayed, like the instances of, I'm sure you've noticed that there's a trend of the heightened so-called GBV when women are pregnant, and my mind goes to, while she's pregnant, the guy found out Uguti aksumtana kelo. And I know Uguti the situations that normally lead to violence between men and women normally include betrayal. Like when a man finds out Uguti, this woman has not only gone astray, but now there's consequences like That's normally when I think these type of situations happen. So it's betrayal, things like that, or the same with the policemen who lose their minds. Normally, I don't think they just lose their minds out of nowhere. Maybe their jobs have something to do with it. But imagine, but imagine that in the community, in the society, you are seen as a protector, but you can't even stop your wife from. You can't protect your wife in the sense you are seen as a protector in the community, but your wife is busy dishing out insula. That's the type of stuff that I think drives men crazy. And so, Namanje, in this situation, I can believe these girls might have been trying to extort the guy, and the guy was like, "No, nina ningazi, tsingiboni senu ukuthi ngubani."
Yeah, but I think what Jeremiah is right, because the whole idea of opening this life, I wanted to attract people from Mamelodi so that they can share more information, but unfortunately we're not getting people who have more information. Even on the comment section, no one seems to have the full story as to what happened. So I think we should just leave it for now. Maybe someone will come on the comment section or join us and tell us the full story. Then it will become interesting to debate and talk about and create awareness. But here's a topic I posted yesterday. I wanted us to confirm if it's a reality. Is it really true that stepfathers or men that women wouldn't date if they didn't have kids?
Depends on where they're from. If it's a Limpopo stepfather, yes, I agree. It's
What
true.
do you mean depends where you're from?
It depends on where the stepfather is. If he's from Limpopo, if he's one aboma or one yeah, then I can believe or that's what it is. But in other cases, angas, I don't know why that stereotype is stuck to the Limpopo guys or they're the cleanup guys.
So it's a Limpopo thing that they were born to stepfathers.
Hi, Amas. I don't know why they seem to love the gig. I don't know why they seem to love the gig. I don't know why they seem to love the gig. Imagine, Pram. Imagine, because even the time I spent at varsity, you could the Limpopo gang, you see them with their ZCC badges and they'd be studying like a difficult degree, something in STEM, right? They're studying something in STEM. So you know this guy, because he's gonna be an engineer of some sort, right? So those guys, while they're still at school, they're nerds and they are overlooked. And all the girls that they want obviously don't want them because girls at varsity, we know what their mindset is. They're not looking for the guy who's serious, who's got his nose in his books, who's going to be something in life. They want a nice time, manish. So now these guys go from there, like baddies don't look their way. Now you work yourself up, for instance, in an engineering career. You know the money is there, bro. And the money is like stable money. Like engineers are gonna make money.
Don't look their way, bro.
Yes, like engineers are gonna make money for the foreseeable future. Now the baddies start looking. Okay, this is not security. This guy is an engineer. He's got a good job. He'll be good to support me and the kids that I made when I was out having a good time. I don't know why the brothers seem to fall for it, but they do. But also for them, you can see okay, if I spend my whole high school career, my whole varsity career, when I started working and the baddies didn't even give me a second class, the first baddie who's like, hey, Mariazu cute. The homie's in, head over heels, it's over.
Ish. Yeah, ne. Mgwepe, I'm a brother. Hey, I lalela, boss, lalela. But
Mwepe, am I lying, dog?
Mgwepe is not gonna comment.
Oh, he's not gonna. Hi.
And then Eastern Cape, House of D just ran away. Hey guys, but guys, I think if we have less and less men applying to be stepfathers, we're going to have a big problem in this country. As much as I can crucify such, but I think as well, if more men stop applying to be stepfathers, what's going to happen to the overwhelmingly single mother households?
Responsibility will come knocking. That's what's going to happen. Accountability and responsibility is going to come knocking.
For the next generation, I'm talking about currently as we speak.
Responsibility and accountability is going to come knocking on the doorstep. Because remember, if you don't have if you don't have superheroes in capes that are out here trying to play act at politics, you understand, play act at raising kids. If you don't have that nuance, that playfulness, and you take it away and you put realistic situations and you apply realism into the
But house. You honestly foresee a time when the Sims get out of the way? I don't think so. I think like the simping is
They will.
generational at this
They
point.
will
No,
because
the simping is the simping is generational at this point.
no
Like
money,
listen,
money,
a simp,
money.
a
That's
simp.
where it comes in.
No, the simping is listen. A simp in 2025 probably has a dad who was a simp, a grandfather who was a simp, a great grandfather who was a simp, and obviously I think the simping
Can
is
they afford to
generational
be a
at this
simp?
point.
That's the thing. You have to afford to be a simp nowadays. This is 2025, chief. You have to afford your luxury. You understand? If you're going to come here and become Batman for women, it's fine. Be Batman. Eh? Can
That's
you
not how,
afford?
but that's not how women sell you on it, bruh. Like, if you like, the men who are being targeted for being stepfathers, it's not so much that you have lots to offer. It's
Even
just that,
commenting.
check it out. You just have something, you have a stable income to offer, because at first, like, she'll convince you, no, don't worry about dating me and the
You are
child.
broke
You'll
by
never have to,
double standards.
listen,
Yeah.
you'll never have to worry about the child. I'll take care of, but as time goes by, now it'll be like, ish, school fees sometimes are shorter. Can you
Yeah.
and then it starts like
in your
that, and then
broke hood, can you
eventually,
provide?
and then eventually, now you're going half and half. You're paying for the school fees, or if for instance you get a promotion and you get a better job, she'll be like, but now that we're together, this child of ours can't keep going to a public school.
Now listen here.
Now he has to go to a private school.
No. Here's the thing, you simp. The most important thing right there and then that needs to be observed. 100% of the time, you at no given point in time should be ascribing your time to a person that does not belong to you. Sukukhulisa umntana ongengo wakho. Don't do that.
Bro, now you're acting like you don't know. Listen, you're acting like you don't know Guti. It's a drought out here. Check this out. No, check this out. The reason why what you're saying won't work is because a lot of dudes are actually desperate. Check this out. They're desperate for pum, so they would rather like if a baddie, listen, if an expired baddie who with 3 kids is looking your way and all your life you've got
baddie with a son named Godfrey.
It doesn't matter. The point is, where now you've never had a baddie in your life. All the girls you've had, you're ashamed of because you were just trying to
yeah.
No, check this out. So, when you are acting like you don't know the men of South Africa. These niggas is desperate and they will do whatever it takes to be with a baddie. Even if she's expired, she's beaten up, as long as they can say, "Oh, I have a baddie," they'll do whatever it takes.
Uchepetaya is not important. Fact of the matter is, what we need to be saying is Raunyansile. Ubufebe is something that is commonly, it's running rampant, you understand? It's running rampant that apho khona abantu amadoda, in fact, bakhulisa ilentuza insana ezingezo zabo. But what's important is that if we're going to observe and we're going to protect the principles of masculinity, what we need to do is we need to call out abo bantu bayibangela into uba mayibe lula le nto uba mayenzeke. You understand what I'm saying? So you have Uchepetaya unomama wakhe, umama wakhe has 30 bodies, right? Umama wakhe names Uchepetaya after 30 bodies by saying that, you know what, because that is the situation. Now, what we can do, what we can do and address as amadoda is that singakwazi ulimita i-participation yethu ebufebeni. Madoda yekani hlukanani nonondindwa. Isikamgwaqo asibalulekanga tu. Icon. Sizawuyeka ukhulisa abantwana abangengobetu. As soon as we realize
that makes sense to us because we grew up getting girls. Talk to a guy who got no girls growing up. He has no standards, bruh. He has no standards, bruh. He'll take any baddie. Retired, crippled.
Let's rotate the panel. Tabza, Reds, please join the panel. Say something.
Yeah, greetings, gentlemen. You know,
Reds.
good. I think the best way of trying to convince people to stay away from bum bum
Virgin man is a bitch.
is to try and teach him the financials, the financials, because when you're chasing women, you're spending money. You're spending money on petrol. You're spending money trying to impress
But
her.
also you're getting pum pum.
A lot of you understand, and in the long term, the amount of money that you're spending on these women, you could have put that. You know, if you saved them wisely within a year, within 12 months, you could have had a lot of money in
Is
your
she
bank
sucking
account.
your dick in that 12 months or is she not? That's the thing. Is E45 in there in her mouth at that given point in time or is it not? Unzima urezinisha mhlekazi nentombazana ekuncanca i45 nithetha. Very difficult. You understand?
I think
You can have the Pythagoras equation right there and then completed. You understand? But it's very difficult to argue that logic. Uncanca i45. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
it's
Very
true,
difficult.
and I think the thing is, we need to show, especially if they're young, we need to show these men that there are people who are older, who are in their 40s, who do not have their own houses, who are staying with their parents, or people who are generally not respected by their families, or people who do not have anything to show for it, because these people were chasing women. And we need to say to these people, do you want to be like that at that age? Do you want to be like that at the age of 40? Do you not want to have your own house? Do you not want to have do you not want to be a person who's respected at family meetings? We need to show them
No,
the other
not in
side.
the
Guys,
i45 out here.
guys, but we're speaking,
But wait,
guys.
wait.
No, we're
Let's give
speaking as
not
if
in the
guys, wait,
out.
guys.
sure.
Let's give Tabza a chance because everybody has spoken.
Tabza, if you don't mind, Makai, I'm gonna let you go just now. I'm saying, Uti, these guys are talking as if post-night clarity is not a real thing. When a man is thinking about getting pum pum, he's not thinking about none of what we're saying right now, bro. We must be honest with ourselves. Tabs, you can continue, bro.
Siyakhala out here.
Yeah. Good afternoon, gents. Hey, uh, about the Limpopo thing, I have to agree with Ura. You know those guys that used to not get the girls. You know those nerds that didn't used to get. When they didn't get the girls at that time, it's not that they didn't want the girls, but they would pretend that I don't roll with such, and then comes that salary, this girl that he knows that he's wanted for such a long time. Suddenly, this girl is interested in him. He forgets that he totally blindfolds himself to the fact that this girl now has 3 kids. He's looking at the fact that, hey, is it me, Taps, hooking up with so and so? So that is the problem of Limpopo guys. But guys who have always hid it, they've got the privilege to be more selective in the future. They've got the privilege to be more for them to get coochie. For them to get coochie is not something special or serious.
Whether you can afford ikuchi okanye uyayicenga ikuchi, ungumjita at no given point in time is it acceptable for you to compromise ubudoda.
Yeah, no,
You're speaking.
ngenxa yakho yonxano.
You're speaking as a
I
man.
do understand.
He's
I'm
speaking as a
painting a
man who's
scenario.
You're
Yeah,
right,
I'm trying to
Tabzore. He's
paint-
speaking as a man who's used to getting pum pum. Talk to a guy who's not used to getting pum pum. It's a totally different reality for him, bro.
Exactly. It's a totally different
mamela
ballgame.
makangathi nxa inxaniwe athengisa amadoda wonke. Hayi, subangu Adam.
Temporary talk. Listen, Ugngano is temporary. We're talking about a guy who had no play, got no play all his life growing up. We're not talking about a guy who used to get girls sometimes and then now he's going through a drought. No, we're talking
but
about
guys,
a generational
allow
drought.
Tabs to finish.
Yeah, now there comes a birdie. The person who Lento
Why is it
Mzansi
a baddie, man? Why can't it be a virgin or a nun? What's wrong with you?
No, man, I'm talking about a birdie, not a virgin. We're talking about this girl that used to go around with Abu Taps, Aba Nimali, Nemoto as a grand. Now, all of a sudden, he's got access to such. And then he's hit by surprise that this kind of a woman is really interested in me. And then within 3 months, he wants to marry this girl. So I'm painting a scenario of the sort of guys that find themselves in most cases becoming stepfathers and they don't have a problem with it. Those are the type of guys. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Tabza, the ex-Kamini, wouldn't that be a perfect example?
Exactly.
The recent doctor.
Exactly. So having said that, I wanted to say this after that. Social media, guys. Social media is an eye opener and an awakener for men to get back to their senses. If I look at how young guys are thinking today, where their mindset is going, I get encouraged because single motherhood is shunned upon when it comes to young men. Young men are talking more and more about the fact that they are not going to raise, they are not interested in raising another man.
In raising another, yes.
Yes, that kind of talk from young men I see it increasing within social media itself and also in areas where I live. So social media is helping us keep the pandemic, and it is not just young boys, also young girls. They start to hear this thing that, hey guys, this thing of having kids out of wedlock, it's not going to work for me in the future because this is what I'm hearing young men, say. Do you understand? So the more we talk on social media and the more younger guys and older guys listen, the more the word gets out there that actually it is not a good thing to be a single mother. Actually, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to father other people's children. Actually, this thing of paternity fraud is actually demonic. Do you understand? And then when they get girlfriends, and somewhere down the line, or there's a pregnancy, first thing in their mind is gonna be like, let's go do paternity. You understand? My generation, when the woman falls pregnant, it was a thought far from our minds to think paternity and all of that. But this generation, because of we are talking on social media, it could be the first thing that comes to mind when a woman says, I'm pregnant. Do you understand?
So yeah, Tubbs. Hold on, Anya in the house. Tubbs, did you see that in the States? I think I don't know if it's a state, but they've actually put it into law where paternity testing is now mandatory. I saw a story like that.
No, it's not mandatory yet.
No, I'm telling you, check it out. What you guys are saying, not yet.
Not yet. It's not yet. It's something that's
the story
listen,
it's coming to South Africa also.
It's also coming.
Yeah. Listen, so the society is changing.
Yeah, in the United States, it's going to be put into practice, but there's no legal inscription that says that this is the case right now. You understand, as a law. But in terms of what
my brother, Trump's government is changing a lot of things.
No,
if you check,
before you go on, Trump is no hero. Sisiphukuphuku esine power eninzi kakhulu. But before I continue, No, before I
of your
continue to
feelings,
elaborate that,
please.
no, because unless tata nje into ezenzi common sense.
You're in your feelings.
We are yield common sense, chief. So if we're going to just be logical right here and now, in terms of what you have said, you cooked. Hayi, utyile awuthiyam udlile wayigqiba futhi wayiwisa inkomo. It's of pivotal importance when it comes down to the accountability of individuals, in fact, men, when they interact with women. It's of pivotal importance that accountability needs to be introduced into the conversation, because they then need to be accountable for their, the individual that they're having that sexual activity with, and the intent and all of the other things that come into perspective. So there's a whole vision here that needs to be addressed when it comes down to that particular ideology. However,
How stay? You just lost me. You said a whole lot or nothing.
Yeah, the conversation has changed. The conversation has shifted. Tubbs is right. Tubbs is right.
So,
the conversation has
so what
shifted,
I
and
wanted to say,
I just checked, and yeah, it's not a law yet. It's not a law yet, but it's definitely the conversation that paternity testing should be mandatory. So what Tubbs is saying is right, Tore. This generation is thinking differently than the generations before.
Correct.
Obongs, I think we
also,
I said a whole lot
guys,
of nothing.
Another thing I wanted to say when I mentioned Trump, guys, which is very important, which is also one of the things that destroyed our societies, whether in the Americas or even here in Africa. So Trump is doing away with food stamps. Trump is doing away with free housing for single women. Trump is doing away with such things that encourage women to be single and not face the consequences. So what I can say in summary is that the government is divorcing the woman. When the government divorces the woman because the government was acting the part of the man in the woman's life, then we are going to start seeing some accountability happening. A life without consequences is a destruction of character. It destroys your character. You start becoming something that your parents never meant you to be.
Tubbs, that's bars, bro. Say that again, bro. Say that again. You said a life without consequence?
It destroys character. Life without consequences destroys character. You then become.
Taps, I'm dropping to reflect on my shortcomings. Taps, I'm dropping to be accountable. Yeah, drop out. Yeah, I'm being accountable.
By virtue of you being a man, my brother, you are forced to be accountable.
I am accounting. So I'm dropping. I'm just kidding, bros. I'm dropping, guys. I'm gonna rejoin real quick. But yo, Tubbs, keep cooking, bro.
Yeah, so that's it. Sometimes something bad has to happen for something to give. So there's a lot of wrong things that have been happening in our society, and very soon something is giving, and we are seeing the signs. Like what I mentioned earlier, the attitude of young men is changing. Towards marriage, it's changing towards saying kids, having kids. It's changing towards paternity as a whole. So these kinds of talk that we are having, and the fact that social media is able to reach everyone today, it's not only detrimental to society, it's also an eye-opener to people who haven't had the experience. So if I were 18 years old and I was listening to guys like you, it would be interesting for me to listen, because I have a girlfriend. I'm 18 and I want to get married, but these people are talking like this. Let me rather, investigate this thing further. Let me see if, you know what I mean, ask for further advice from older people and all of that. So communication, guys, whether it be good or bad, whether it be about positive or negative, it's a stimulation to a young man's mind. It's a stimulation to a young woman's mind to say, I don't have parents to tell me this, but here comes this man by the name of Taps. He's saying this and that and that and that. Maybe I should start thinking deeper about certain things in life.
No, you know what I'm realizing as you're speaking, Tabs, or we're the uncles now. And obviously, if we had uncles like us, we would be thinking a whole lot differently towards. So you're right, or definitely. But I think, yeah, or the influence that we have as the uncles or whatever is definitely reaching because, yeah, we're also the generation that's decided to actually openly speak about it because we come from generations of fathers and grandfathers who genuinely believe some bullshit like happy wife, happy life. I'm told. So we are busy debunking that and breaking it down. And like you're saying, or through social media, the reach of our voice as uncles is actually being amplified. Where because Lerona, we all got the game from our uncles, from the older gents in our environment, right? And obviously, if they were simps, then guess what? That's what we were taught is simping. Whereas, yeah, now that you have us in the uncle position, the younger dudes that are coming up after us, if they listen, that is, they're not gonna make the same mistakes. They're not gonna be Limpopo simps.
And
I
Andile,
think
that you said earlier that each to their own is wrong, my brother. You can't say it under any discussion or circumstance and say each to their own. We live in the world of discipline and laws, my brother. Once you start thinking each to their own, you'll end up in jail and you'll end up being a stepfather of 3. So you can't say each to their own. You have to rebuke wrongdoing where you see it. So you can't say, my brother, this is your life. It means then that you are saying to a young man, I'm not going to advise you because your life is your own. So you are saying that you are just going to ride along with whatever society is bringing. You are not prepared to take responsibility as a man within society. Me as Taps, I understand that being a father to my children, I'm also a father to your children, Andile. I'm also a father to your children. When I see wrong being done out there or somebody doing things that could hurt others, I don't look away and walk away. I'm not going to say each to their own. I'm going to express myself in terms of what I think about what is going on in front of my eyes, and I will talk about it. But somebody who will think that it is good or it is good to say each to their own, I think you are running away from responsibility and keeping yourself away from harm because it does not involve you. You know what I mean? So it's time that men within this society start to take responsibility, even though it is not your blood, your biological daughter or your biological son. It's time that we take responsibility. Sometimes when I'm out there.
Wait, but Tubbs. By that logic, isn't the stepdad taking on the most responsibility then?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
No,
Tubbs,
by no means do I mean that. By no means do I mean that.
Yeah, but Tubbs, can I come in? Tubbs, that's also kind of dangerous because it goes back to the point of it takes a community to raise a child, right?
True.
And so by saying that, it would encourage people to be reckless and have children because they know that Abu Tubbs are there to provide guidance. Abu Tubbs are there to lend a hand. I can't. Abu Tubbs are there.
When someone is watching, my brother, you become more careful with regards to what you do and how you conduct yourself. But when no one cares, you will do whatever you want wherever. Your Nyembeza will be dead. There wouldn't be something that says, hey, people are looking. You know what I mean? So if you see what is happening in Pretoria, your previous topic, I've been to Pretoria, my brother. Pretoria is unlike any other place that I've been to in South Africa, in terms of promiscuity, ubufebe, and all those sorts of things. Girls go naked to the graveyards and they dance and they show their punanis in front of everybody, in front of the pastors, the barutis that are there. You know, the people today, they throw alcohol into the coffin. There, they will open Hennessy's and throw into the coffin. Well, even when the parents are there, you understand? So the degeneration of society, it will happen if nobody says anything, or if nobody says each to their own. If nobody says, no, it's not my problem, it's their problem there. You understand? So there is no danger in that, my brother. It's just you taking responsibility for your presence on earth. Because you are here, you have to take responsibility. But when you have unalived or left this planet, then yeah, it's the responsibility of those that you left behind. See what I mean?
Yeah, I hear what you say, but at the same time, Taps, I hear exactly what you say. But if you are going to be there, you know, trying to solve this issue, you must be prepared for some backlash. For me personally, I believe that people need to swim in the swimming pool that they built. People need to swim in their own mud. That's how I see it. If you suffering, that's your decisions. That's you. As for me, I'll make better decisions and try and better my life. And I'm not going to comment on how you live in your life. I think I'm lying a little bit more with what Andy is saying, but I hear what you're saying, Tubbs.
Can I also add those?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Andile, yes.
Yeah, I 100% agree with what Tubbs is saying in a certain context, you understand? Maybe to people close to me and stuff like that, because I can enforce certain things, you understand? If I'm speaking to my cousins or my own kids, you understand, I have direct control. Now imagine me trying to convince Mukhetwa to not become a single mother, you understand? It's very tiring, it's a waste of my energy, you understand? I just... So the reason why personally I would say...
Wait. He's going to become a single mother. So come
No, my bad. I think you get the context. Imagine me trying to convince him not to marry a single mother, or, you know, like, it's the same thing I do now with... Can I finish those? It's the same thing I do now with religion, you understand? As a Christian, you understand? This is from the Bible. I understand certain people are not ready to understand certain things, but they need to go through a step and then they change. And then there's other people that will never get it. You understand? So it's the same thing. When I'm preaching Christianity to people, you understand? And the young piggies are with conviction and they believe that it's not a thing at all. You understand? It's also said in the Bible, when you've done your job, you leave them, you understand? And then they'll suffer their own consequences after that, because I'm not responsible. I've done my part. You understand? Because I see here on TikTok, we are forever. Oh, I don't know how many people have we actually converted here, Tab, since we started this whole TikTok thing. I doubt it. The same enemies are still the same ones, even now. You understand? So it's like at some point.
Oh, but the conversation is changing, as in they've taken the bass out of their voice. I don't know how far along I got in here, but it's not as loud and as disrespectful as it used to be. So I'd like to think that's progress.
Oh, okay, that is. But guys, it gets to a point where even now, the problem is those men now. I don't know if what's happening, if it's they're getting emasculated or whatever. They are not enforcing anything. You understand? Because I personally believe that women have no power. You understand? And remember, there's certain men that are allowing this thing to progress, and as long as we have those men, there's no winning. You see? The reason why these ladies can talk crazy to your faces and do all this stuff, you understand? We are allowing it to happen. You understand? And it doesn't seem like it's gonna stop anytime soon. That is my point there. You understand? Because what am I gonna do? Am I gonna beat that woman up and go to jail? And I said, for such things, there's no solution. So you must allow her to talk to your face anyhow, because that is the narrative that is out there. Because what else are you gonna do? Because this person is not an
I miss the days. I miss the days when if I had a problem with you, I could be like, I need to sort this out with your father. So
that's the thing, Ra. You can't do that anymore. So what are you gonna do? Should you must allow kids to disrespect you, and you must allow women to disrespect you, and blah blah blah, and maybe remove yourself from the space is the best thing you can do, because as a response, there's nothing you can do. So it's like you can tell these girls right now. You see these poor girls that passed on, blah blah blah. You understand? If you are trying to convince her not to go to that club and wear that the whole attire that she was wearing, you are never gonna win. You understand? And the same outcome was still gonna happen, and it's still going to happen. You understand? These people are still gonna become victims of all these things because they don't want to listen. And there's nothing I can do at this point, personally. You understand? Except control the ones that are around me, because that's the only power I have.
And it goes back to my question, which still now, maybe it's a statement, is that amadoda anamhlanje, they don't want to make comfortable decisions. They are more comfortable in making decisions that favor them because they are lives. Yabona, if you want to fix this country, amadoda must go back to their baby mamas. All of them. Be like TikTok. Hey. Go back and fix your problem with your baby mom.
What if I have five?
You then start to fix the current problem.
What if I have
the
five?
next generation benefits from those uncomfortable decisions. Yabona, as long as the men of today are saying, somebody else must raise my kids with my baby mom, you're creating the next generation to be like you. Yes, we can be harsh on women, but not we need to make those decisions. All these men that have different baby mamas, go fix your problem for the sake of the kids. Why are we not promoting that as well?
We can try to promote it, my brother, but as a man, I don't see myself being told by anyone to go back to any ex of mine. There's a reason she's an ex, but I'm some fool in it all.
But remember now, Ra, you're telling the truth. There's nothing you can do to tell another man to go back. But that's you running away from your accountability also. You understand?
Yes.
You're supposed to suffer with that woman because you chose her and you made a baby.
Yes.
Stick
and you
together
and suffer.
Give me my kids, bro. Give me my kids. Keep
No,
that bitch in the streets.
no,
That bitch must stay in the streets.
We are
My
fixing
brother.
this car.
Give me my children.
You see,
That's all I want.
Ra, the consequence of you sleeping with that woman and giving that lady kids, you understand, and choosing to make kids together, let me say, you understand, you're supposed to suffer together.
Correct.
There's no leaving each other here, you understand. Who's supposed to come after you and marry that woman and now deal with you also as Ra?
And then me, as a person coming in, I must spank your kid because when you are
it's
not
easy.
Here.
Give me my children, and then that hoe can go back to the streets.
No,
it's not hard, bro.
This is the
point. Listen, manga some food. It's because I probably realized that she's a street walker. So I'm trying to send her back to the streets. I'm happy to take responsibility
how
of my children.
How different are you from the woman?
Give me my children, and then send that hoe back to the streets.
No. How different are you from the woman? Because now, but they have reasons why they want to leave you. You understand? As ridiculous as the sound, because they are women, obviously. They also have reasons why they want to leave these men.
But that doesn't change the fact that the children are mine. I genuinely believe what the custody should always go to the father, like 100% of the time. That's how you hold men accountable. You make it the law. But
remember, the kids are not.
You make it the law.
The kids
has to be with their father. If the mother wants to leave, she can go back to the streets. But the kids stay with the father. Period. That's how you hold men accountable.
Let me tell you this. Those kids.
Wait. Let respond.
Yeah, those kids, remember, when you choose to make a kid with someone, that kid is not yours only, you understand? It's like you're just turning the women think those kids belong to them, you understand? That's why they are treating fathers the way they are, because they think, just because they gave birth, the child is 100%. When you make children with someone, you understand, those kids are for the both of you. You understand? I used to like something, because I used to watch Judge Judy a lot. She used to say, you guys have to love the kid enough more than you hate each other. You understand? That's what she used to do. Because when two people make kids, that kid doesn't belong to one person more than the other. 100% custody to the father is good, but you both pay those kids. They don't belong to either one of you. They belong to both of you.
Yeah, tell all the mothers who are alienating dads.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you want to do.
In South Africa, custody goes 100% of the time to the mothers. Like mothers even
export
men for custody. So I'm saying flip it the
but
other
to
way
be a
around.
referee, guys, I hear both of you, but to be a referee, what Andile is saying to you, Ra, is right now we have a setup system where 90% of custody goes to women. And Andile is saying, if we flip the script and we say 90% goes to men, we're going to have similar problems. What Andile is trying to say, wait, let me finish. what Andile is trying to say, instead of moving from left to right, why not just meet in the middle? And the middle is, if you have kids with somebody, go back and marry that person, put your differences aside, be a family, and make it work. The person who benefits here is the kid. If the two of you are miserable, it is what it is. You chose her. That is it. So that's the middle ground.
Yeah,
So
I don't think
when you're pushing the idea
The
of
other extreme.
well,
exactly,
the other
exactly.
extreme.
No, but
And
that's
we are
how you're
saying-
gonna bring women to their senses. You guys
Yes,
think
and-
all
and
this
we are
talking
saying-
is gonna get through to women. No, when
and-
they start
and we are
losing their
saying-
children, that's when they'll
Yes,
start
I
acting
hear, I
right.
hear you, Ra, but I'm saying instead of going for the opposite extreme, why not just meet in the middle? Go back to your baby mama, and vice versa.
Listen, there's no negotiating with terrorists. The women that you are talking about are terrorists. You have to give them consequences. That's when they'll be willing to negotiate. I'm telling you, Hore, I promise you, if you do it for one generation where fathers always get custody, by the next generation, I promise you that the women will be acting right and they'll be more careful of who they have kids with. Because now they know Hore, they won't be able to use the kids as leverage. So, Minangani is
No.
what's best for
Let
the
me-
child.
Let me
Listen,
tell you
I'm
this
almost
now.
done. I'm almost done. Check it out. Ghanaians are what's best for the child. And obviously, I agree with you in terms of what's best for the child. But what I'm telling you is the people you are dealing with are beyond reason. The only thing that they're going to respond to is consequences. There's no reaching them. Andile, you said yourself that it's so exhausting and futile because you're not going to reach their minds. Only consequences will get through to these people.
I feel like forcing women to stay with the men they make kids with is enough of a consequence, and they will learn from that. But let
No,
me
they
say this
won't.
quickly. Ne?
No,
let
they
me
won't.
let me. We haven't tried it, so but let me say this quickly. You understand? Do you understand? Part of the reason why these ladies believe Uti they can fare by and go sleep around is because when they actually say it's because men do it. Do you know that those women actually believe that? You understand? This is why you find the whole feminist thingy, you understand, is too much of an overcorrection because they believe that they were oppressed from doing this thing and they used to watch their husbands sleep with a lot of women, and just because they couldn't do it because of the shame they had back in the day and all that stuff. This is why when you allowed them to have this freedom, they went and did exactly what men were doing. You understand? Not because I wouldn't say because they want to, because they think it's a form of revenge or something.
Nah, I don't
even
believe
though-
them, Andile. I don't believe them. Throughout history, the type of men that could cheat have always been the minority. Most men don't even have access to enough pum pum to be cheaters, bruh. These women will take a minority of men, take a narrative, take a negative thing that they do, and then put it across all men. It's whatever negative trait you want to put on men. I promise you, it's always the minority. If you want to talk about deadbeats, that's the minority. If you want to talk about men who are physically violent to women, that's the minority. If you want to talk about men who cheat, that's the minority. So why are we now being held by a standard that's always created by the minority of men? The reason why it's always nonsense is because it's a narrative. They're trying to make you feel guilty for things that other men did that sometimes you couldn't even do. Imagine you're a guy. Imagine a man who's a virgin. A man who's a virgin now must expect to be cheated on because the players were out there cheating on women. That's insane, bruh. And I'm telling you, if you give custody to the father, then you are forcing the woman to stay with
Okay,
the man.
can
and
I
then
ask-
that man will change their mind.
Andile, wait. After Ra, I'm gonna give it to Singwebela. You can finish up Ra, and then Singwebela will join after you.
That's all I was saying is that if you give custody to the father 100% of the time, then that is forcing the woman to stay with the man that she made a child with. And then I'm telling you, after one generation, either she will tell her daughters to opt not to have children with any old random man, or you know what I'm saying, or we're gonna get the move in the right direction. But we are at an extreme place. That's why we need an extreme measure.
Fair enough. My brother. Shapwana.
Sharp. No, there is something that just came up in my mind. When you say women are trying to correct the imbalance of the past where men cheated and they were not allowed to cheat, my question is, who were those men cheating with? Were they cheating with other men?
That's not a smart thing to say. You know, I don't believe that. I'm going to refrain from answering this because I don't think that's a smart
No,
argument.
he's right. Tore. Those same women, because they're using a victim narrative, they're not holding
Yes,
the
I'm
women
saying
who were
they
cheating
tend-
accountable.
Guys.
Yeah, he's right.
Guys, you're gonna
They
make me
tend
seem
to be
like
victims.
you're gonna make me seem like I'm defending women. You understand? When
No,
when
my
you
brother,
guys say,
can I
wait,
please
listen
finish?
to this, my brother. When you
Can
guys
I
say,
finish?
listen,
Can I
I just
finish?
want to answer your question quickly. When you say you
I'm
hate,
not.
when you say you hate Ifebe, Ifebe is Lala Noban. You understand? It's the same thing. Like it doesn't. For me, that's not a reasonable thing. You can't say you hate Ifebe because Ifebe is Lala Namatot.
That's what I'm saying, my brother. There is no one who is a victim in this situation. So women should stop playing like they are victims in this whole thing. They were
100%
cheating
agree.
too.
He's right. The
100,
victim
I agree.
narrative is bullshit. He's right. The victim
They
narrative
were
is
cheating.
bullshit.
Every single family has a bomb somewhere. There is someone who is not belonging to that family somewhere. I'm telling you, every single family has that person who is called a bomb. So you can't just say women were not allowed to cheat. Who were those men cheating with? Were they cheating with other men?
Ask your question. Why?
Wait, Andile, wait. Wait, let's give this guy a chance. We get your question. Beside your question, do you want to do a submission or you just want to pose that question?
No, I just wanted to pose that question because of what I heard. The guy saying women were not allowed to cheat. This is the society didn't allow women to cheat, so women are now trying to correct the imbalance of the past. So I had a question in my mind that if you say you're correcting the imbalance of the past, who were those men cheating with? Were they cheating with other men?
Andile, wait. We're going to come for you because I've got a response for you. But I just want to hear a female voice since we haven't had a female voice. Boss, I'm assuming you're a female. What's your take on the topic?
No, I'm not, guys. I'm a man.
I knew it. I knew that was coming.
Why do you put a profile of a woman there?
No.
This one.
No.
The
The
strap.
I love side. The shit.
Okay, what's your submission so that we can come for this guy?
Cause
We done.
I just got into this, but then
Okay, no, it's fine. We'll come back
this
to
guy
it. It's
said,
fine.
balance. You can't balance have a balance ngokuthi abafazi bacheat. That's making things worse, by the way. Young Todd. That's not balancing things. Just imagine now 5 out of every 10 women by a cheat. Young Todd. No one ozokwazi ukuthi uyaphi, by the way, ngithola. But then mina as a man ngakwazi ukuthi ngilale nabo chiri abayi5 bapreke at the same time. They all know the biological father, ngithola. But then umfazi oyi1 alale namadoda ayi5 uzoba confused akasi ukuthi ubaba nobaba umntwana, ngithola. Ila amabhoma abuya khona ke ngoba akhuluma ngawo. But then you can carry on ngizongena phambili.
Yes, same way. I'm going to give Andile a chance, but I was also going to say what Uposh just said. Uguti, we are not the same. Now, you can't blame men. Neither can we blame women. We can blame each other on behavior, but we can't blame each other based on how we were created. Women get pregnant once a year. Men don't. So when you say, "Amadoda befeba noban," you are then creating the expectation that we should treat everything as we are equal, as if men get pregnant as well, as if the same consequence that applies to women applies to men. That's not the case. Genetically, men are stronger than women. It's a fact. There will be exception, but that's a fact. So when it comes to such things, we are not saying just because we have an advantage on the left and women have advantage on the right, now we are saying, Uti, we are promoting that we have advantage because we are strong. And no, we are saying we have differences, we are unique. And when it comes to ubufebe, which doesn't apply, that word doesn't apply to men. Ubufebe. You cannot now say, well, ubufebe should also apply to men. No, ubufebe only applies to women. You might not like that term, but it is what it is.
True.
Deadbeat only applies to men.
I agree with you.
Women used to attack men. You don't hear us saying deadbeat women because it doesn't apply to them. So there are things that we just need to accept that these words apply to men, these words apply to women, and that's what it is. There are advantages there, there's advantages there are disadvantages. It is what it is. So we are saying women should take a greater responsibility because they bring life into the world. They don't make it, they bring it into the world. So they need to be very cautious on how they go around exercising their freedom by opening up their legs. Just the same way to the men, we're going to say, work hard. Otherwise, we're not going to appreciate your effort that you put to this world, that you contributed.
And let's not forget that these women also love these cheating men. Look, Tabs, and let's not forget also these women love these so-called cheating men. So I agree with Sikwebela that there are no victims. Tabs, you can go.
So, Andile, regarding what you said earlier, my brother, imagine you're a young man, you're 24 years old, you just bought yourself a polo, and then you pick up a girl in the tavern, and then she falls pregnant, and now you have to get married to her. Imagine that scenario. So I'm gonna come as Taps and say, "I Wandile, go back to your baby mother, your baby mama."
Why do you pick up girls in the club?
I'm young and stupid.
Man, pum pum, what are you saying?
Yeah, I'm young and stupid. I just bought my polo. I've got
the society says that's
some money.
being irresponsible.
Oh, this guy's talking like he's never There's no responsibility when it comes to pum pum. What are you talking about?
So in other words,
Tabs, continue.
In other words, guys.
Wait, boss, wait. Tabs,
you can't. Yeah, you can't compare a woman cheating with a man cheating and put them on the same pedestal. You can't. A woman can forgive you for cheating in the blink of an eye. But if she cheats once, my brother, you're never going to forget. Every time you get into bed with her, that thing is still going to, is acquire in that thing. It's always going to be there in your mind. So you can't compare the two genders, guys. You can't compare them. Once a woman cheats, it's forever. She's gone. Once a man cheats, you can cheat multiple times. Women have got that ability to forgive you. So just keep that in mind also. When we are going to come and say, let's go, you go back to your baby mama and you go back to your baby daddy. It's not as easy for us. It's not the same for us, actually.
Facts. Boss?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be an op today. But anyway, this is what I want to say to you guys. Today, it's going to sound like I'm a sim, but you guys know I'm not. Let me tell you this. Mr. Tab, you know I have great respect for you. This is the issue. Now calm down, bro. This is the issue here, and I have an issue with this. You understand? So you sleep with a woman who you don't see a potential of marriage. You understand? Because you understand Wuti. She's a hoe, you understand, and then you get her pregnant, you understand. So my question is this: your accountability, where is it exactly? You as Tabs, you understand? Because part of the reason, I believe, Uti, if you go around sleeping with women that you think are hoes, and you happen to get 3 of them pregnant, you understand, and then those hoes make your life difficult, you understand, but they cause drama in your life and when they want the money for kids and blah, blah, blah. You deserve that stuff as a man, you understand? That's your accountability right there. You understand? You can't say it's different for me because I'm a man, blah, blah, blah. The accountability is that you chose to do that, you understand? And the child is the consequence. And that woman's going to make your life very, very terrible. You understand? We see it. Who's this guy? Is it Penwell? You understand? He's forever complaining about his baby mama's making his life. He deserves that, you understand? Because
but men are already held accountable, bro.
No. If I then say to you, if I then say to you, go and marry that woman, she's your man of your child, what will you then say?
What would I say? I don't do that stuff for that reason. But
no. Andy, answer the question. What type is asking a better question?
Would you marry?
Yeah.
Okay.
You push back, so you must.
Okay, Sharp. Let me. I'm gonna be honest about this. I wouldn't want to, ne? But let me flip the script.
No. That's not the question, Andy.
I wouldn't want to marry her. That's the answer. I wouldn't want to.
No.
But when you say go back to your baby mama, what do you mean?
No, Andy. Utabs is saying when you're bringing up accountability for your actions, right? So Utabs is now holding you accountable. If you want to say men should be accountable, then Utabs is saying now it's your turn. You had a one-night stand in clubbing because you bought a polo. and then you impregnated some man's daughter, and he's saying, be accountable, marry her. So your answer should automatically be yes, I'll do that, because that's your argument.
Yeah, but
Men must be
remember,
held accountable.
remember, Bongani is asking me what I want. You understand? I obviously would not want to, but I would have to do it because that's the accountability. It's the same thing with those guys. You understand? If a woman sleeps with them, because we see it a lot, they sleep with men that they would never want to have kids with or marry, and they get pregnant. You understand? And then what do we say as the accountability? Go back to your baby daddy and marry that man. You understand? If you ask her what does she want to do, she also doesn't want to marry that man because yeah, boy, he's a bad boy and irresponsible. He has 5 other baby mamas. You understand? She doesn't want to marry that guy. You understand? But what do we do as the accountability? She must go back to that baby daddy and marry that baby daddy.
And
it's
how
the same
often
thing
do
with
they do
humans.
that? And how often do they do that, Andy?
They don't.
After you say go back, do they go back?
Do you guys go back? I'm saying go back. You also
That's
don't
what
go
I'm
back.
saying. No, I'm
You're
saying
not
change the
different.
rules.
Are you any different?
Give the fathers custody, bro. I want again. They're not gonna go back
Ra,
together.
you're
bro.
not any different because you guys don't also go back to your baby mamas.
Yeah, we just want our
No,
children.
they
The
must give us our
accountability is the
kids.
children. Exactly, Tubbs.
They
Give us
must
the
give us
kids.
our kids and carry
Yeah,
on.
send the hoes
Okay,
back to the
wait,
streets.
guys.
Yeah, but they believe the same thing too.
Let's
You
give it
understand?
to-
They want the kids too, and then they believe you guys should go on and live your lives.
No, they don't want the kids
Yeah,
as
let's give it
leverage.
to
They only want
Boss
the kids
and
as leverage
Singwele afterwards.
because, bruh, they're never happy to keep the kids. They use the kids to remind you of how much of a deadbeat you are. So I'm saying we're in the deadbeat dad syndrome in South Africa. Just give the kids the fathers, and then the fathers
That's
must
not
figure
gonna
out.
solve anything.
Says who?
Wait,
It's gonna solve
guys,
everything.
wait. I get it. Boss and then Singwele.
Okay, just I'm going to add on the one year Ra Fox. He said these women love these cheating guys. It's in their nature to like to love men that are polygamous. I'm told. And women love men that have experience. I'm told. Auna msadi o ka batlang ho ba le motho o sa tsebeng o ka dintho. I'm told. But then rona as
Limpopo
men
guy.
want motho o senang experience. We value that. We value the opposite. If you are experienced, we'll still sleep with you, but then we'll never marry you. Ne? And then go Margemang to answer Andile. Andile just contradicted himself. Accountability, but then he would not even do it himself. I want to agree with these speakers when they say custody should be given to the father, because now on my side, na akba hudisa na monomo and akba monomo a hudisa ngwanaka, but then now now we've separated with this girl. I would love to win custody and take care of my child, and I would let another woman take care of my child. And marry that person, maybe have kids with them. Yeah, that's what I'll just add on.
So, boss,
can I ask a question quickly?
So, boss, wait, Andil, I know you want to go for him because you said you're contradicting yourself. So, boss, you're not a stepfather.
I will never be a stepfather. I choose not to become a stepfather.
Okay. Andil, you can go for him.
Maybe it's a matter of comprehension. I said if you ask me what I want, you understand? Because when you're talking about responsibility, you can't say what do you want. You understand? Irresponsible. I would obviously not want to go back to a hole. You understand? But I wouldn't have a choice. When that system is there, what I want won't matter. You understand? So I'm saying no according to what I want.
No, the question was, Mamela, Andil, Tabs said, it's not a matter. Now you are in this situation. You have impregnated this Swebesa. Would you marry her?
Would I? That's what you're saying. Would I marry her? If that is the system that is there, then yes. Because I don't believe you should be. You should.
No,
have
it's
an
not
option.
the system. It's not the system that is there. It's not.
Listen, my brother. My belief is this.
So
is
basically, Andile, what boss is trying to say, he's not phrasing correctly, but what he's trying to say is because you brought up accountability. Would you marry her based on accountability? If the concept was accountability,
yes, accountability is I would have to put my own happiness aside and suffer. That's my point, and suffer with that whole because.
So boss, what Andile is saying, if the moral stance is accountability for all of us, he would marry that child based on accountability.
No.
The question is this, Bongani, that I had.
Bongani.
But if it's based on
Bongani.
feelings, he's saying, if I've got a choice to exercise my
I'm adding
feelings,
it all.
I would opt out.
I'm adding feelings. Yekela morals and not for everyone. And that would be the rule. I'm not saying it's the rule. I'm saying according to him, now Lomuntu is fair. Right? Naso was practicing a mistake.
Sure.
Now would he do it?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So your question
accountability.
is to Andile is accountability wise, Andile, you have to marry this girl. But morally, because Suyaz is fair, what would you then do? Because accountability wise is yes, but morally it goes against your values.
Morally?
Yeah, because now you know it's fair.
Morally, you're not supposed to sleep with Ifebe also. So it's like...
So he's saying,
it's
fair.
Gushobani, like, come on, bruh.
Or found out so she's a 3 or 4. But now you've got her pregnant.
Yes.
So the question now is, Andile, we understand that this is we create a scenario, but we are trying to box you in a corner. We want to see what would you choose.
No,
so
but
he's saying,
the problem is you can't
no,
box
Andile,
me.
I hear it. I hear it. This is not the context that I think Utabs are asking, but boss is asking you in this context. And he's saying, just entertain him, even if it's not a reality. He's saying, you meet a girl, she looks perfect, she looks nice, she looks decent. You discover after the one night stand, which is a 3 or 4. So from the accountability point of view, you would do right by her and marry her. But he's now saying you are now aware of new information that this girl is a 3 or 4. So you're now stuck between being accountable and knowing that this accountability is also clashing with your morals because now you know she's a 3 or 4. So he's asking, what would you do in that situation?
Hi, I'm not gonna lie. You tried your best to explain. I'm just not understanding. Honestly, you're saying that
it's difficult for you, Andile.
No, it is difficult for me to understand. It's like
this. It's difficult for you to give an honest answer there. But
yes.
No, I don't understand the question. You know, I would
no, you do understand the question, Andile. The question is simple. You've impregnated a woman whom you don't love and have a history with. In terms of what you said earlier about accountability, would you marry that woman? That's the question. It's as simple as that.
Accountability-wise, yes. If I want to fix the society, then yes. And I don't think men should have any choice to say no anyway, because...
So what was the problem, my brother?
When you confuse that, that is the problem.
This question is different.
Now it's the law. No.
Wait,
when you go to when you complicate
there's another way of solving that problem, my brother. There's another way. You don't have to subject yourself to Satanism for the rest of your life because now there's a child. It's simple. You take your child, you raise the child yourself.
Exactly.
The child is not yours alone.
No, it's yours. It's yours and hers.
Women believe
the same way that they are giving us visitation rights, you give her visitation rights.
Also, you just push it to the other extreme right.
No, that's not the extreme right. That is the correct right. That is the correct right.
That's actually the cultural right.
Wait.
It's the cultural right.
How is it extreme?
Ngesintu umntana wakabani Andile.
Yes, uyahanjiswa uyakubaba.
So we're actually putting our culture into law. Yeah, we're always talking about decolonizing. This is how we should decolonize. Make our culture
Wait, boss. Reds has been quiet and you try to interject. Reds?
Yeah, Andile, the way that you fix society isn't by marrying a 3 or 4. The way that you fix society is by playing your role as a man. You take care of your children. You become a role model to your children. In fact, stats has it that children that were raised by their fathers perform way better than children who were raised by their mothers. So by pure virtue of you being a man and you taking accountability and raising your children, that's how you fix society. I think by marrying a 3 or 4, by having her as your wife, knowing that a lot of men have smashed, it's going to stress you. It's going to destroy your pride as a man. It's, you're always going to be full of anger. You're always going to be full of anger because this person, she's my wife, and I'm thinking, yeah. Like, I don't see myself marrying a 3 or 4. That's how I ended.
Okay. Mgwepe, we were talking about people from Limpopo, how they love to be stepfathers. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I can comment.
What's your take?
I don't know if it's true or not because normally China we live this Zulu hands at Jonesy, those who are single mothers and we go and marry the wives that our mothers and fathers have chosen for us, and we come back to Josie, nothing, as if nothing has happened. It's I don't know. I think it's just a stigma that is there, but it's not true because Limpopo people are still cultural and they're also very what can I say? I don't believe in tribalism, but we are still tribalistic more than the KZN people. So if you come there with a Zulu heart, it's not gonna happen. They just gonna tell you when. So you come there with the Xhosa heart, it's not gonna happen, bro. So yeah, we date them. Everybody's dating these people, but when we're not marrying them, I don't know. People from Limpopo, we marry each other. This thing of saying what I think it comes from celebrities, you know. So celebrities, the young guys from Limpopo chowing single mothers, yeah, they're doing that, but they don't represent what majority of us we do. Yeah, well, so in Limpopo, bro, you can't marry a 3 or 4. It doesn't happen like that. It doesn't. Yeah, well. But if it's a stigma, it's okay, bruh. But trust me, we marry our own. We have got wives at home that we marry, and we have got these 3 or 4s that we stay with at Joe's, in Pretoria, the Cape Town. Then we go home, we get married. We have
So Mgwepe, is it true that Limpopo has the highest marriage rate in SA?
Yeah, we marry each other. Yes, it's no, I don't think it's true. I think Western Cape is the one that has got the highest rate of marriage. I think Western Cape it is because the colors there they marry each other. Even according to the statistics, yeah, colored people also have got a high ten-up marriage rate than the black people. Yeah.
Okay, and then amongst black people, would you say Limpopo has the highest or?
Yeah, 100%. Because we also have got Stockfell. Do you know we have got Stockfell of weddings there? Our mothers during the year might keep our 500 and when you get married as Bongani, then the other couple of the society will pay your mother with cold drinks, alcohol, and everything that is going to be prepared for the weddings. Then yeah, that it becomes easier.
That's new information. I see people in the comment section are confirming that amongst blacks, Limpopo has the highest marriage rate, which is interesting.
Yeah, and also my last point in Limpopo, we don't condone marrying other tribes. It might happen. I think it's in the people who are of the high class, the celebrities who are doing that. But then a normal person in Limpopo, you come there with your Xhosa heart, bruh. It's not gonna happen. We're gonna have a stereotype. So you come there with your colored heart. Hey, you know what? We are still hostile, man. We are still hostile. Most people who talk these things about Limpopo have never went there. Go to Limpopo every December. We can have approximately 30,000 weddings in December alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that.
I can believe that the stereotype comes from the celebrities, because you're right. A lot of us haven't been actually to Limpopo to see how the people live. We're going off of what we see on social media, and obviously that might not be the true representation of what's happening on the ground. But now you have to understand where we're coming from. Ore. If every time we see a retired baddie and the guy she's with, Kwabo Limpopo, that's gonna be hard to beat the charges, dog.
I'm not against that. I mean, I'm saying I've seen celebrity guys, and that I don't see them married, but I think they are chowing. It's just most guys who are rich, especially who are celebrity, they come from Limpopo. Like your musicians, your soccer players, and all that. Yes, they'll be on the spotlight, but Come on, we don't marry these people. I mean, there is a person who married Milita Maid was not from Limpopo, but there's a Limpopo guy who's chowing there for free. Yeah, well, that's the difference, man. We don't marry these things with chow, bruh.
Guys, can I ask him a question? Can I please ask him just one question? Mwepe,
You can ask, and
where
then
do you stay?
go
Are
to
you in Limpopo
Godfather.
or in Gauteng?
I stay in Western Cape.
Yeah, but then rona mo mo Gauteng ra ba bona banna ba ko Limpopo ntse ka ba jola le maxhosa.
Hey, but if Untelligent was a I'm not saying about Jolele. I'm saying yes, Jola, but when they want to get married, don't you know, even on social media, about in December and Good Friday, just probably Papa will leave you and get married somewhere.
Yeah, Umwepe is dealing with marriage,
Yeah,
not
I'm talking about marriage. I'm not talking about dating. Everybody's dating. You also dated a Xhosa woman. But if you bring a Xhosa woman in Limpopo as Makoti, it is not widely acceptable. I don't think it is acceptable. I think every Limpopo guy can confirm this. Even myself, I know that if I one day be like, "Mom, I'm getting married," she'd be like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "It's Sia Tempat Ngokmosela." She'd be like, "Aye."
So basically, Limpopo are loyal to their own
Everybody's dated
culture.
Kosahan, probably even at the same
In
time.
Limpopo,
culturally.
they don't want Kosahan, they don't want the Tswana hands. Yeah, you see these two top,
Yeah,
not even Tswanas.
they deter that kind of a relationship. Not that it doesn't happen,
you
but
know
it's
where
a
it comes from,
they
bro. The
deter.
Tswanas, they occupy Tembisa, Atteridgeville, these places. So our forefathers used to go there, like our taps. Then they will come back 40 years later with one jacket, rabaki, wabo. And if you go to those places, they speak Setswana, wabo. So that is why the stereotype comes from what you know, man. Why our fathers go to Tembisa 40 years later, they only come with nothing, but they've built houses there for this Tswana woman. So yeah, that's why.
Yeah, no. Let's move on. There was this we were passing
And
there.
the Zulus nowadays, Bedis and Zulus these days, they marry each other. It used to be a war, but these days I see a lot of people are marrying the Zulu hands.
But Mr. Bongs, from my experience, especially back in varsity, the Limpopo Huns were very conservative, very, very, very. Especially these ones that wear the ZCC badge. They would always come to campus wearing long dresses and a duke, and they'd be very proud. And the Bapedi from Limpopo, I would say, amongst the black people, they are the ones who represented us as black people very well. Like not these ones from Joburg and all these areas that used to wear gym shorts on campus, and no, they dressed very well. So I must say, Limpopo, big ups, and also it's not common from what I can recall for Limpopo women to wear weaves and all these things. It's always natural hair. It's always a ponytail. So yeah, that's what I can say about Limpopo Huns.
Yeah, let's give it to Godfather.
We were talking about a Limpopo guy that fell into the hands of a baddie. That's the guy we were talking about. A Limpopo guy who fell in the hands of a baddie. A baddie whose caliber, when he was still a young boy growing up, he can only dream of even talking to them. Now, here, all of a sudden, he's in Joburg. Here's a baddie with 3 kids. She's interested in him. Suddenly, 3 months later, he marries her. And you know, when you are encountering a baddie, my brother, you won't even tell Abu Bomma. Bomma batla utlwa ka message or hey, Mwepe is married now in Joburg. She's married to this a light-skinned, beautiful woman with hair that goes up to the ass. You understand? So that's who we were talking about.
There was a context.
Yes, that was the context when we were talking about Limpopo guys.
And then I made an example about Umini dating the doctor. And I said, Udotela probably Umini way before.
Yeah. Yeah, he's living a fantasy.
Yeah.
It's a fantasy.
Are they
We
still
don't know when
married?
it's going to end.
Are they still married?
No.
No, he
What,
didn't
they were
marry.
never even married. Baby
He didn't
Joel.
marry. He just chowing.
Oh,
Hmm.
oh.
But they
Wait,
But
so
it was an expensive dating, eh? It was very expensive. Yo.
what was the doctor from Limpopo?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
I heard
Oh,
he's
okay.
from Venda, yeah.
Oh, it's from Limpopo, God.
The one who was chowing me. I guess it came from there that Limpopo Gens are rescuing the babies. They were talking about that.
Eh, Mgape. Hey, yeah.
He chowed and he left. He didn't marry me neither meaning.
Okay, let's give it to Uria. I think she's a female, the first female on this platform today. Hello, Ria. Okay, she's a bit shy. Anyone can engage.
I opened my mic to laugh. I was expecting a male voice. I was gonna laugh like.
I just want to say this. You see, with that one, I think you're 100% true. You see, that these people that say, let me get my money first and then get women after, they're a problem, and I'm not going to lie, because, like they'll take anything, like just because you wanted that person so badly and you couldn't. Now you're just doing it maybe to prove a point or for some reason. You understand? Because personally, now as a person, I was taught to engage with ladies while you're still young. You understand? Because it's much easier when you're more grown. You understand? But if you want to focus on books too much and then interact with girls after, most likely, you're just gonna go back to those girls you wanted back then. And by that time, the mileage is not as
Yeah,
as it
we
was.
should be like Mr. Taps, isn't it, Mr. Bon?
What is Mr. Types like?
Mr. Taps is
How so?
Mr.
Guys,
Taps actually now he's got cash and he's driving around with his wife with an expensive Mercedes.
Exactly. Yeah.
but guys,
Mr. Taps.
don't forget the subtitle there on the subject line.
Mina, I've arrived. I'm no longer a young man. I've already arrived. So we're talking about young men here.
I guess
But-
now,
but-
Mr. Taps,
arrived,
now
my
you've got the fans and now and you're enjoying them with your wife, So these men, they go there, have the fans, and they enjoy with our minute and minute, imagine.
Yeah.
They
Guys,
go to clubs, my man, and they find baddies there.
yeah, but guys, don't forget that the board also has a subtitle there at the bottom. Stepmothers equals self-hate. Because most women don't want to raise their boyfriends or their husbands' kids. And women are vocal about this. And that's the one thing we don't talk about. Men are not vocal about being stepfathers. They just take it on as if it's their responsibility. But if you flip the script, you hear women day in, day out, oh, these are not my kids. So why is it that there's a higher, like women vocalize this and they don't want men's kids? And if you have kids and you marry her, your kid stays at your parents. But and if she marries you, she brings her kids with. That's a double standard. And we don't talk about this double standard.
No, we must talk about Sims, my brother, not the double standard. We must talk about Sims.
Because you guys negotiate with
For you-
terrorists. That's
for
why.
you to accept, guys, for you to accept a situation where your woman does not accept your child, and then you volunteer to raise her children, that is another level of simpism, if that's the correct word. That's another level of simphood, my man.
Yeah,
With
Mr. Tubbs, the women carry a power, right? And their presence, their bodies, their appearance hypnotizes men. And with their sex appeal, some women can literally command a man to do anything. And that's how I think men eventually become simps. A woman can say, you know what, let your kids stay with their mother, let your kids stay with their grandmother. You need to focus on my child, and your children aren't. Well, obviously
What
she
does
wouldn't
that
say-
make you when you agree with that?
No, obviously, yeah, obviously you're
Exactly.
saying, but I'm just saying, some people cannot control. Some people cannot help themselves. It's the same as that example that you made about a
So
man who's never dated a baddie before. For him, the experience is exciting, but he doesn't know that that girl is an OG in the game. You know, you
So,
get what I
Reds,
mean?
it goes to what I said earlier, an hour ago, to say if there's a young man listening to us here now, and we are talking about a simp who raises another man's children, but the woman that he has in his house, eating his food, is raising another man's children, but she doesn't want his children. You understand? To him, to his ears now, he doesn't have a kid, this guy that I'm talking about. He hasn't, maybe he's in his first job, or maybe he's still in varsity. We are saying this into his ears now. Now, that is going to influence how he's going to deal with the situation when he encounters it. There's no way that this young man is going to raise Red's children when this young woman does not want to even see his child.
Facts.
Do you understand? Because of what he heard 3 years ago here between Reds and Taps and Andile talking about the subject. Hence, I was emphasizing that to talk on social media is not useless. When we say, why are you sitting on social media and talking to strangers? No, that's how we say we change society, some of us. So, social media gives you access to millions of people. Yourself within your own house and your wife and children, it gives you access to 3 people or 4 people or 5 people. Or sometimes when it gives you access to more people, when you are in a December get together with a family, then you have access to 30 people. But social media, it allows you to communicate and guide the nation in a different way. We are not psychologists or psychiatrists here, but we speak our opinion about life, and hopefully someone will learn from it, isn't it? So this young man is not going to go and allow himself to raise another man's children, whereas his wife that he has married cannot accept his children. I mean, we see these things all the time. So that's what I was talking to when I read. When you were saying what you were saying, it just reminded me that I just said this earlier. You know, so we must what is the word? We must talk down on Sims. We must talk down on Sims. We must tell them that they are the problem. We must tell them that they are the problem, that women don't respect men generally in society. Because they come and say to us that, no, but you must respect women. Women have got the same rights as you. Women can do the same as you. They can get educated and all of that. And then they will tell you that patriarchy is a problem. You can't expect a woman to be in the kitchen. What type of a mentality is that? They come, these Sims, they tell us those things. And we don't accept it still. And they are our problem, gents. Our problem is not the women. Our problem is the simps. They are the enablers.
100%.
The enablers of satanism.
Hey, Taps, I got blocked because I was calling out Sims. Yes, Mr. Reds.
Tubbs, I hear everything you say, and you're saying that the Sims are the problem. First of all, we cannot change simp culture. It'll always be there, no matter how often you speak about it. It will always be there. But I was on another panel for these panels about South Africa and Nigeria, and yes,
Yeah,
simps are.
I've seen you there, my brother. They beat you up there. And it's not that they beat you up because you don't have facts. They beat you up by numbers.
Yeah, unfortunately. And the problem is that sometimes we need to change our wording, especially when we speak to our women, because if we give them facts, and we know that women are very emotional, we risk losing our women to people of other nationalities. Because if I come on strong and say this thing of ukufeba, it's wrong. It's factual, but when she receives it, it might hurt her feelings. Now, another guy from Zimbabwe, another guy from some other
Wait,
country are going to
so
come.
okay, hold on.
No, no.
Wait,
Reds.
wait,
So
Ra,
if
Ra,
we
Ra,
hold
Ra,
on,
Ra,
and
Hold
wait.
on.
I'm listening.
Hold
Wait,
on.
Ra. Let him finish.
So another
Reds.
person, yeah, another person from Nigeria or Zimbabwe are going to come and say, you know what, Abo Reds, they don't appreciate you. All these South African men, they don't appreciate you. What we, you know, these men are not real men. These men do not have the gift of God, and that's how these other countries infiltrate South Africa. That's how they get in. If you look at how most foreigners in South Africa got their papers, it's through women, right? So, so I hear what you're saying, but if we are going to protect society and the country, I feel that we need to change our wording a bit. I'm sick of seeing so many women getting taken advantage of by Somalians and Nigerians and all these foreigners
nah,
from
Reds,
Burundi.
Reds.
I
Wait,
hate
I'm
Ra,
seeing
sorry,
wait,
that.
let him
but that's
finish. Let
I'm
him
sorry, but
land.
that's a
Ra, let him
compromised
land.
position.
Ra, I want
I
to
hate
respond
seeing
as
that.
well. Let him land.
Yeah,
Continue,
man.
Reds.
Thing is, I hate seeing that. These people are taking our women, getting our papers, because I just think that we need to change our wording. I'll learn there.
Reds, now you can
Change
go.
our laws, bro. We need to change our laws. This is the point. I think we're giving up some of our authority as South African men because we don't see ourselves mobilizing to change the laws of our country, bro. All these things can be solved by laws. If you start giving fathers 100% custody 100% of the time, women will change their patterns in terms of who they decide to mate with and have children with. If you enforce our border laws and make sure that these illegal aliens can't come into our country, then we don't care whether the women's feelings were hurt or not, bruh. Umfebe is wrong, and we as the men of South Africa said, close your legs. So you're either going to listen or you can fuck off to Zimbabwe with your Zimbabwean. We can do with a lot less street walkers in our country. So if you are a 304 who wants to be a Krikamba 304, hamba ne Krikamba lako, dog. The laws of the country are what must stand, bruh.
Okay, before I give Res a right to respond, Ria, are you still there, or are you shy to come on? I'm assuming it's a she.
But me, I
She's not saying
understand
anything.
Reds,
I think.
guys. I understand where Reds come from. Let me make you an example. You know, when we were growing up, you live in this neighborhood, and then a guy comes from another neighborhood. We are talking about South Africans. Let's say you're all in Soweto, or in some township in South Africa. You know that this guy stays from that other side of the township, and he comes and he shells and he jolts one of the prettiest women in your neighborhood. You are even afraid to say hello to, so you become jealous. So what Reds is saying is a natural phenomena to be jealous about your women. Now, this time, if we're talking about someone from Nigeria, that far off, that comes here and entices our women with whatever is enticing them with, and your women does not even look at you, and he does not even speak about you with respect. He doesn't even speak, she doesn't even speak about you with respect. You understand? So I understand where it is coming
But
from.
but
It's very hurtful for men to lose their women to other men.
Tubbs, can I ask you this question now? Don't you think this is where it all started? Because remember, women have no control and authority over anything. You understand? They
Yeah.
really don't. You understand? If you don't give them an option, they won't do that. You understand?
Yeah.
So what Rai is saying when you're speaking about laws, that's actually something very deep. Because if the only reason why those people can come here and do that and do all these funny things, it's because you guys you are okay with it. I assume, you understand, or you're just pretending that you care. You understand? Because women, if you don't give women an option, you understand, they won't go out with those people. You understand, whether they are charming or blah 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 blah. You understand? So the first thing you need to understand is those guys. You understand? If you guys take that initiative to make sure that your women are your own, that's exactly what's going to happen. Because I don't think people from Nigeria have influence over what's going to be happening here. You understand? And also, I feel like that is how we lost authority as men. You understand? The fact that we wanted to be soft and we wanted to be compromise our own standards. This is the same thing that seems seems to, you understand, or even men who had integrity, you understand, when they start relationships and then the woman threatens that, you know what, I'm going to leave, and then all of a sudden, can I finish this? Just 2 seconds. A man of integrity, you understand, this is how they get broken down by women. The fact that when she wants to wear a short skirt and go to the club, you understand, and you say no, and then she threatens to leave you, you understand, because when you don't have that many options, you compromise. And then all of a sudden she goes out with that short skirt. It starts like that, you understand, and then all of a sudden she's doing things that now are beyond your control as a man. You understand? So I don't feel like compromising is the right thing. You understand? Because women, they don't have any power, any authority. So what Rai is saying is 100%. You guys need to strengthen those laws. You understand? And make sure that your women are your own, because you are the ones who were given that authority to do so. You understand? This thing of saying, oh, but she can walk away with a Nigerian and blah, blah. Like, it's, for me, it's a no-no.
Yeah, but
My
Andile,
brother, we can't even have
my
access
brother.
to our kids.
We
What are
cannot
you
change
talking
that
about?
word, my brother. Ubufebe,
No,
and we want to
Tubbs,
say
you can change the laws to have access
until
to
we
your kids,
die.
Tubbs.
no.
That's
We are
what
not
we're
going
saying.
to
You
tone
can
it
change the
down.
laws so that you
Here's
have
the thing.
access to
Here's
your
the thing.
kids, bro.
Bongani,
When
can I
it comes
quickly
down
say
to it,
something? Bongani, we can't, hold on. Bongani, we can't just say Ubufebe. The problem is that these same defenders, they go on social media and they coerce. They make it seem fun to be dating men from all these other nations. For example, look at Tian Bougie. She's even going to school. She's all over social media, living a certain lifestyle, and she can even seen with Nigerian men. It becomes young kids that are looking at these they become curious. It becomes something that they want to try. They recruit young girls into dating these other foreign guys.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Rez, can I ask you a question?
if I may.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are the customers of CN Buji?
Nigerians,
Men or women?
men,
Men or women?
It's men.
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 Men are the
So
customers.
then why would men complain about CN Buji while they are the ones who are condoning it? I mean, if we have a problem with this thing of strip chat, OnlyFans, and we say women are these, women are that, then why do they have millions of followers?
These people are pretending.
Oh wait,
They're pretending like they have an
the
issue.
question was for Rez. Let's not hijack the conversation. Yes, Rez, can you please explain this thing to us? Why would we complain about a behavior that we condone?
Mr. Ngwebe, first of all, it's a minority of men who have money, who are fulfilling their fantasies with Sian Bougie, that are perpetuating this thing. It's not all of us. We don't like what we see. We don't like seeing this girl who doesn't work for her money, who doesn't
The men who attend Sin Buji gigs in clubs are ordinary men like you and I, isn't it?
It is, unfortunately, and we have to stop it. If we're the ones that are giving her power, then we surely can take it away, isn't it?
Yes, because if you go to propaganda club in Pretoria when St. Bush is booked, men are going there, and those are not the rich men that you are referring to, right?
Exactly. It's Tiambuzi, it's Zwoto Abantu. We have a culture of glorifying Easy Fair as men. It's an issue.
Bruh, the fact that homies are out here trying to attend a club because Zoto Abantu is there, bruh. Let you know how deep the drought is, bruh. Niggas is thirsty out here. What? You're serious? Come on, man.
That's precisely what I was saying. That's precisely what I was saying is that in fact, Ubusim comes from, it's a disease where men are shocked zinzula. Yeah, this is you're going to behave in exactly that particular demeanor. So what's pivotal is that when you see impundu and you have principles and you have morals and integrity, have the decency and the audacity to exercise the emphasis. Do not at any given point in time submit to the simp mentality yoshokwa zimpundu. Unga understand induba mawuzithini insula. That's unacceptable. You understand? Xa ungaqhelanga chief uba mawutye steak, no wothuswa medium rare. Now all of a sudden you're losing your mind, and now all of a sudden everybody needs
ezinye impondo
mhlekazi ewe imfundo look again isiteak sihle chief sihle kakhulu but nxa usiqhele usitya yanibamba nxa uqhele usitya you can understand.
I think it's a different generation. House, it's a different generation. We used to grow up dissing each other for being pussy whipped. Yeah, House. Were you ever dissed by your homies because you were pussy whipped? Like, look at this one,
I was a young man.
But in this current generation, I can't remember the last time I heard a guy telling another guy, or when you're pussy whipped up, when about I don't think that's even a thing anymore.
Ujonge cherry embi yivapha lo mntana lona nxa ndimjongele ngathi double agent.
Bro,
she looks like a KGB agent. No aside from uzodwa wabantu cherry yakho fondini icherry yakho never mind uzodwa wabantu icherry yakho she looks like a KGB agent, you understand? She looks like someone who is infiltrating a government.
Can I add on top of this? When you say it's not majority, what you need to take note of is this. The only reason why some of those men are not doing that stuff is because they don't have the finances to do it. You understand? Because we've seen it. When you give them finances to do that, they head straight to hoes again.
No.
You understand?
Take integrity and put it into perspective. Interrogate integrity. So if the person that is on the receiving end of looking at lomtu ubukeka ngathi nguzodwa wabantu, you understand? Looking at this double agent, this person that dresses themselves 15 times a week, they look like a different individual. So you take that person. No, hold on. You have this person, this chameleon, this shapeshifter. Now, if the case is you are surrendering out of the concept of this person, they look nice, they dress nice, they talk nice, they have the nuances that tickle your funny bone. And now that needs to become a determining factor of the value of that particular individual. And so therefore, all men now need to ascribe to your nuance of what is a determining factor for that particular individual, because ushokwe zimpundu. Unacceptable, Chief.
Can I
must not dictate indlela obona ngayo izinto at no given point in time.
You know what, Nera? This thing that Mwepo was saying, which was my point here, Uguti, you know that there's men that hate Ife, but not because like they hate because they find it disgusting or whatever. When House says integrity, I understand. Not because they think it's disgusting or whatever, just because they don't have the funds to access it. You understand? That's the only reason why they hate it. You understand? And such men are Sims also. You understand? You must count them as Sims. You understand? Because I understand there's people who hate Ubufebe just because it's disgusting things, degenerate, it's not moral, blah blah blah. You understand? But Kono Munye out there, you understand? He hates Sayan Puji because he doesn't have access. But if you were to give him money, you understand, and he has access, he would join the party. You understand? And those exactly.
If his morals can be compromised, on the nuance, the fact that he can afford CN. That does not make him at any given point in time some sort of a strong man. No, that's a weakness. That's a broken chain. You understand? What needs to be understood is that in spite of the fact that you can afford, quote unquote, the lifestyle of having a multitude of onondindwa, you understand? Amahule. If you can have a multitude of them, that's fine. That's great for you. Whoop-de-doo. That's great. But we will also be there, also feeding you a maheu when you need them, because you're gonna need them. Yeah, this is CN. There's nothing special about CN Bougie. You understand? There's nothing unique about Umdu or Tengsin. Nothing at all. The only difference is that you look at a little bit a certain type of way. You look attractive. Fine. We can have that nuance. We can have that situation apho khona we entertain ubuhle bakho. Sikutye, sikufake enantikeni embizeni, sikupheke ushiwe apho. Utyiwe, udliwe, iphelile into ibithethwa ngawo. What then? What happens?
No, guys. Listen, we must also remember that when we speak about women, These are our daughters, because some of us are fathers, and some of us are uncles. And I disagree with Uret when he says we must tone it down, because this whole idea of toning it down, it means we're going to be toning it down even within our own family structure. And the problem with toning it down is then our kids tend to learn, like outside on social media, the likes of or Reds or Mgwepo Bongani or saying ubufebe wrong. They're calling it as it is. But at home, my dad says, "No, my child, I know it's your body, my body, my choice. Mara, you need to just exercise it in a better way. You know, you need to just choose wisely." But when she goes to out there in reality, Bongs Nom Gwepo is saying, "Hey, ubufebe. So now your child gets conflicted. So I understand where Reds is coming from a bigger picture that we need to protect our women with a soft voice. I hear you, Reds.
That's
But
That's
Mara,
what we must protect.
I need to protect my kid and make sure that what is said here in the household is the same thing that is said out there in reality, so that she understands that my father is no exception. He's telling me what I'm hearing out here in the street.
Yeah.
In a nutshell.
Dad
Can I add
can't be
something, Bongani, as
scared.
well? Can I
Dad
just
can't be
complete
scared
Operator as
to
well?
lose mom to a Nigerian. If dad is scared to lose mom to a Nigerian, then of course he's gonna speak in soft tones. But you can't be afraid of that, bruh. You must tell the
And
truth.
mom
Uguti,
shouldn't be
close your legs.
distributing.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. What mom should not be distributing.
I was suggesting that I think Red wants to modify his statement. Let's give him a chance before we ask him questions.
There's no modification here. Ubufebe, chief. If you're distributing.
No, house. When I say tone it down, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is deliver the message, but maybe deliver the message in a much softer way, right? For example, a car. Hold on, gentlemen.
Let him speak.
Yeah. What I'm saying is a car and a vehicle are the same thing. You can deliver a message and it have the same impact. However,
your example is biased. Your example is biased. Stop doing that. Don't do that.
Let him talk. Finish so that we can hear. Yeah.
What I'm saying is this. You also carry a risk, because if you are going to be direct and be insensitive, what then could happen is that she could turn out to be rebellious. And she's going to say, you know what? If you guys want to call me a Jolofina, if you guys want to call me a
rebellious of what? She's a whore. What is rebellious there?
House, hold on. So exactly, you can call her a hoe or you want. You can call her Jolofina or you want. She'll still continue to do that. So it doesn't solve the issue. First of all, we don't want our women going for people of other nationalities. Also, we don't want our women to be easy fed. We have the potential. If we are very direct to these people, they could run to their own feminist groups, and their feminist groups could, perpetuate this thing of Uguti, no, don't listen to them. They are misogynistic. They are this and that. You are fine just the way that you are. At the same time, you don't want to solve a problem by creating another one. That's all I'm saying. Yes, what they're doing is wrong, but let's find an effective solution by being direct, by being insensitive, knowing how emotional women are. I don't think we're solving a problem. I just think that we're creating another one. That's how I see it.
Okay, so let me ask you questions. Are you aware that back in the days, people used to be straight with each other? Like if you are dead, if you are an unaliver, they would call you a murderer and all that, right? Yeah, and if you are an adulterous person, they will call you an adulterous person. They wouldn't say you are expressing your the thing. Even the Bible. Do you read the Bible?
No, I'm not. I'm not a Christian, Mr. Ngwepe.
Yeah. So I wanted to show you that since people have been policed with their speech, things have went south. Have you have you realized that?
Yes.
Yeah. So if we tone it down, isn't that a way of actually fueling the fire?
It is, but it can also give birth to another beast that you cannot control or handle. Because even now, I mean, women even call each other bitches.
Yeah, and
If
why?
you watch,
Yeah,
if
no, I
if
wanted you to answer my question so that we can move, right?
yes,
So, policing the speech or trying to put something in a nicer way does not prevent that person to be ashamed. I mean, in reverse, it actually gives the person more reason to do something wrong, right?
oh,
Because if Red you were changed from being called a rapist to a sexual assaulter, I think most people would be fine to be called a sexual assaulter other than being called a rapist. Is that true or false?
A grape.
Yeah. People
That's
never
true.
wanted to be called rapist, but then today it's okay for them to be called sexual assaulters. Yeah, well? So
Sexual
that
offenders.
sexual offenders, yes. Thank you,
Yeah, that's
Mr.
even
Tam.
much lighter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's even much
There's
lighter.
no
And
punch to it.
we also moved from calling people evil to call them racist.
yes,
We also moved from um, calling people demonic and we call them leftist.
yeah. And Mr. Ngwepe, the
So
term. So here's the power of words, Mr. Ngwepe. If you look at the word in the in the USA, nigger, the word nigger used to be a term to offend people of color, but now the word has been taken and it's now being embraced. People call each other nigger left, right, and center. Even in
no, that's not
even
true
in
again.
this,
The
even
word nigger was never introduced to insult. The word nigger means the black one in the dictionary. It was never there to insult.
oh, okay. Well, how about this? Even in music videos, women, Drake, the most popular rapper of all time, calls women bitches. The word, the B word itself is losing its power. Women even refer to themselves, "Hey, I have my friend, my B friend. She's coming over." So by using certain words, we dilute the power that they have. You understand what I'm saying?
No, Pella, the word bitches is not a formal word that people use to describe. I'm saying in our language, if you say to a woman she's a bitch and you say gets fairy, I think she's gonna be heard when you say gets fairy. And most women don't wanna be called is fairy. Is that true or false?
True.
It's true.
Yes.
Yeah, most
So
women,
want to be
most
called
women
that
do.
because it's degenerating them, and for them not to be called that, they should not do anything that will make them to be called that, because there's no way, bruh, you can beat people, you assault people, and you don't want to be called an offender. Stop offending people if you don't want to be a sexual offender or something like that. Stop assaulting, then you will not be called anything
Yeah,
like that. So if you don't want to
you
be
know,
called a terrorist, I mean, yes, a terrorist, whatever, don't terrorize people. You will not be called. So now you want us to focus on not calling you a terrorist, but that you terrorize people? I think that's crazy.
Mr. Ngape, let me give you a story, a quick one. I know Ralph Fox is burning. There was this girl, South African girl, and the thing I hate about women who date Nigerians is that they never want to go to Nigeria. They always want to be here. So this girl, in the beginning, we called her Jolofina, right? And in the beginning, it hurt her. And then later on, I saw recently, which was a couple of weeks ago, she changed her name from her actual name to Your Favorite Jolofina. That's the title of her page. Your Favorite Jolofina. That's what she calls herself, right? So the word Jolofina to her has lost its potency. You get what I mean? In the beginning,
But
she would always.
it's not the same thing. I mean, if you call someone a Jolofina and someone a B-weight, those are not the same things because you.
But
Those are
also,
not.
Reds,
Come on,
have
man.
we as
Those
a
are not
community lost anything? Reds,
the same things
have we as a
because.
community lost anything by losing a woman who loves foreigners? Have we as a society, as a community, lost anything?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ra, can I finish with Reds? I'm gonna give you a chance. You know? So I think the issue we have here it's not we calling them what they do. The issue that we have is us condoning what people do. That's the difference. I mean, look at our music videos. You just showed a very good example of this guy called Drake. He is loved by a lot of women and most pop guys, right? So they condone that thing. They condone it. So the issue it is not the wedding. The issue is the condoning of the actions. Yeah, so when your daughter is sleeping around with multiple men and do these things, parents, when your daughter starts sleeping around with men, it's not something that you just going to discover one day for the first time and it ends there. You will see patterns by patterns and you will try to speak to her a bit by bit, and there will be a point where you just will have to call her what she is. And when she cry, you'll be like, no, if you don't want me to be calling you this, stop doing what you're doing. But we have got great Europe. Europe is falling, and the reason why Europe is falling and having this wokeness and whatever is because of the soft parenting. Is that true or false?
That's true.
Yeah. So if Europe is falling because they believe in soft parenting, and you go to Zimbabwe where there's no wokeness, if you say anything that is close to wokeness, they beat you, then we shouldn't be complaining about the wedding. The issue is not the wedding, the issue is now the society that condones the actions. Because if you go and live in Britain, you as a parent are not even allowed to shout at your kids. If someone see you in public, they can prosecute you. But then if you go to the next country like Zimbabwe, there you just beat your child in public, nothing will happen to you. And if you compare these two and be like, in which country allow promiscuity more than the other? Great Britain allows and promotes promiscuity to a certain degree, other than what? More than Zimbabwe or Botswana or anything like that. Even us in South Africa, when the Zimbabweans come here, they have got a softer life because they can do what they cannot do into their country. But then in their own country, they call each other any words. You have never read in news where they would be calling someone into the parliament for saying someone might be spelling something. It doesn't exist.
And to add to that, Reds, in Japan, most women say, I'm not going to have a kid until I'm married. It's a standard there. And no one frowns upon that. Most women in Japan don't have kids unless they are married. Imagine that philosophy that happens in Japan if we were to bring it to Africa, that mindset. And you know this to be true, Reds.
Am I lying? You're not going to get there by speaking nicely, Reds. You're not going to get there by speaking nicely. Because I'm serious. I still need an answer.
Am I lying
I still need
Japan?
an answer, Hore. I still need an answer, Reds. Or what have we lost by losing a Jolofina 304?
When are we losing our young women? I mean, have you seen how South African women are being scammed by these guys? You know why it's happening? It's because her friend or some influencer like Shiam Bougie made it appear cool to be dating Nigerians, and now these other girls are giving Nigerian men a chance, and now they're getting scammed left, right, and center. They're getting left with babies left, right, and center. It's a whole pandemic on its own. That's what we're losing as a country. Maybe we might not be losing directly, but other women out there, their hearts are broken.
But Reds, it's not happening in Japan. Why is that? Why are you not asking that question? It's not happening in Japan.
Why is it not happening in Japan? Like you said, Japanese people believe in marriage, and then after they believe in having children after marriage. That's the reason why it's happening. Yeah.
So you don't find those women being scammed by foreigners. Instead, the country is inviting men to their country to marry their women. Right?
Well, that's something that I heard of. I've never seen it being communicated officially. In fact, the recent president who was elected, which is a female, she said that she wants to close all borders, and people that came in the country as refugees, she wants to send them away. That's what the president said. So the
Fair
whole
enough.
thing,
But at the end of the day, you've got women in a country which is not a huge country saying that
Japan,
the only
it's
time they will
huge.
have kids is if they're
Japan is huge.
married.
Japan is huge. They have a population of around 100 million people. It's massive.
But
So correct.
Ra,
So why can't we use that in Africa? Because clearly it works. It's practical. It's a lived experience of
How?
most.
Wait, use it how, Bongani? When you have 304s that are generational. When you have generational 304s, what are you gonna tell them? Ugogo wakhe bekafeba, uma wakhe is febe, naye is febe. Uzoqala kuphi?
guys, I think yeah, the South Korea thing. Remember, everyone in China and South Korea, they have the same ethnicity. You understand? There's no differences in they are the same throughout. You understand? So now I think Mwepe's point was the reason why the Europe is falling. You understand? Is because now they have this huge migration problem. You understand, where people from like the Muslim countries, they come into Europe, you understand, and then they do these heinous crimes, like they essay and they unalive young women and blah blah blah, you understand. And part of the reason why Europe is falling is because if you are European white, you understand, and you actually say that, you know what, these Muslim people are coming here and they are essaying our women and doing this. They say that you are racist, you understand. So what they do is they tone police you, you understand. So now you're not allowed to call those people creepies or essayers or abusive. You can't say that, you understand. They police their words, you understand. This is part of the reason why those people keep on flocking in by numbers and crime is increasing and all that stuff, you understand. So I don't think certainly policing the tone, you understand, solves anything, you understand. I get the perspective, but then again, here you're dealing with women, you understand, people that don't have any authority over anything if it's not given, you understand. They don't have that option. If it was men, maybe it would be a different story, but policing is definitely not the solution.
You agree, Jeremiah, with Andy?
Greetings, gentlemen.
Greetings, brother.
How you doing?
Are we good? How are you?
I'm good. Angimzwanga kahle mina u-Andile wena Bongani. I was a bit distracted.
Then address the topic then.
Okay, but I was just going to agree with Ura Bolondele. Guti, losing 3 or 4 is not really a loss, right? Somebody earlier said, I think it was Priscilla in the comment section said, look, if singaqiniswa umthetho, then mhlambe we can have into ukuthi if I think they have that sort of thing in America, right? Ukuthi before they get a green card, they have to be there for a certain period of time, right? If we can have like umthetho that would protect us or that would protect the country, that would be helpful. But I don't have a problem with losing like floozies. I mean, they're doing us a favor. They must take them. That's okay. It's not a real loss. Also, I'm not jealous of them taking baby mamas. I'm not. I don't have a problem with that. I think they're doing us a favor. I really don't have a problem. I don't.
I agree with you, Jeremiah. I mean, my understanding of this thing is that societies is not built on people who are immoral. Society is built on morality, right? And even in the Bible, morality I mean, immorality, it has been a thing of ancient times. We know about Sodom and Gomorrah, we know about Babylon, we know about all these cities that got destroyed, and also they got destroyed by themselves, right? So the issue, it is not us to fix something like tomorrow, but then it's for us to have a small number of people who are going to keep hold to the morality, because those who believe into this wokeness and whatever, they don't multiply, they don't have kids. It's us who have kids, and it's so important for us to make sure that our kids also have the desire to be mothers and fathers and all that, so that our community can grow. Because after 100 years, the community of the people who are woke will be extinct, right? This thing, it's a repetition. It goes, it comes back. It's a wave. So one wave comes and it gets destroyed by nature. The other one comes and get destroyed by nature. You know. So towards the end of the day, we need to make sure that we, as people who are moral and believing in God and all these things, our offsprings, our kids, our societies will keep on to the hold of them. You know.
Facts. Okay, guys, seems like everyone has exhausted this topic, even though we moved away slightly, but I think everybody get the grasp of it's not really ideal to have this step thing. Whether stepfathers or stepmothers, it's not ideal for the kids. I know some of us are in those situations because we made bad choices, and this is not an attack on you guys. We are just stating facts that the word step never existed 50 years ago. These are new yawns. These are new things. This is us trying to create a family structure. These are not ideals. So those that take offense to such topics, hey, I'm Banofa.
But Bongani, you and Mwepe are so right. Bongani, you and Reds are so right. I mean, you and Mwepe are so right, Hore. We used to be way more honest, and now the way that they introduce this whole tone policing, which is just lying, like their whole goal is to change our understanding of language, which is why you go from umdlwembe to SO, a sexual offense, whatever, SO, sexual offense. The point is, when I was growing up, bruh, if you grew up, if your mother wasn't married to your father, she was a whore and you are a bastard. We don't even use those terms anymore because we're trying to cuddle people's feelings. And Raz, whether he realizes or not, he's already compromising. He's giving in his position of authority as a man, because like you guys are saying, yeah, the only authority is moral authority. So when the men of the society have morals and they enforce their moral authority, as in umthetho wala, you are either going to behave yourself and treat yourself like a valuable woman who's going to save herself for marriage, or we're going to let you know what you actually, not only do you not hold much value in our society, but we see you as a detriment to our society, as Sikfuni lana within our community. And if we're thinking straight, bra, beso vuli Robben Island, abonondindo abonke baye Robben Island, and then Nigeria namazimbabwe afuna bonondindo base South Africa, they can go to Robben Island and have their time babashiye khona lapho. But in terms of us as a society compromising or trying to figure out, or how do we make the host feelings feel better, that's not how we get things done. And you can see, or the whole world is turning to cack, because the lawmakers, the lawmakers, they started trying to compromise and impress women, and that's how you end up in this situation.
Right, you know what, Nate? Also causes confusion within these ladies, you understand? Because you know what these girls will do? They will go around and sleep with as many men as possible, you understand? And then she'll still believe in her mind, she's wife material, just because you guys don't tell her, nah, man, you're not. You understand? That's why you'll find them, like they will post Bible verses, and then at the same time they're out here wearing miniskirts. It's like a confusion, because no one says, you're doing this, it's wrong. No, you can't say you're a Christian posting Bible verses and at the same time you're out here we are doing but like it doesn't work. You understand? And part of the reason why this woman will post Proverbs 31. You understand? And then when you look at the stories, it's short skirts and mini skirts and alcohol and dancing on top of men. You understand? It's because no one is telling her, I win. No. You understand? And it's the same thing with Christianity. These people cannot be told. You understand? When you pull out a verse in the Bible, they think you are judging them and all this stuff. You understand? We need to bring back that shaming. You understand? The Bible is very straight with it. If you're a bastard child, you're a bastard child. If you're a harlot, you're a harlot. It's written like that. It's not me. You understand?
Let's give her a chance to compose it because I think I offended her. How are you, my sister?
Did not offend me. Good day, gentlemen. Let's get me this seat.
Yes, Siyabonga.
Gentlemen, that the only stepfather I respect is Joseph. He had a valid reason for being a stepfather.
Joseph?
Right? Yeah.
What was a valid reason?
It was God's will.
It was God's will. And by the way, Joseph wanted to leave Mary.
You deflower something you didn't deflower.
He wanted to leave Mary. Right? I know
yes,
we're not all Christians.
But it was God's way for him to deflower something he didn't deflower.
I don't think you're using the word deflower in the right context.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, but I'm looking from the outsider. I'm saying he paid. So, let's look at it in today's context. I pay Lobola for purity. And then the creator decides that what I've paid for, I'm not going to get. I must accept.
She was still a virgin, Bongani, remember? She's not like she lost her virginity.
That's what I'm saying. Uguti, he paid for virginity, purity, but then God did his way with her to a point where she was pregnant.
What do you think happened to the Bongani?
She was still a virgin.
Well, what do you think happened?
But you're missing the point. Listen, Jeremiah. She was a virgin according to the biblical, as in according to God's nature. But according to society that they lived in, she was not a virgin. So I get it when you say according to the higher power, she was a virgin. But according to society, that means the village they lived in, that was not what a virgin was supposed to do. Because if he didn't deflower her, that's not what he got.
She was not deflowered. That's the mistake. She was not deflowered.
That was not his child. Did he plant the seed?
Bongani, deflowering is taking virginity. That's what deflowering is.
What I'm saying is, Maria gave birth, right? Wait, guys, listen, hear me, because you guys, I get what you're saying, that the virginity wasn't taken. I get that. The virginity wasn't taken. I'm saying she gave birth. According to society, was that Joseph's son? According to society, not according to God and the higher power. According to society,
we care about society when we have God's will, bro. Yeah, what's more important, society or God's will? What's more important?
Guys, we must understand that we live in a world where there are believers and non-believers and other people or atheists and whatever. I'm saying, stop focusing on the biblical people. Also entertain the non-biblical people. Entertain the non-biblical people and the atheists.
The non-biblical people. Why do we care? Why do we care what the non-biblical people say? Why would we care?
I agree with you from the biblical side. That's why I said it. I said entertain other people who are not biblical, because we have to cater for everyone. And I'm saying, according to society, if you give birth,
you lose the law. Cater for everyone. Why do you need to cater for everyone?
If your wife gives birth and you did not participate in that society, would that be regarded as a part of the laws?
The society.
Did you fulfill the law of the society? Yes or no?
What is the law of the society?
That if you're married to someone and you cheat, they used to stone you. They used to put you in a hole. They used to stone you back in the days.
Yeah, but remember, she didn't cheat.
So what I'm asking, if that's the law in that society, and then your wife gets pregnant and you were not involved in that process, according to the law of that society, would it not then lead to the chiefs or whatever saying that you have
Either way,
disrespected your husband,
they would have
and
had
therefore
to.
the punishment is that you get stoned. Yes or
Yeah,
no?
Okay,
but
so
they clearly respected.
Bongani,
No, they clearly
wait,
Guys,
respected
yes
allow me
or
God.
to
no?
Bongani,
respond.
Before you
Bongani,
explain, answer
Jeremiah,
the
I'm
Bongani,
gonna
allow me
let you
to
go.
question.
respond.
Jeremiah, I'm
Yes
gonna
or
let you go.
no?
No,
Would that
Bongani,
person
Lale.
not fall under the law of being stoned if the person says,
How
I
would
did
they
not put my
know?
seed in her?
How would they know? Bongani, the question is, how would they know?
Because I would disclose. I'm an honest person. I'm a husband. I would disclose, Uguti.
How?
I did not. And she's pregnant.
No,
You
in
did not
ancient
what?
times, Joseph as well, though. And they lived in a society where God's law
I
was
did
above
not
human law.
fertilize her with my sperm, and now she's pregnant.
Yeah, an angel came to Joseph. Joseph had no complaints before the
Exactly.
Forget
Lord. He had
Ra,
none.
you're avoiding
Wait,
what I'm saying.
Bongani.
Forget that I agree with you
Bongani.
No,
biblically.
we're
I
giving
am
you the
No.
talking about the
specifics. I'm sure now
law.
you're saying you're non-biblical.
Guys,
We're
we
giving
were
you the
attacking other
specifics of
people
what
here on the
happened.
panels who couldn't answer questions. You guys are doing exactly the same thing now. I'm saying from the biblical side, I agree with you, but take it from the law of that city or that province or
There's
that
no law
town.
of the city, Bongani. There's no such thing
In
as
that
law of the
culture,
city.
I'm
God's law was
creating a
above.
scenario, guys. Answer the
No, but
scenario.
You're
Don't
writing parts
avoid
of
the
the Bible
scenario.
now. Again.
I'm saying if the law of the village says that if the husband claims that he did not insert his seed and
Tell
suddenly
us
the
the
woman is
scripture where
pregnant
it says
and
that.
the law
Sure.
of the village is that they will stone you, would that not fit that description?
It would fit the description.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay,
That's
let
what
me
I
do
was
this now.
asking.
Let me do this
So
now,
why did it
guys.
take you guys
Okay,
almost a minute just to answer a
Okay,
simple
Bongani, let me
scenario?
do this.
I'm
Let me
not
show
saying
you.
it's a reality. I
Okay,
made up a
No.
scenario.
Let me show you why it doesn't make sense,
Bongani,
guys.
wait. I just want to
No, but
explain
also you can't
something.
be making up
Can
scenarios
I just
about
get
the
a
Guys,
minute?
Bible.
you must
That's
answer
rewriting
simple
the Bible,
questions,
bro.
guys.
You can't make up
Gentlemen, can I just
scenarios
get a
in the
minute?
Bible, dog.
Okay, guys.
Can I just get a minute? So even if we go to the Old Testament, a woman had to be found in had to be caught in the act in order to be stoned. Or so say now when they were consummating the marriage during the process, and then the husband says no, she was not a virgin, then she would be stoned. Do you have an do you have anything different from what I've just shared, Bongani? Any information that
No,
is different from what I've just shared?
no, I
So what I'm
don't.
trying to say, wait. So what I'm trying to share here is that Mary could have just easily said, I've not slept with anybody. I have not,
And I agree
because
with you.
she would have had to been caught in the act, which they didn't.
100% agree with you. I just
So
created a different
okay.
scenario
But what
and
I'm
I just
saying is,
wanted you guys just to
because
give
I
an
wanted to
answer
finish my
in
submission
that
as well.
weird scenario. That's
Okay,
all.
so
I wasn't
let me finish
saying
my response though,
your
because
story is not valid. I'm just saying I created a new scenario and I wanted to see if you guys are comfortable on just giving an answer in a new scenario. That's all.
okay. So but
Creating a
now
new scenario in the Bible. What's
it's
the
a
difference
Bible,
between
bro.
that
Like
and
we're talking
rewriting the
about Bible,
Bible?
and you
Hypothetical,
have,
guys. Hypothetical.
okay.
Let's move on.
Okay, but you, the thing is, you stopped it. I was trying to make a point.
It's a
So
hypothetical.
when it comes to valid reasons for being a stepfather, the only reason that I would understand, or that I do understand, with the information that I have as a Jesus Christ follower and a Bible believer, it is Joseph. He had a valid reason. I have not heard a man giving me a valid reason for being a stepfather.
And what about a stepmother?
Well, you know what? I understand with stepmothers. I understand with stepmothers. You know why I understand? Because
Yeah.
they're not asking men for they're not asking for man's hands in marriage, right? So
Yeah.
so 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 it is the men that ask for a woman's hand in marriage. So that it's going to be different, right? It's a double standard, but unfortunately, it is again what it is, because they're not asking for marriage. It is men who say, "Ah, no, do you want to marry me?" If a woman asks you, Bongani, if you want to marry them, would you just easily agree?
No.
Would you? Yeah, you see, so it's
And
not the
also
same.
when it comes to our nature, also when it comes to our nature, Jeremiah, women, it's in a woman's nature to raise children that are not her own. It's not in a man's nature.
Yo.
Let's.
I go back to Bongani's point. Bongani,
Yeah.
to answer your question, Joseph indeed was humiliated, and that's why he wanted to divorce or to end the engagement with Mary before she gave birth.
Thank you.
We can continue.
Kiputse?
Oh,
The Bible is a written record. So Mwepe, after that happened, so why did he not divorce her? Give us the scripture as to why he
yeah,
did
give
not
us the
divorce her.
scripture, please.
And listen, and also if you're saying that she was found guilty by the people, by the lawmakers of her time, then why was she not stoned? Give us the scripture exactly explaining Hore. You say Hore, yes, he wanted to divorce her. Yeah. Give us chapter and verse of where he wanted to divorce her, and then why did he not divorce her? And also, okay, if yes, in fact they found her guilty of promiscuity, why was she not stoned according to the Bible?
No, I didn't say she was guilty of promiscuity. That is not what I said. That is not what I said.
So then you said, oh, yeah, he wanted to divorce her, so why didn't he? And where can we find that in scripture?
Okay, let me give you the exact words. Give me a few minutes. Is it fine?
That's fine. Kiputse?
I would prefer if we're gonna talk about the Bible, let's actually use the written text, because otherwise
No,
now
but he
we're
said,
doing things
he
like
said a few minutes.
Yeah.
A few minutes. He's going to
No,
come
but
back with that
also,
information.
Yeah, Ngwepe, I think I have
I'm
the-
telling
I
you,
have
I'm
the
telling
verse.
you, Hora, what you're doing. What you're doing is called sacrilege. You are inventing situations in the Bible that are not according to the text. So even to entertain it for us, even to entertain it for us, is actually going against our faith.
Ngwepe, Ngwepe, if you're looking for that verse, it's in first Matthew 20 to 21.
Thank you, Andil.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Matthew 1, verse 18 to 25. You can read the whole.
Thank you. Thank you,
Do you mind
guys.
reading it for us? Would you mind
Kiputse,
reading it for us?
wait.
The whole story. We want to hear the
Ask
whole
for a few
story.
minutes. In the meantime, Kiputse, please speak to us, my sister. Kiputse? Yes. Speak to us. You're the first female voice on this panel.
Bongani, no.
You don't want to say anything?
Can I read, Bongani?
Okay, you can proceed, Mbab.
This is how the birth of Jesus came about. His mother Mary was engaged to Joseph, but before they married, she learned she was pregnant by the power of the Holy Spirit, because Mary's husband Joseph was a good man. He did not want to disgrace her in public, so he planned to divorce her secretly. Continue. While Joseph thought about all these things, an angel of the Lord came to him in dream. The angel said, Joseph, descendant of David, don't be afraid to take Mary as your wife, because the baby in her is from the Holy Spirit. She will give birth to a son, and you will name him Jesus, because he will save his people from their sins. All this happened to bring about what Lord had said through the prophet. The virgin will be pregnant, she will have a son, and they will name him Emmanuel, which means God is with us. When Joseph woke up, he did what the Lord angel had said to him. And Joseph took Mary as his wife, but he did not have sexual relations with her until she gave birth to the son. And Joseph named him Jesus. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, do you see?
Amen.
Yeah, so I at the end, I don't know if this is clear, but it says he did not have sex with her until she gave birth to the son.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I saw she was still a virgin when they had that whole thing afterwards. So he lost nothing. But the reason why for me that thing didn't make any sense. It's like when you say the law of the society, you understand that law does not matter because it works on opinions and feelings and their own feelings at that time and their own morality that they're feeling at that time. It's sort of like this. If a girl is really a virgin, let's say she's really a virgin, and then we see her walking out of a boy's house in the morning, you understand? But the truth is that she's still a virgin. She's just walking out. You understand? The societal judgment would be that, she's not a virgin anymore. She's obviously walking out of, because they don't know. You understand? They don't know anything. You understand? They're just making up from what they think and what their own opinions are.
No, but that's
You
a bad
understand?
example.
It's
That's a
a
bad
thing.
example, Andy.
No,
but
it is. It's not.
giving birth affects the hymen, right? Yes or no?
It does.
So then, if we have a culture KwaZulu whereby women go there and then or checking for the hymen to verify if you're still intact, giving birth, are you saying it won't affect the hymen?
No, but the problem is here we're speaking about supernatural stuff. You understand? Getting pregnant by yourself also doesn't make sense.
Yeah, even supernatural. You telling me giving birth naturally, it won't affect the hymen?
Because the Bible clearly states, or
I mean, I'm trying to discredit
until
the
she gave
argument
birth. She was a virgin.
I hear
after
that,
after she
what
gave
I'm
birth,
saying,
she's not a virgin.
Let's
as
speak
far as
on
a hymen.
practicality. The practicality is, if a lady walks out of someone's flat, those are assumptions. We don't know. We might say, it happened. Yes, I agree on that point. But now I'm taking it to the next level. I'm saying Mary is a virgin and I'm the one who's going to marry her. She gives birth. That's physical. So are you saying the hymen is not affected?
The hymen is you can't say someone is not a virgin just because they don't have an hymen also. You understand? Virginity is purity from...
That's not my question. That's not my question. My question is, she's a virgin. Oh, guys, let's answer questions. Because when we tiptoe around questions, then it's a problem. I'm saying...
What does the hymen have to do with virginity?
Who said anything about a hymen? Who said anything about a hymen?
Wait. Hear my question.
Who said anything about a hymen?
I am saying, Uguti, you brought up an example of a girl who's a virgin walking out of a boyfriend's place, and he's saying people are going to make assumptions. And I'm saying I agree. Assumptions are going to be made. Sharp. I'm asking a new question. I'm saying, Ura's sister, I'm about to marry her. She's a virgin. We all agree. She then gives birth. Whether by the blessing of the God or whatever, but I have never touched her. I am asking a simple question.
No, I can't be here
when
for this,
she gives
gentlemen.
birth,
I can't be here for this.
Answer the question. When she gives birth, is my family going to say, and I tell my family, I didn't touch her?
It's like you're downplaying the miracle, though, Bongani.
No, I'm not downplaying the miracle, guys.
Only in the Bible, the woman got
I'm following.
Find another example,
guys. I'm following. Guys, Jeremiah and Ra. I get it. You guys are pure Christian. I get it. But I'm saying,
find another example, bro.
No, guys, we need to cater for everyone. We can't just cater for one group.
No, we don't need to cater for everyone.
No. But no.
You can't just answer the question. You can't answer the questions. Nobody brought the question. You are okay, Bongani, for you, since you want to talk about hymens. Can I ask you, Bongani, who told you virginity is unaffected by a hymen? I mean, who told you a hymen is unaffected by birth? I want him to answer. Bongani, who said a hymen is unaffected by giving birth? Who said that, Bongani?
That's what I'm asking. You're asking me what
nobody
I'm asking.
Said that. So who are you asking that to? Because nobody said that.
I'm following on what Andile said. Andile says.
No, you're not. You're coming up with your own scenario once
understand
again.
What I'm asking so you can understand.
No, you can't ask us something we didn't say though. Nobody said that.
follow what I'm saying. Andile says a girl is a virgin, visits a boyfriend, walks out. The community is going to think, something definitely happened, and they're going to judge her. And I'm saying, I follow what Andile is saying. I am now creating.
And then you add your own part.
Let me finish.
Okay,
I'm now creating.
How can someone give birth without
because Andile created a scenario where the community is going to be 50-50. Some will say, no, something did happen. Some will say, no, she's still a virgin. That's 50-50. That's society. That's sharp. And I'm saying, same situation, but now slightly different. I'm saying, I'm about to marry Andile's wife. She's a virgin. We all agree as a family. Both families, we all agree. Sharp. Before I marry her, before I pay lobola, she's suddenly pregnant. She discloses to her family that no one touched me. This is, But now I have to still proceed because I now have the information. After giving birth, I choose to proceed. I am asking from both the families, not just the side of Andi's family, but from my side of the family as well. Are they going to say, Uguti, the hymen was not affected by birth or not? Because my family might say, hey, the hymen was affected, so don't pay the full cows. His family might say, hey, this is a spiritual thing. The hymen is still there. So there's going to be
It's
an
never about the
argument.
hymen. It's
There's
never
going
about
to
the
be an
hymen.
argument. So what I'm
It would
asking you guys
probably.
is, guys, let me finish. What I'm asking you guys, and it's a
We're trying
question.
to
I didn't
answer
make a
you.
statement. I am asking Uguti, are these two families going to agree that the hymen was not affected? Take it away from individual.
Who
Look at
discusses
both
hymen in
families.
marriages?
Medical condition. She would have had. She would have
That's not
suffered
the
a medical
question. My
condition.
question is, are both
That's
families
my
going
answer
to
because there's no
agree
such thing. There's no
that
such thing.
but guys,
There's no such
that's
thing.
not the question. You guys were saying, no,
Okay,
it's either, that's
Bongani.
not the question.
Okay,
The
guys,
question
wait.
is, are
Bongani,
both
can you talk to
families
me?
going to
That
Fine.
question
agree
is
Bongani,
that the
unrealistic.
hymen wasn't
That's what
affected?
I'm trying to show
Bong,
you. That question is unrealistic. That's what I'm trying to show you. The question you're asking
Mgwepe, please
is
help.
unrealistic. That's
Jeremiah,
it.
wait. Jeremiah, wait. Okay, Bongani, can you please ask me that question again so that we can discuss it?
Okay, I'm saying that Andile created a scenario where a girl is a virgin is walking out of a boyfriend's place, and the society is going to make judgment. Some will say definitely no longer a virgin. Some will say she's still a virgin. Sharp, and I create both possibilities because we don't know what happened in the room. Sharp. Let's move on. I am now saying let's take it to the next level. I'm about to marry your daughter Ngweb, and I decide to pay full lobola. So I'm thinking, my family is thinking, upon the celebration of the wedding, I'm gonna get you pure based on the agreement, right? Before that happens, where we do the final wedding and whatever, God does his miracle and gets her pregnant, and then my procedure delays because now she's pregnant, and then it becomes known to the family that this is a miracle, sharp. Then I wait. She delivers the child gets born, I get a vision, whatever. Then I marry her after knowing this information. My question is, if you bring it to me as an individual, I might say, well, I've got a dream or whatever. But I'm asking from the agreement of families from both sides. Is my family going to agree that I got her purity? Or they going to say, when it comes to the negotiation, yes, we understand the spirit, whatever, but we can't be paying the full cost now because now this is a spiritual
In the
thing.
spirit, whatever,
So,
bro. Because
so
now
let
you're
me finish.
disrespecting our
Let me
faith, bro. You
finish,
can't keep
Ra.
saying you can't. No. You
Let
can't
me
keep saying the
finish,
spirit,
Ra,
whatever, bro.
because
Please.
No, you can't keep
there's
saying the spirit,
multiple
whatever,
people.
bro.
Let me
Ra is talking
finish.
to me.
No, what
Talking
I'm
to
saying is you should have
Mgwepe.
found a
Don't
different example.
He's
intervene.
talking to
No.
Don't
You
me.
shouldn't have
intervene.
brought it from. No, listen. Don't include the
No,
Bible
Ra,
because
wait,
now you're
Ra,
being
wait,
disrespectful
wait,
to our
wait,
faith,
Ra,
bro.
wait,
You
wait,
can't.
Ra.
You kind of being complicit as well, my brother.
You
Wait,
can't be
Bongani,
saying
wait,
hey,
Jeremiah,
whatever,
wait.
whatever.
it's
wait,
borderline.
guys. I'm asking Mgwepe. Let him answer. So
Nah.
Mgwepe, my family
But
will
don't say the
say,
spirit, whatever, bro. If you're gonna quote the
okay,
Bible, quote it
but let him
correctly.
Mgwepe answer so you can see what he wants to, how his answer is. So Mgwepe, my family would say, but the hymen would have been affected because this is a physical birth. So that's where my questions are coming from, Muguti. Take it away from me. Look at the process of our two families come together. Are we saying just because she's a virgin and the spirit took effect, are we saying if you look at it physically, giving birth does not affect hymen? That's what I'm asking. I'm not making a statement. I am asking based on physical activities that happens when someone gives birth.
Can
And
I
I'm asking for you guys to give me an answer on that. That's all.
Yeah. So yes, they will say that the Iron has been dislocated and she's not a virgin.
Thank you. Simple answer.
Can I add on to this? Can I add on to this? Let me tell you why that doesn't make sense. That question. It's
And
because
wait. Andy, wait. And then I want to finish this thing with Bongani now.
You should give Andile a chance.
Yes. So no, you guys were dodging the question, so I took the question. Then we continue with it.
We didn't want to entertain rewriting the Bible. That's
No
not
one
dodging the
writing the
question.
Bible.
We didn't want to entertain blasphemy. We didn't want to entertain blasphemy.
Please wait. Come on, man. Come on, wait. So, Bongani, I want to ask you a question. So, do you think the virginity question would come after birth or before birth?
I think it will come before birth.
Yeah. So that's what I said with the argument earlier that I believe that, and the scripture proved to us that indeed Joseph was thinking about the humiliation that he's going to receive from the society. You married a woman who cheated on you, because the people would not understand when he say that my wife was pregnant from the Holy Spirit, right?
Yes, correct.
So now they will humiliate him. And Joseph indeed was humiliated, because it doesn't make sense to a lot of people that how can a woman get pregnant by the Holy Spirit? Do you think that if you lived at that time,
listen,
that
you read the text. Listen, you read the text. Where did it say he was humiliated? No. Don't write the Bible, bruh. Don't write the Bible. It said clearly what happened.
You're not using the right word, Mwepe.
Wait, guys, let him finish. You'll get your chance.
No, we get
let him finish rewriting the Bible.
You're rewriting the Bible.
If this is a blasphemy live, you can just kick us, bro. If it's a blasphemy live,
if you're going to be blasphemous, honestly, just tell us to bounce. Because he was not humiliated.
Wait,
I'm asking that maybe just change the word.
Let me finish my
Where did it say he was humiliated?
Let him finish the point, guys.
Wait, Bongani. Mwepe has the Bible. Mwepe, please read that part. Wait, it says he was humiliated.
Read it again and tell us where he was humiliated. Read it again.
No, gentlemen.
Let him finish. He'll read that part. Let him finish.
We're enjoying this because he
Let him finish. He'll read that part.
If this is blasphemy, it's me who's committing blasphemy. It's not you.
You are misquoting the Bible.
I'm not misquoting anything. I'm not done, sir. No.
That he just read. He's misquoting what he just read.
I'm not misquoting. I'm not quoting the scripture now. I'm explaining to Bongani what would have happened at the time. How?
Let him finish, and then you guys can engage him up.
No, if it's not in the Bible, how would you know what was happening?
Wait, Ra. Let him finish.
Are you saying you imagine?
Wait,
so now we are imagining scripture.
Ra, man. Let him finish.
Words matter. That's what we're trying to say, though, Bongani. Words matter. Joseph was not humiliated.
He was humiliated. How?
No, that's not what the Bible says. Please read it.
Why did he want to get divorced?
Please read it. Just read it from the Bible. What does the Bible say?
Let me read again. Fine. It means you're not listening to me. This is verse number 18. I'm reading from 18, right? This is how the birth of Jesus came about. His mother was Mary, who was engaged, right, to Joseph. But before they got married, she learned that she was pregnant, meaning that she told Joseph, baby, I am pregnant. And before they got married, Joseph, fine, let's continue. She learned that she was pregnant, and by the power of the Holy Spirit, she told Joseph, baby, I am pregnant by the Holy Spirit. Do you think at that time Joseph was like, oh, okay, baby, it's fine, I'm gonna be there for you, everything? No, let's continue with the scripture. Then, because Mary's husband Joseph was a good man, he did not want to disgrace her in public. He thought about this. He thought about that, okay, if I get divorced, then it means that I'm going to disgrace her in public.
Yes.
Exactly. Then, because he did not want to disgrace her, his wife in public, then he opted to do something, to stay. But then why did he stay? While Joseph thought about these things, which things? Leaving Mary and other stuff, the angel of the Lord came to him in the dream. He was sleeping.
Yes.
Because Joseph was having a doubt whether he should stay. He was thinking about the pressure from the family. They're going to call him names. Your wife cheated. All these things, of which are not true. But then he's a man now. He's having all these dreams, right? Yes. Then the angel said to Joseph, the descendant of David, don't be afraid to take Mary as your wife. Then tell me, Jeremiah, why did the angel of the Lord come to Joseph? What for?
Just answered that question, Dongwepe.
No, you tell
just
me according to understanding. Yes.
no.
Because
I don't go by my understanding, Chief. You know this.
what does it
Or I trust
say,
that you
though?
know this. I don't go by my understanding, especially when we're touching scripture. I'll just refer you to the Bible. What does it say? Why did he want to leave her?
Because
And why
it was
did he leave her?
humiliating for him.
No, that's not what the Bible says.
How?
What is humiliation?
Look, listen
What is
here.
humiliation?
Listen. The scripture says that he did not want to humiliate her again. So
The scripture says that.
listen.
Just read that
Instead
says
of
where it says that.
listen.
Just
Instead
read
of
that part where it says that.
wait, but listen to me. Instead of him, Joseph humiliating his wife, he decided that he's going to take all the humiliation on himself.
Is that weapon?
Yes.
Which verse?
You know, I just read the thing.
He just read it. He just
How?
read the verse. He quoted the verse and he
Because
just read
people
it.
thought that it is not his child. That is there because he thought about, why did he think about leaving? Because he was going to be humiliated by the people saying, that's not your child. Why would you marry Mary? Why would you do this thing? And the and the angel of the Lord appeared to him in the dream, assuring him that indeed she did not cheat. It's the Holy Spirit's child. But then people still would humiliate Joseph. Because imagine you go to someone, you know that in our culture, you're not supposed to marry a pregnant woman. And I'm marrying a pregnant, it means that me and the woman either had sex before she got pregnant or she cheated according to the society's norm and standard. Period.
Correct.
But Joseph was a good man. God appeared with an angel and told him, don't be afraid. This is my child. And that's when Joseph was like, okay, I'm not leaving Mary. Mary was not humiliated. Joseph alone took what? The humiliation.
Correct. And Ngwepe, because we are talking about such sensitive information, I just got a message. Your life has been restricted. Kuraf. Hey.
All I'm going to say is that words matter. We can't just be twisting and changing scripture and using certain words to suit our narrative. The Bible doesn't say that Joseph was humiliated, and I will believe the word of God above it, whatever somebody else says, right? I'm just going to go with what the Bible says. I'm not one that leans on my understanding, especially when it comes to the scripture or the Bible. Let me say that. Also, Ngwepe, brother man, I think I've let you down. I need to come to Durban. We need to go to church. Bongani is going to affect you with this satanic evil,
demonic.
you know, ideologies. No, my brother. That is
the demonic spirits.
Wait. This is what I want to say. This is just let me finish. I want to say this. What the Word of God has taught me is that we lean not on our understanding. Especially when it comes to scripture, we stick with what is written. We don't add, we don't change, we don't twist. Again, we don't do it to actually push an agenda or for it to suit our narrative. We read what the Word of God says, and that is it.
I'm reading the scripture. What are you talking about? I'm reading the scripture. How?
Again, the way that you're reasoning as the world. That's why
I'm reading the scripture, bruh. No, but then no. That's just common sense.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Andile. Okay, Ngwepe, it's fine. Andile.
Why are you doing this wrong? Because we are trying to prove it to you that what.
No, but you're not proving anything.
Wait. The information that Mary was pregnant by the Holy Spirit is information between her, Joseph alone, before they disclosed this information to the people. And the rest of the communities would not believe. That is what BonganiD is saying. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
But we're talking about something that was in scripture. First of all,
wait now. Told Joseph not to leave Mary. Why did he want to leave?
Where does it say that people knew that Mary was pregnant?
I rest my case because you don't listen to
Exactly. Exactly.
You're not listening to yourself, bro. Are you listening to yourself?
How am I not listening to myself? Where does it
You're
say
not
that
listening to
people knew that
yourself.
Mary was pregnant?
Jeremiah, you asked for the scripture. He
Yo,
went
I
to the
read the
scripture and
scripture.
he read it.
Yo,
When
the scripture
You're
says,
not debunking the
not
scripture.
Gentlemen, it's fine. You are
listen.
wise. I'm the fool here.
According to the scripture, listen to me. According to the scripture, why did David want to leave Mary? He wanted to leave Mary because he was going to be humiliated. I mean, he was going to humiliate. I mean, he thought about the humiliation that both of them are going to suffer, right? And the scripture says that he did not want to humiliate Mary because Mary was going to be humiliated, like, you are having a bastard child. Akiri.
That's
That's the truth, bruh. How?
Hey.
He thought about it. He was thinking as a man. The voice was saying, "Bruh, you are a simp. If you marry Mary, you're gonna be a simp, bruh. That's not your child." The words were coming out. He's a person. He's thinking, and he went to sleep. And the Holy Spirit, I mean, the angel of the Lord came to him and said, "My boy, my son, don't be afraid. This is the indeed she's pregnant with the Holy Spirit." Do you think Joseph will just believe that, okay, my wife is pregnant with the Holy Spirit, just like that? No, that's what the angel of the Lord had to appear to him to give him what, BonganiD? Assurance.
These
How?
lives. Hey, shy U-turn.
How? No one is adding any information. I'm not adding anything. We just read the scripture and who's this? Who Andy as well? Read the scripture for us. I'm not saying that I'm not adding anything. I'm reading. And I'm also using the logic of the society. Imagine today when BonganiD, we live in a society where you have to be a virgin to get married, right?
Yeah.
And I tell you that I'm planning to marry Priscilla, right?
Yeah.
You, according to you, the norms and the standards of the society, it means that me as I'm a virgin, right?
Yeah.
Priscilla is a virgin.
Yes.
What are you gonna say when you see Priscilla being pregnant? Are you not gonna think that I had sex with her?
Obvious.
Yes. Then if I say to you that I did not have sex with Priscilla, what are you gonna think?
Abomination.
She cheated on me, right?
Yeah, abomination.
That's what the society thought. We are not saying that is what God thought. No, we don't say that is what God told Mary that if my daughter, you're gonna be pregnant with a son from the Holy Spirit. Mary was terrified. She was scared. She had to tell her future husband, who was who? Yeah. Joseph. Joseph Correct. Also had doubts because he thought about, the scripture says that he thought about leaving. It says here, so he planned to divorce her secretly. To divorce her what? Secretly. What do you want to divorce her for?
Because it would have been an abomination to the society. Not to the Bible or the church, to the society.
Exactly. So then Joseph had doubts and everything. Then until then the Holy Spirit.
Until he was convinced by the Holy Spirit. 100%.
100%. Then that's how it happened.
That's why I say, on both your platform and my platform, I say, guys, Tina, we ask uncomfortable questions. And it's not to say stop your beliefs or don't follow your religion, whatever. But there are questions that when you ask, you have the right to say, I prefer not to answer. And that's okay. But when you stop tiptoeing around the question, you start to behave like the Sims that we call out and say, hey, is the sky blue or not? If the sky is blue, just say the sky is blue. There's no harm in that. Our questions are not an attack. It's just a question so that we learn from each other. But when you don't want to ask a question, when you say questions are irrelevant, then it becomes a problem. Because you're then saying there are certain questions that shouldn't be posed. Then you're limiting the conversation then.
Yes.
No,
Because
guys.
faith comes from questions. I mean, you ask questions and you have answers, right? Then,
Correct.
yeah, some of the things do not make sense into the eyes of the man, 100%, right? That's where faith come in. You
Correct.
understand my point? Yes. Andy, how are you, sir? Hey,
I'm
Angelo,
watching.
right?
I'm watching Man City lose. Now me, I'm always 100, my brother. Hey, I'm too young to complain.
Sure.
Yeah.
but you understand? We're not saying that is what God told Joseph. We're saying that David, according to the society, he had questions to answer. People are going to ask him questions. True. How? So you and your wife did that? Whatever, whatever. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. No, but then he had to be a man of God, good man, and take accountability. And God rewarded him so much. You know, there's so much stories in the Bible when I meet Mr. Pongs, of which people were persecuted for preaching the word of God because it doesn't make sense to the most people. Even today, we see people being unalived. What for? For preaching the word of God. And
Priscilla, come
people,
up.
yes, are not here to. I mean, why would I be scared? Because I would have to tell the truth. But no, me and my wife, she got pregnant with the Holy Spirit. If you laugh at me, it's okay. But then I'm 100% sure people have laughed at Joseph. They've made mockery out of him.
Definitely. Oh, if people betrayed Jesus, oh, definitely there would have been people who would have made very negative comment towards Joseph.
Yes.
Bring Priscilla up. We're done with single mothers. I think that's why she's scared to come up.
She's afraid to come up because she thinks we'll attack her. We don't attack anyone. We just ask questions. Some questions are difficult for people to answer, and I get it. But that's why they're called question. I haven't taken a position. That's what I do, in my lives. I ask questions. Some questions are they get under your skin. That's why Maratwa came to my life, because I was asking very complicated questions. She was like, these ones are on me. Let me go and say my piece. But yeah, man.
Imagine, I mean, that's what made Charlie Cake to be. People were asking him questions, and he had to answer those questions. And yeah, because the moment you ask someone a question, you are also learning something new as an individual, isn't it? You are learning, right? You are learning about,
Yes.
okay, this is people just believe. I mean, the Bible, most of the texts have been discarded out. I mean, it can't tell you that BonganiD was driving from Joburg to Durban. He was going on N1, cars, Gold Reef City, from Gold Reef City, this, what. It can't give you details of everything. It's going to give you the highlights.
Yes.
Yeah, where there was traffic, maybe where you made mistakes, until you hit your destination. It is not going to highlight everything, but there are things that have happened.
Yeah, ne?
As easy as that. So people are gonna be afraid to answer questions because no, I mean, answer the question.
Hey, these lives. We start slow, we start low, we go middle, we go high, we go low, and then towards the end, we just do a short left. All
Exactly.
because of the questions.
I mean, even myself, I'm putting myself in the shoes of Joseph. Do you think people believe like, oh, Joseph had he did not have an easy life. That was so difficult for him.
Yes.
It's difficult. I mean, you're living in an era where morality, culture, it's prominent. You're not supposed to be doing anything, like no mistake, no nothing. You have to be straightforward like a ruler.
Correct.
God comes and he tells you, you're gonna marry this woman, she's pregnant with the Holy Spirit. Are you gonna sleep?
Hey, but we're going to have sleepless nights. We're going to be worried about how your family is going to say, how the community is going to react. There's laws as well that if you go outside those laws, there's a potential of death. That guy was in. What I say, Kake, that guy did not live the best life.
Yes, and God chose him because he knew David was a courageous. Joseph was a courageous
Yes,
man. He was not a coward.
courageous man.
Yes,
Correct.
if he was raw, he was going to run away.
Hey, Loplo.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yes,
He was going
God
to run
chose
away.
David because he saw that he's a man of character, he's a man of values, and he's a man who can stand and protect his partner.
Yes.
Which goes to the definition of stepfathers. It's the men that have the courage to take on the responsibilities of all the bartenders, the artists, the soccer players, and he covers that woman and he gives that woman that honorable status of a wife.
Courage. Is it courage or low self-esteem? There's not, I don't think there's any courage.
If I'm trying to upgrade these stepfathers. I'm trying to give them the highest honor.
We are one BonganiD. Look, Joseph. I mean, I can't say Joseph was a stepfather because what happened. It's something that happened 1 in a million times, right? It's a supernatural thing. I don't have power to call it. I can't call Joseph a stepfather. He's not a stepfather, right? He is a man who took responsibilities from God himself. You know, he raised God himself because we believe as Christians that Jesus is God himself. I mean, would you deny an opportunity to raise God himself?
Hell no.
No. You know, so he's not a stepfather. I can't name him a stepfather. But as a man of belief that he went through a lot of tribulations. He's the same man when Priscilla and Andile, who was sold by his brothers. Was he not?
Yes, he was.
Exactly.
Hey.
So people no, don't insult. Nobody's insulting. We are reading from the scripture. We're trying to understand what. If you read the scripture tells you information that you are reading, and there is also information that is silent.
Correct.
Yes. There is information that is silent because when you connect the dots, I mean, these are the dots. The moment you connect the dots together, you'll be like, oh, this is what this scripture is talking about. Then you can make your own understanding from what you have read.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, ne. This was an interesting life. It was flagged. It was flagged again. It went up. It went down. It became emotional. It became logical. It became balanced. It became cocky. Okay, Pooch was like, I don't like you today. Oh, because I said, about both. Yo, it was an interesting
Yesterday, there's a live that I went to. I was busy bossing them around, and there's a guy who came and he said, "Give me this guy." He asked me questions. He ended up losing because people are afraid to be asked questions, and they don't tiptoe after the question.
Yeah.
Then, if after answering the question, you can now have got advantage to now also ask the speaker the questions.
Yes.
Because if someone say, if you are, are you gay or not? You say I'm not gay, and they make a statement that prevail you, that puts you or portray you like a gay. It's fine because after that you'll be like, okay, fine, host. Can I ask a question as well? I'll ask you a question, then you'll be like, okay, if someone does not do 1, 2, 3, why does it make them gay? Then you can have your own point from them. Easy.
Yeah. And by the way, those that are still on the live, Guys, we've been asked tough questions, not just on our lives, but on other people's panels. On the last panel that I was on, I was asked very difficult questions, and I was being associated with other people. And I gave honest answers to say, guys, unfortunately, I can't respond to that because I'm not part and parcel of what you're asking me. But if I was, I would respond. And there's nothing wrong to say, I don't know. And there's nothing wrong to say, I was not there. But to then not answer the question by saying, that's a dumb question. You shouldn't be asking that question. That's not a debate anymore. Come, people. Let's not be unfair now. Let's be fair. Questions or questions, they're not attack. When Andy, stop watching Manchester lose. We Manchester lose in Manchester. They have had the case of Chiefs.
To my best team I'm talking about, not mine. Mine won.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm talking about City, Manchester City.
You're gonna come back or how?
Come back from where? They're losing. How much are they losing by?
1 goal.
Oh, right. There's still a chance.
But anyways, we don't need to agree sometimes. Personally, I didn't think the question made sense. I'm not even gonna lie, Bongan. I just didn't understand it. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like
Yeah,
the
gentlemen, I'm
hypothetical.
back.
No, welcome back, Jeremiah. Andila, I agree that
Yeah.
some question might not make sense to you, but to the public, it's still a question and it deserves an answer. No matter how stupid or irrelevant, someone out there is listening to the live and saying, well, it's still a question. I would like to know what the answer would have been.
Sort of like that question
That's the beauty of questions, is that we might say it's irrelevant, but someone is listening there and saying, yeah, that's a good question. I would like to know the answer. So now we are depriving that person by saying, no, this question is irrelevant. So now we are limiting our audience because we want to determine what should be a question and what question deserves answers and what question shouldn't be answered and what question shouldn't be questions. So now we are changing the whole vocabulary of questions. No, let's answer questions regardless of whether they are smart, dumb, irrelevant. It's a question.
Yeah, you know, the issue with Bongani is we want to always be right. I mean, people have got the fear to be wrong. You know? Yeah, we have got fear to be wrong and all that. I mean, you go to a live, they ask you a question. Is it okay for an 18-year-old and a 40-year-old to be in a relationship? You'll be like, yes. You'll be like, yeah, you're a pedo. Why are you saying I'm a pedo? What is it that a 40-year-old man wants in an 18-year-old girl? The same thing you want from your 25-year-old boyfriend. I mean, no, it's not the same. It's not the same. Okay, let me ask you a question. Would you be okay if your daughter come home and wants to marry a 40-year-old and your daughter is actually 18? Are you gonna have a problem with that? Do you know they put you in a position where if you say no, if you say no, you'll be like, yeah. You see, there's something wrong. You proved your point. Now they scream at you, they prevent you from talking. And me in that position as Mr. Web, I will say there is nothing wrong with my daughter marrying a 40-year-old woman because I will have to keep my logic and ideas in order. Because if I say no, then it means that I'm now shaky with my ideologies. You know?
Correct.
Then they will now scream and not not allow you to talk. But then me, because I know what I'm talking about, I'm like, it's okay. Because what I want my daughter to have is like that. But then later I can come back and say, it is not only the matter of age. I'm not saying if my daughter she don't get married to someone who's 40, then it means that I would also allow her to get married to an 18-year-old boy. It is not rocket science. It is not like that. There are things that I need to consider, like religion, mental stability, the history of the man, and all these things. But then to these people who are arguing with you, they don't care about those. They just ask you a stupid question about age. And if you say no, then they got you. They don't care whether they see more things to consider or what? Jeremiah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. No, gentlemen, you know, looking back, I think it was a couple of months ago, I came to this realization that although many of us profess to be Christ followers, and we just have to, and all of that. We just also have to accept that when it comes to looking at certain things of the faith, we're not going to see them the same, right? So perhaps that is where I was coming from, because I honestly am somebody that just takes what the scripture says, right? So when you speak of logic, when somebody comes and brings up logic as their basis, when you speak of the faith, I tend to then think that, you know what, maybe it's best that I leave that conversation, because when logic and faith don't always align, right? So also, I just wanted to say that I hear what you're saying, Bongani, and I think if I wasn't a believer as well, I would have entertained your question. But as a believer, I could not.
Well said. I agree.
I could not.
Mina,
Because
I
want to
dare
say
to
something.
challenge you. How are you going to evangelize people if you fail to answer questions?
Yeah. So let me just clarify. No, you know what the problem is when I'm with it. I hear what you're saying, but what's difficult for me is when I have a conversation with somebody that I somewhat respect, and they bring up a question where I'm like, I didn't expect that question from you. I expected more from you. I struggle with that. That has been a thing for me. I struggle with questions from people that I respect, which I find not very smart. Let me put it like that. I struggle with that.
Okay,
When somebody
then
asks me a
answer my
question and
question. Then how are you going to evangelize if you fail to answer questions from the people?
again, when I'm evangelizing, I'm getting questions from people that I don't expect much from. That's easy.
But you
But
don't
if
know
it's
people.
somebody,
If you're walking in town and you see someone and you feel like evangelizing and they ask you these questions, are you going to run away?
I'm going to respond. Whip, I just answered. I said I would respond because
So
they
you don't
don't
want
know.
BonganiD to go to heaven?
I don't know what you're doing or what you're trying to do, what game you're trying to play now. I've just answered
I'm
your
not playing
question.
any game.
I
I'm just
said,
saying, like,
I get what Jeremiah is saying. Jeremiah is basically saying that with people that he knows and respects, he can't be neutral. He focuses on the faith, and because I know you, you should be on the left. But when it comes to people that, out there in public, he doesn't really know them that well, then he doesn't have that bias. So I get what he's saying, and I can agree with him from what he's saying, and I can agree with him and relate to what he's saying.
I also agree,
And
but
and
then
and
here's my
and, and Mgwepe,
question.
it comes from, and I said it comes from because I used to be a Christian. So there are biases that I have back then, and then because I'm not as much a Christian now, but I'm open minded. Then there are things that I'm no longer biased on because I'm no longer like 100% Christian, like fixated at this is the way. Because now I'm on the fence, so my mind is now open minded. There are things that I can now say that before I couldn't say. So I get what Jeremiah is saying.
Yes, but then here's my question. We have something called evangelism. Evangelism is it's an action of a person who is an evangelist or a Christian who goes to speak to the non-believer about Christ. And the non-believer will often also ask questions. They might be offensive, uncomfortable, derogatory, and maybe insultful. But then you, as a believer, you should have a guard to answer some of the questions. But it's often you can run away, because even in the olden days, Jesus said that if you go to an unbeliever's house and you preach to them and they insult you, you have a right to leave their houses. Not only leaving, but also you need to dust out your trousers and clothes, everything before you leave, right? But for you as a person, you fail to answer questions by avoiding them. I don't think that you have got the audacity to follow Christ, as he said we should carry the cross and follow him.
I don't
Bongani,
know,
I
man.
think you understood me, Bongani. I'm not sure if Ngwepe is intentionally misunderstanding me, but yeah, I still stand by what I said earlier. When I speak to somebody that I somewhat respect, as I said earlier, and that I have certain expectations because maybe we've had certain interactions, you know. And when I say something and they don't get it, or when they ask me a certain question and I'm like, eyeball, you're supposed to understand this, and they don't. I tend to just withdraw and say, you know what, do your thing. But then again, as I said earlier, if it's a non-believer, they have offensive questions and whatnot, I have the time. Also, if I run out of patience, then I run out of patience. But so long as I have patience, I will answer questions and I'll respond to them. Yeah, more than happy to do that. But if you ask me a question and I'm like, I can even refer you to a scripture that no scripture is of a scripture of prophecy is for private interpretation. But you're going to come and say, I'm just going to read the scripture and interpret it however I want to. And I'm like, but you say you're a believer. You read the Bible, but you want to reword the Bible and use your own words. And, you know, and so that's where I was coming from. But yeah, I don't expect
Yeah, but
everybody to understand me.
being uncomfortable with answering questions does not mean that you are right.
In what sense?
You specifically, you failed to answer Bongani's questions, and you claim that you were trying to avoid it because it was challenging your belief system, and the question was not challenging your belief system.
I know, guys. I don't think you guys are getting each other.
I think you're probably not getting me, Wepe. You really are not getting me, but
I'm getting you.
that's okay. That's okay.
Do
At
you
this
know why
point,
I'm saying this? Wait, let me tell you why I'm saying this. It is not the first time you and Bongani have this kind of a back and forth.
between me and you, it's not the first time as well.
No, I've never had a conversation with you about believing you ran away or I ran away.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about us having an altercation. It's not the first time.
Yes,
Where
but
we
then
misunderstood each other.
yes, but then I can still remember a couple of times you and Bongani having an altercation of the belief questions.
We
So
tend to end up on the same page.
yes, but then listen to my point. My point is, if you are a Christian, you should carry the cross all the time. Isn't that true?
You guys are speaking across each other.
No,
I
no,
get
no.
both of you, but Mr. T,
No,
what's your
but then,
take?
wait. Let me have a
No, but
conversation with
wait.
Jeremiah.
Let's allow Mr. T to engage. I want to hear what his take
No,
is.
I've encountered this with Web. Yeah? So Jeremiah must just leave it alone, bro. It never works out with him.
I know. No, I know. Trust me, I know it. He's just my little
Yeah.
brother. I entertain him every now and then, but I understand him. I do. Right?
You see,
So what I was
Let
trying
me
to
say some. Let me say some. Me personally, I don't like it when you, Jeremiah, you fail to answer a question and you run away. I don't like that. Is it wrong to tell you that?
it's really fine. That is absolutely fine. But that's your prerogative. You can say that, right?
Yes. So am
If
I
that you don't like
am I
that, I'm not
driving
going to
you
do
away from
everything.
the belief?
You do things also, Weapon, that I don't like, but I don't have to tell you all of those things,
You
right?
must
But I
tell
appreciate
me.
you.
You must tell me
I'm
because
just
I
saying.
love you. I'm telling you because I love you.
I'm just saying. I
And
appreciate you
you,
telling me. I
yes.
appreciate you telling me. I
look
appreciate
at
you
the
telling
comment
me.
Do
sections.
you know why I'm telling you? It's because I love you.
The single mothers were saying,
You
"Thank you
don't love
enough.
me.
At least we're no longer talking about stepfathers. They're happy now."
Yeah. Look. I just want to say this. I'm not one that entertains Oh, you know what? It's just gonna get disrespectful. So let's just not continue, Wepe, please.
No, let's have a conversation.
No.
I'm ready. I'm telling
No.
you that because I love you, I have to criticize you. But then you don't love you because you don't tell me where I do wrong. And you're
I
a
don't think
Christian.
you would like the direct me. So let's
I
avoid
don't
all of
care.
this.
Just tell me. No, tell me I
Aye,
don't
aye,
like
aye,
what you
aye,
do.
aye, guys.
No,
Guys, we
Wepe.
had a topic here.
Honestly, you will not like the direct me, and that's why I'm saying let's just
I
leave
don't
this
have to
alone.
like it, but I can
Aye,
learn from it.
na Ngwepe, musuba controversial. We had a topic here, and the ladies are now saying, as bonge, we are no longer talking about stepmothers and stepfathers. You guys now want to make it about clarity. Hey.
Yeah, but it's
Ngahlini.
fine, Jeremiah. We can continue this this conversation face to face, so that we can agree to disagree.
Of course.
Yeah, but Jeremiah did say
that I agree with.
He's going to visit and
because
have a
if
one-on-one.
you are my brother, you love me, tell me where I do wrong so that I can also tell you. And don't wait for me to tell you when you are wrong so that you'll be like, oh, in 2025, you
know what,
did this.
Wepe?
It's childish.
You know what? There is a thing of, there are times, by the way, when it is wise not to respond to certain questions. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that concept. Are you familiar with that? That at times it's okay to not respond to certain questions, not because you're running away.
I agree with that.
Okay, so I do that. Perhaps not in the way that you like, but I do that. Not that I needed to explain that to you, but I do that. When somebody asks me a question and I feel like I really don't have to answer this question, I don't entertain it, right? So it's not that I'm running away, but I just don't see a need to engage.
But I mean, I see you running away all the time. Why are you running away?
You two is a neck dialogue, no babile. Aye, spanning la panel. Hey, spanning la panel. Yeah, Bunjan. Right. We needed a softer voice. Yeah. Hey.
Really?
Hey.
Is my voice that soft? How hectic is it?
Hey. Ama bubesi. Hey. Ama bubesi odwa.
Alelani, am I right?
No, territory.
Am I right? It's territory. Don't be gentle on them now.
What's your take on the topic?
It's a reality.
What, stepfathers? It's a reality.
Let's be honest.
Who's reality?
It's on both ends. Here's the reality, right? In my opinion, not the world's opinion. Whether you like it or not, for a guy to step up to being a father, that whether it was personally yours or your kids, you settled for that as a woman. And it's a man's choice. It's never a matter of me presenting myself as a woman that's worthy, right? But honestly, most women, when they agree to a man becoming a stepfather and feeling that this man has stepped up, they would have never been their first choice. It's a cry out for, had I had a child with this man, life would have worked out better. So it can never be that being a stepfather is a compliment to a man. It can never be. Whether we want to negotiate it, whether we want to decorate it, whether it's female or male, here's the reality. If you are now deemed worthy of being a father, patience in life and the universe as we believe in could have allowed you to be that child's father. You don't need to be a stepfather. You can be a supportive partner by all means. You can have an opinion, but never ever step into the shoes that were never available for you to take over. No matter even if I was to say that, unfortunately, there are stepfathers that step in because dad is gone and I'm a widow. Like I'm saying, it is a role whereby, as a woman, I will settle because you have found a spark, you worked on it, you've appreciated me, you have allowed me to grow up, you've allowed me to grow. With the fact that I had a child before falling in love out of you, right? And you are stepping in. And that's just the reality that we can't paint otherwise. They are there. They play their roles. But you know where reality is? Outside of you and I, Bongan, there's my family, there's my friends, They will have an opinion. Ooh, wait again. Hey, Bongani uputile ki filwe le ngwana gage. But when it's just between you and I, Bongani made a conscious choice that Kifilo is a good woman. It happened that she was left with a child, and I am stepping in to make sure that that's embraced. But nobody owes that to anyone.
Okay, guys, what's your take? Do you agree with Kefilo? Should we promote stepfathers? Should we raise our boys to be stepfathers?
Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Let me, I don't know if I can say the question or a statement. If Bongani is the first choice to have a child and I'm the second choice, am I really, what can I say? I'm trying to find an appropriate word. Am I not Bongani's standby, so to speak? If he gets the gift of the child and I get the gift of the responsibility.
And to add to that, Mr. T, if Ubongane was to say 5 years later, I want to come back, would
Do
you
you know?
not then think that Mr. T is disposable because the ideal man that I've always wanted is now manning up?
No, actually, correct yourself, Bongani. The ideal man that I wanted and didn't want me at the time that I wanted him. Let's get that part right.
You know, Bongani, have you noticed with it's particularly Audi. Have you ever noticed the spare wheel of an Audi, the small one? That shows that it wasn't actually,
Part
you
of the
know?
wheels.
Mm-hmm. So
So
stepdads are that guy.
Mr. T is that biscuit spare wheel. And Kefilwa, just to address.
Just imagine also inheriting the responsibility without the rights.
Correct.
Imagine that. Now you got to be responsible for this person, but you can't discipline them.
Facts.
How sad is that? You got to speak to their mom first. And also, I watched this podcast. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Cooley, right? So you're speaking to this. So he always has a panel of women, 304s, right? So this he asked this lady, and he asked her a question. Yoguti, so if your baby daddy, or if you come home, say maybe after a long day, you come home and you find that your baby daddy disciplined your child, right? He spanked your child. Would you be okay with that? The woman said, no, she would not be. She would tell her baby daddy to come and beat up her boyfriend. Imagine how insane is that? And she said, no, because he ain't got a right to beat up or to discipline her child.
But he's allowed to buy the child ice cream. Come on.
Imagine. That's just insane.
And ice cream is like the minimum.
But you know what's the thing? With the value of what you just said, practically, that's something that is practical. And when I took the tomato and this onion, right, a selection of any human, but specifically women, and I'm not against women, but generally up until women will be okay in admitting that we settle. We settle. We make mistakes. Yes, sure. But we settle. Whereas in life, when you have a child, you have a responsibility to take accountability and do better. Why would I want, right, the pattern of being left with a child? So now, if I'm going to require you to be a stepfather, basically, I am weighing the options of you being available, settling for that, but you've got the right to leave me because you don't owe me anything. Is that not a pattern to my child's trauma? What am I creating?
Yes, but correction, Kefilwa. Women don't make mistakes. Women make poor choices.
Oh.
Also, wait.
An apple.
Did you say?
It's not an apple.
Wait,
An apple. It was bit on something. It's not an apple.
Feel did you say that women settle?
Yes, we do.
You settle too late. It is men actually that settle. From the jump,
Wait,
we settle.
what? I love that. Nothing but the truth. We settle when?
When you're old and no one wants you.
When you're 30 when you're 32, now you trying to find a husband after having been ran through, right? But at that point it's late. Now you want to go to church. You found,
Jesus.
oh my days! I
The
wasn't
Holy
gonna say
Spirit.
that. Right? But now you find your way to church, right? Now you've just this new being, this new creature, right?
No, you know where my point comes from. I'm not blaming my species. I'm just stating a reality that's facts, and I think if we could maneuver a way around it, oh God help us, we should. But they will. The one thing that I don't like about being female is that the motion of this is a wheel and that's the spare wheel. The size and everything else is what I'm seeing in front of me. But I'll be okay with the movement. We keep moving. That is wrong.
You know, you know what's so sad about gentlemen, about women oh, okay. Yeah.
No, I
Is
was just
that
that out loud.
Well, no, continue. That is wrong. Explain. What do you mean that's wrong?
No, can we allow TV? We are all interacting, we're not having a dialogue.
no, go
No, but you
ahead.
left us hanging. You said what is spare wheel
Oh, go
and the
ahead.
real wheel, they're moving together. That is wrong. I don't know. Explain that.
The ideology of we move, you guys have heard the statement. The ideology of if I know I'm driving an Audi and this is the wheel that I need to move
Yes.
comfortably as I make those
Yes.
choices, this is what I need to move with. But if I bump into this and I'm thinking because they are both able to move, I know this is going to make me slower. And I know I'm going to take
Mm.
life. I know I'm going to, this is a preference. This is what I signed up for. But now I'm meeting this and I'm okay with this.
Hamba
Oh,
ngesipare wheel.
exactly.
Yes.
Wheel gives you the 80-20. As a woman,
Mm.
you would pray that you are the 80, but if you are the 20, guess what happens? Daniel, the rest of the world is that I can do better without a man. So, like I said, I almost bit this, right? Commonly, when I held it in my hand, when Jeremiah stated the statement, it had power, it resonated, it hit somewhere within me. I could have bitten this, but you know, my mindset, this is not an apple.
Mm.
You don't. And this is the problem why right now in society we are dealing with the most. This is the reason why men cannot be identified. Men are just totolozas right now in society. And unfortunately, as much as whatever has happened in history, in terms of the Batman, not the bad men, the Batman, right, is the man that says, I've got a superpower, it's money. He does not need a woman. And most women don't know that reality. But the bad man says, I can take whatever I want. Whether it's you, Fifi, whether it's precious or what, I'm a man. I'm going to do that. And we as women, maybe I'm not speaking for most women, but the majority of women, we identify the term, the identity, the definition of men based on that. Up until we can say, oh, like you flopile. Okay, I had a man with like who could not do the most in life. I had a child, Bongani. Bongani was not what I expected in life. But if I'm going to meet a Jeremiah, can I admit to Jeremiah, "Khorobona, dog, ke flopile mo lifeng, and there's a result of my flops. I'm not expecting much, but I so wish I can become better. The better version of me is based on what you and I can work on. But the version of the girl that you're meeting right now, are you ready to deal with that? Nobody gives men that option, but we expect you to look. I got hurt. Don't hurt me. As if men don't experience the same thing. I think the mistake that most of us as women make that men usually are the fuck ups, we are not. So men need to move right along. And if you are going to settle for a gift, you'll deal with that.
You know, one thing I've noticed, gentlemen, unfortunately for some ladies, whenever they're trying to be, well, not trying to be, whenever they're honest, they have to put these catering words to say, I'm not against this, I don't mean to be that. They have to apologize before telling the truth. And that tells you that whenever they're going to deal with you as a man, there's going to be a problem because either one, you're going to have to cater, or you're going to have to be the a-hole. And most of the time, when you are the a-hole, you win. When you are not the a-hole, you lose. And if reality has told us as such, the men that and this confusion, they always get this confused. The men that don't care, they think it's confidence. I think I had a conversation on Friday about this. The men that do care, they think as weakness. So if men think they're gonna change this thing, no, there's no social media, there's no podcast that can teach men this. They're gonna have to see it on their own, unfortunately. That if you're not an a-hole, you most likely are going to be a loser because these perpetual victims, they need a perpetrator, and if they don't have a perpetrator in their story, it's not a good story for them to tell their friends and the family. They want that cheater story. They want the he's beating me story. They want the his aggressive story. They need it's like a novel. If you've noticed their novels, they always have some element of cheating. If you know the best-selling novels for ladies, they are cheating. They have to because I don't know. It's quite difficult, but they're the villains in their story, and if you're not the villain, you're gonna be the victim as a man.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Unkono, I think. What's your take, my brother or sister?
Sanibona.
Ninjani ba?
Hayi siyaphila. Nami ngiyalalela ngiyadlula nje lana, but I feel like I don't know who is who is behind this, especially to try to spread division between the two sexes or genders. But ikhona into efakiwe between the two system, the two genders, so that one will manage to hate the other. But uma ungakuthatha ukubheke, these two genders, they are totally different when it comes to living a life under one roof. But one gender has been taught to hate and despise the other more than the other is able to. So if we spread that between the two sexes, we are deliberately creating a division and spreading animosity within the two genders. So I believe uma singake sithathe supported the two genders to be able to live under one roof in peace and harmony, to understand each other, that we are totally different here and we're different there and there, so that let's be asibekezelelane as sisahlala ndawonye. We will make mistakes, then we'll carry on as together as one. But
Wait, brother, wait. Before you continue, wait, let me correct something here. Can we as society promote ubufebe?
I don't understand why it goes to that.
Because in a society, there's good and bad. Back in the days, if you sleep with somebody else and you're a married woman, they used to stone you. So these are things that go back 1,000 years. Society used to be held by rules and regulation so that you don't have bad behavior, so that you create a better society. Now we're in 2025. I listened to what you said. I didn't dispute it. I'm just asking questions based on what you said. If this society is full of 304s, no bufebe, can we really sugarcoat that and say, no, for the sake of being comfortable in houses, it's fine. Let's just protect ubufeb so that overall we are happy. It's a question. I'm trying to understand where you're going. Should we sugarcoat and protect bad behavior, or should we call it out?
That is currently what is happening.
Yeah, but that's not my question. My question is, in 2025, should we promote ubufeb? Regardless whether it's happening or not, should we promote it?
Ala ungasabi ukuyiphendula le I know where you're coming from, because now he will steadfast in his genuine space, because now there's men that should be polygamous, but in the society that we are in, Febe has now highlighted the unrealistic part of that. Because I also, while you were speaking, I wanted to right? I wanted to ask one question.
Kifilo, can you see the problem of men of today? I asked a simple question. Instead of answering it,
and people are afraid to say, no, Bongani, I will never promote ubufebe. Kodwa isithunzi sokukhulisa umuzi ngimanaso, and irresponsibility yami as umuntu wesilisa ukuthi ngenze into elungileyo.
Done. Yes, Mr. T.
I've invited him back. Let's hope he is going to accept the request.
You know what? There was a pastor that I was just listening to just here on TikTok. He said the people that pray, like, not to take it to religion per se, but that pray the most and always like overzealous. I don't know if this is a proper word. I think it's overzealous. You know, when somebody is very extreme, they're the most sinful people. Not that church makes them sin, but they are hiding behind the church. They hide behind scriptures because they don't like what they are. And they don't commit to say, me, I'm evil and I do evil. They hide, they break families, they do all sorts of things and say, I'm a cruel Christian. And you find them, let's say, for example, here in a group, this guy makes Jeremiah not angezwani no Bongani, ungwepa angezwani no banbani, but is communicating with all of them. They don't have a problem with all of them, but when they come to Bongani, they say, hey, this Jeremiah, have you heard? When they go to Ngwebe, have you heard it? You know, so there are people who are like that, and now the problem, they were fine when they were women, because then the man will come in and actually give structure and to say, no, this is not the proper way to conduct yourself. You understand? And if the woman is submissive, she would understand and come out of that. But now it's men, these boys who are raised by these type of ladies. Now it's a problem, because now who's going to stop anything? In fact, this guy is going to become the instigator in his own home with the woman. He's going to beat her. He's going to talk lies to her about with his family and say, hey, Ubanban is making me do this and do that. We understand, because no backbone. You understand? I'm shy, Kepa is saying, no, this is my mother. I can't say anything. Like, dog, really?
But Mr. T, what was wrong with my question, my brother? Why did that guy run away?
Because no backbone. He can't stand up for those type of things, because he has to pander. He has to pander.
Yeah.
He has to be nice to everyone. It's not. Let me give you an example. Jeremiah would know this. The money changers in the temple. That's the people in all scriptures where Jesus was actually fighting somebody, where he showed anger. Why is that? Because even him, he understood that I can't get along with everybody, because there's a certain limit that other people are willing to pass. And these panderers, they pretend that that limit doesn't exist. We understand, Bongan. So they call it people pleasing. It's people pleasing men, and those guys, they're dangerous guys. They are very dangerous.
Ask something very personal, actually generated to all men. Are men designed or created to please people or lead people? I really want to be okay with that.
Let me let Jeremiah first.
So I would say both,
How?
because you see, we enjoy providing. So when we provide, you're happy. It makes us happy. When you're happy, it makes us happy. And so we also have to lead. So when a man is not leading, that situation, especially if it's a relationship, that doesn't usually go well. It doesn't usually end well, right? Because he needs to be decisive. The woman's looking to him for guidance and also for direction. Where are we going? I mean, you're the captain of the ship. You asked me out, so what are we going to be doing? So he has to be somebody that has leadership qualities, right? But also it has to be somebody that's kind, right? So when you're a kind person, obviously you want to do things for people to make them happy, right? But now you just have to be able to draw the line, right? You can't just be extremely. I think with leadership, yes, I would agree. You have to be firm on that. But when it comes to like making people happy, you have to be careful, right? Because you can end up being how can I put this? Um, well, mistreated. Not just that, but also Charleston said something. Charleston White said something. He said, "Use me, but don't abuse me." Right. So you can end up being misused. All right. So these women will be using you. Yeah, yeah. You'll be used, of course. So yeah. We and that's why I'm saying both. I would say that we're meant to do both, lead and also yeah,
Can I ask a question before we move
bring
on
happiness.
to the next James now? Let's put it out of you being with me and being my provider. Would you go through that now of your description besides having it to be the woman of your household? But let's say it's now family. I'm mom, I'm sisters. With the same energy apply.
I didn't get the question, please.
I didn't get the question either.
Yeah.
What I was saying was this, right? Sorry, probably the stove was too hot. I'm saying that I hear you. I commend that part. That's truthful. But let's put it outside of you and I establishing your role outside of home. Let's put it at home. Let's start it from home. If it was mom, if it was little sister, the same energy of you being a provider, would it start there and then manifest to me as your partner?
No.
Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely.
No. Listen.
Wait. Was that question
Correct
directed
nje
to
la.
me,
Yabona nje.
Kefilwe?
Sesi-wrong nje. Le ndlela esihamba ngayo nje i-wrong. Lalela. Let me give you the structure. Jeremiah will confirm this. It's God, men, women, kids. Right? Then it doesn't talk about sisters and brothers and all that nonsense. It says your father, who is God fearing, hands you over to your new husband. It does not talk about siblings and cousins and all this. It says you move from your father's house
I'm so sorry you're
into
experiencing.
Jeremiah's house. Simple.
I'm so sorry.
And
I'm
it
so
says,
sorry.
I know you're sorry, but it says, Futi, the way you do not talk back to your father is the same way you don't talk back to your husband.
That's the point. So the same way that you would treat me as a partner, would it be the same way that you would represent treating your own mother and sisters? Because you cannot be treating me so well with what Jeremiah just actually explicitly put out there. That's what I'm trying to establish. would it be an energy that starts from home, or would it be an energy that just establishes him as a man? Because that's the other thing that makes sure that women disrespect men. By the way, I will say that for free.
No, you guys disrespect men because you don't treat those men how you treat your father. You treat those men as boyfriend, which means you treat them as outsiders. That's why women say,
I think the only guys that
"Wait, let
do
me
this
finish.
is
Let me
men,
finish."
though.
You see, I'm speaking. You speaking. You don't know authority here. Know your place, woman. Lalela. The same way you don't talk back to your father is the same way the man you choose as a boyfriend and you see a future with him, you treat him the same standard as your father. That means you don't talk back to him either. You chose him. Out of 10 guys, you chose him. So this thing of what when a boyfriend was what is an outsider, but I'm gonna give him access to my womb. Then tomorrow you say, well, my kids are more valuable than the person you open your legs for. That's a you problem. The same I don't hear women talk back to most of their fathers. But you guys have the nerve to talk back to a boyfriend, but then you guys think it's okay to have kids with him. If he's just a boyfriend, yeah, sure, talk to him whichever way. But the minute you decide he's qualifies to make a kid with him, you have given him the father status. That means whatever he says goes. You don't talk back to him, you trust his judgment. That's it. End of story. Manje nina nale mentality ukuthi we're not bloodline, so I can talk back to him. And then you come back here and make noise on TikTok. Valumlomo. Look at all the women about Valumlomo. They don't have problems on TikTok. Look at all the women about Yebo Baba. They don't have problem
Yeah.
on. They don't complain on TikTok. Look at all the ones. I'm independent. Don't need a man. Yeah. My feelings matter. All of you are here on TikTok making noise. All of you. Valala.
Guys, I'm so sorry. This might not be. I must come up, please. Sorry, Jeremiah. I'm keeping quiet as per Bongan.
I wanted you to. Okay, so look, my response was very like straightforward, right? I think I did respond a bit, but yeah. So I say yeah, it would start before marriage with the sister and mother being protective and everything, buying mom gifts and sister gifts. Yeah, I would say it starts there. Yeah, that's my opinion. It starts there. Obviously, it's not going to be on the same scale now because now, when it comes to my wife, that's going to be different, right? But I do believe that it starts before marriage, at home. Taking care of everybody. It's just in us, right? It's just in us. That's why we're even protective of our sisters. Right, Joe, why are you talking to that guy? Why are you doing that? Because, it's just in us as leaders. Just be careful of all of this. You even giving unsolicited advice at times. You being that uncle and all of that. When maybe they've had kids out of wedlock, we do these things, right? Because, it's in us. It's in us. We always try to bring that leadership and also happiness. We will discipline and we will also buy gifts, even before marriage.
Let me use big English and say I concur with Jeremiah, but with a condition. The same what Bongani said is that what? Okay, but it needs to be that she has the same respect as the father, even to the brother. If he is to put his foot, if he has to put himself in the provider as a father, provide fathers, not boyfriends, not men, fathers. Some people who have authority. Not if comes with me, she must respect me. She must, I say, in terms of what? She must wait until marriage before she mustn't be for the streets. She mustn't do all of those things. Then the next husband until certain You understand?
If the whole squad is gay
No, okay. When that age is reached and she has not yet gotten a man, it should extend from your wife and also assist with your sister if she's not yet of age. Let's say, for example, she's not yet 18 and the parents are no more, and in certain exceptional situations. But I also, let me not say, I don't like to use the word provider. That word is it's a problem for me. Producer, yes, the men must produce something for their family, for themselves, and for society as a whole. You have a reputation. No matter what kind of reputation you have a reputation when people see you, whether it's your neighborhood or your area. You must protect that.
Mr. T, can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah, dude.
Am I harsh or am I cocky? Or do I come across like that?
Well, if somebody knows how to listen, you will come across as just normal. But if somebody listens with when I don't know what they listen with, but it won't be the ears. Uh, if you listen with the, then they'll tell you you're caught. There's a
Okay.
saying, say, my grandmother used to say that you take your brain, you put it in your ankles, and you let other people use theirs.
Okay, last question. Would you say how I respond to things, would that be healthy or unhealthy in a relationship? How I respond.
Getting messages now again. Is somebody sending you messages? What's up with these questions? Is somebody making you feel bad?
It's just two questions. I'm just verifying.
Okay.
Just that I know you guys differently from other people. So when they come on, I'm like, "Ish, okay," because I expect, in fact, let me not say, yeah, I do expect that you guys to be critical, even if I make a statement to say, whoa, wait, why are you saying this and this? How does this, you understand? I don't expect you to say, okay, yeah, that is true without question. So it's a type of how I know you guys. But other people, they're not used to people saying no to them. I don't know. It's a very different kind of environment out there where people have yes men and yes women. I don't know. Baby G is such a character. I think Bongani left, just went away a little bit.
Yeah.
Baby G said something about affording there. Then I asked how much because men who can't afford them. Then said no specific amount. Spoil me, take care of me. I won't. I won't talk. I don't want to lose you. So
Is she selling?
financial,
Is
yeah.
she selling?
Hey, I think so, my brother, because who decided to be spent money on? Who deserves that?
Who's
Why?
selling, man? Guys, who's selling, man?
No, Baby G here is telling us that there are men who can't afford her. I don't know if it's a her anyway. It could be a him because we are in what society. So yeah, it's possible. So
Yeah.
it surprises me when somebody says somebody has to. There's nobody who has to do anything. Not for you.
Well,
Maybe
yeah,
your
maybe why not spoil me first? You need to spoil me first. Why do I have to spoil you and then yeah? Why not spoil me? You go first, spoil me, right? Buy me stuff, yeah. Take me
and
out to Dubai, yeah. Take me to wherever first. You do that first.
I know, Jeremiah. How will I know? How will I know I need to do that? It's a love language that you would need to lead me to. Yes, if you have taught me that, I need to reciprocate. You're right. But I
you
don't
have
need
to.
to do it first. I need to learn from you that, like Kaya, if Baba Kaya says, baby girl, I got perfume, we are doing lunch, my mind must register that, oh my gosh, this is how love works, Ekai. And I need to speak it back to you that, baby, I actually enjoy doing that for us. Let's do more. That's when you accelerate as a man.
Just buy me stuff. I won't say no. You don't have to know.
You have to
You
do
know,
it first.
like what do you need to know? Like what do you need to know? What I like? We're gonna be having
Buy you
conversations. So
stuff.
just
Should
for
I buy you
example,
toiletries?
pardon?
If you think I must buy you stuff,
Toiletries. Are you trying to send me a message? But wait, because I think toiletries would be you trying to send a message. Anyway. So what I'm trying to say here is that yeah, just buy me stuff. Just buy me a watch. You know,
give,
you don't
give
have
me
to.
an example, my guy. Give me an example. Obviously, this is not about you and I, but
Of
we're
course.
trying to establish where we are going wrong as a collective.
Okay. Oh no. Well, I was just entertaining that. I'm not being like dead. That yeah. You know what?
I knew
It's
you
because
were a
I can't say certain things.
Bongani is
I
harsh.
mean, I
You
don't
said
swear.
long enough. Bongani is harsh.
Yeah.
Okay,
So.
Kifila, let me ask this question, Jeremiah. Kifila,
Yeah, bye.
right now, if you had a choice, are you looking for a stepfather or are you looking for a man without kids? Are you looking for a man with kids or looking for a man without kids? If it was up to you.
None of the above. I'm looking for a man.
No, but the question is, you're between the two. What would you prefer? The ones with kids or with the one without kids?
The one with kids.
Why?
We would be able to relate. If it's something he's not familiar with, I think the man that I should attract
Okay,
should.
let me rephrase the question.
Guys,
If you wrote an exam, do you prefer to get an A or do you prefer to get a B?
A plus, A.
Sharp. So, if you had a choice and you want the best outcome, would you go for a man with kids or go with a man without kids?
Don't do that to my mind, because no.
Exactly. So answer the question.
Just because uyangazi ukuthi ingqondo yami isebenza kanjani Bongani, of course a man without kids. Hey bo.
Thank you. Thank you. Jeremiah, you can proceed.
Hey, Bongani.
Are you all going to enjoy this happening? Bongani, stop it.
No. Yeah. So I don't know. T, did you want to respond to that? Because for me, I mean, I think if I'm going to entertain this is what I'd say, right? If we're in a relationship, right, we talk, you know what I like, you know what I'm into, you know my fashion sense, you know a lot about me because we usually talk, right? Especially if we're dating. So we do talk. You know what I like. So instead of waiting for me to buy you something first, buy whatever. If you want to buy me what? This is gonna sound silly, but if you want to buy me a chocolate cake, do it. If you want to buy me a watch, do it. If you want to buy me a car, do it. I'm just saying, just buy me anything that you want to buy me. If I don't like it, then that's all right. But just buy me something instead of,
Just guys,
a man must always buy something first. Like, what's wrong with you? Why I gotta buy you something first? Why can't you buy me something? Especially for these women that say, no, money's not a problem. Then show me. Show me. If you don't want, show me. If money's not a problem, then show me. Instead of expecting me to show you. You saying money's not a problem, show me. Why
And
does it always have to be the man to initiate this gift thing? you can start the thing as well.
Because men always state that they do not mind being providers, but with what you just said, right? I must say something that has probably been a misconception. Yeah, chicken smells bad. I'm so sorry. Probably the definition of a provider has never been allowed. It's just an expectancy. Can we agree on that? You're expected, like what you're saying, that look, if you're aware and I've said it to you that I love chocolate cake or what, I like how you are saying it that intellectually I should be paying attention to a man. Whereas with men, how you guys go overboard, it's a matter of consideration. I stand to be corrected. A man would actually buy you perfume. It might not be a perfume that you've never used, ever bought, unless he's seen it in your toiletry bag. I stand to be corrected. But men do that in terms of consideration more than expectation. Am I wrong though?
You're right.
Except for Bongani.
Let's just engage on this.
Do not.
If first time, in fact, if she has demands, run away, gentlemen. Don't ask. No one is.
No, that's true. That's true.
That's true. By a woman, liked by a woman, they go overboard trying to actually show you what kind of the person they are. They don't ask what they from you. These people, they need aid. They're in fact, they need charity. These people who keep demanding things, they don't have them. You wouldn't go demanding things that you can produce for yourself. So whenever somebody comes with that mindset of expecting you to make whatever, if you've already spoken with the woman and engaged her and she knows what you want, you've made every effort. You don't need to go extra board buying things. A provider is a husband and a father, not a boyfriend, a side guy, and whatnot. Why are you doing all those things? Being silly.
Exactly. Hi, Kuraf, Mr. T, 2025.
And say this,
and accountability is no longer
yeah.
a condition that should be upfront. Like Mr. T, I don't understand why in 2025 people are not testing before they do the deed. And you understand the logic.
Especially men, because the scales have tilted to such effect. Let me say this for Jeremiah. It is said that Adam was the first sin. That's why we got into sin.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true.
So I understand the logic in 2025. Abantu nje sobona kusasa. Like
that's what you mean, Bongani. Is this thing of women saying that? Because like when we talk about the table, right? These modern women, they hate talking about the table. What do you bring to the table? They're always talking about they're bringing themselves. What? What? You bring yourself to the table? How about I say the same? I'm bringing myself too.
But that's the same as
Can you account that's who you are attracted to?
Women say if I pay my bills, that is an achievement. Ladies, we also pay our own bills, but we don't say that's an achievement. Women pay their own bills and they say it's an achievement. You know how hard it is. I'm like, so it's not hard for us to pay for our own bills. People, it's crazy.
That's all I'm saying. I can't believe what you just.
It's called adulting. If you're paying your own bills, you're adulting. You are being an adult. Now, if you buy me a PS5, yeah, maybe we can say, yeah, okay,
now you deserve exactly.
Now you deserve. You've achieved.
Hello. How are you? Sorry to intervene.
C'est sharp,
man, I apologize for interjection. Ke bona Auskifilwe, she's my princess, she's my mentor. I follow her everywhere. Are you good, Hortman Lam? Abuti BonganiD.
Abuti, hey, angishaba for
Ah,
right.
ngiyawuhlonipha Hortman, ngiyawuhlonipha
No,
Hortman.
for T, honestly, I don't think you're ready for this panel. You're not ready. You.
Ah, ngiyawuhlonipha Hortman. Hortman, you can continue. Sorry, Hortman. I just wanted to greet and say hello everyone. Sanibonani, Jeremiah, Ngwepe, TV, ya ene. Yabo.
But actually, you must stay, ne?
You're welcome. You're
Ngiyakumamele, ne?
welcome.
Ngiyakumamela Romajita.
Question for Kifilwe. I got a question for Kifilwe. Just a quick one.
No,
Kifilwe.
I've been here for a while, so I think I understand what's happening here. I comprehend a lot. So yeah.
Okay.
So guys, she's been teaching me this live TikTok live because I'm new to it. So sorry Mahortmani for interjection. I really apologize for being rude
No,
if
it's
I
fine.
was.
It's
So
fine.
I'm still learning. I've been 2 weeks into life because I've been so much into booked. So yeah.
No, it's fine. Jeremiah, before you come in, let's give it to Kia N. I don't think they've spoken.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I had a question up here, but I don't think it's quite visible because of the background. Then maybe if we try darkening it, we'll see some questions. I asked, what is the difference between demands and communicated expectations? Can somebody just give me clarity on that one? And then we'll continue with the conversation.
Jeremiah?
I need a good answer also.
Why you got to start with me, Bongani? Why you got to start with me? I'm going to pass it on to TT.
I'm playing devil's advocate. To me, Mr. T.
Okay, I will start, right? Communication expectation is that we communicate about it, we plan it, and we execute. But demands, they're more like somebody who's like spontaneous, right? You demand. Demand doesn't really have to, you don't need somebody's agreement or an answer. Just demand and you expect to receive, right? So for me, a communication is where you guys discuss. It's either with a friend, a partner, or whoever it can be, and then you guys agree upon yourselves as to when are you gonna do it. But when you demand, you are being like spontaneous. You want this right now, and it's not even up to somebody else to decide. How do they feel about it? You just want it. That's a demand for me.
Okay.
I'm not sure, Bafetu Kote. Am I right by doing that? I can be corrected also.
I don't think spontaneous is the right word, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
If I may,
Mr. T.
let me relate the first one, communicated expectation. Let me relate it to a job. When a job says, let's negotiate your salary, then you are talking and you are looking at it. This is what I am bringing, and this is what I expect. That's communication. That is my belief. When you are expecting a certain outcome because you are bringing certain skills, all right? The demands, especially nowadays, the demands are most of the time based on just I am what I am, whatever I may be, and then I have all these miles. In fact, I'm a vintage. They don't even call it ran through. They call it I'm a vintage. So you're buying a used product for a new prices most of the time. That's where the demands are coming from. You have a 1970 something Cressida asking for a Lexus price of 2025. That's usually where the demands. It's not people who are saying, I have X and Y skills and I'm expecting A, B, and C. You understand the difference?
I totally understand, Jeremiah. Bongani, can I please request a darker background here? I'm struggling to see some comments, especially if they go up there where the lighting is on the picture. Please. But yes, we'll give it to Jeremiah.
Kind of am in agreement with what T said and Boss T. I don't have much to add, except maybe the way that I'd respond to that is the demands are draconian. You know, there's no negotiations. Just telling you, this is what I want. So that's a demand. That's my understanding of it. So yes, you're communicating, but it's not open for discussion. This is just a demand, right? Whereas communicated expectations. Obviously, we're communicating. So you're communicating your expectations. We're going to have a discussion about that. You expect a response as well. I don't believe you just communicate your expectations and leave it at that, right? Again, that's just how I see it, right? So you communicate your expectations. Usually, say, I'll go with the example that T used as well. Maybe say in a work setting, when you communicate expectations, you expect a response from that person. Either yes, they understand, or they need more clarity, or well, they don't actually agree with what you're saying, and maybe they see things differently, right? So that's how I see it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That clears some of the stuff that was said here. So, somebody did say that the provider and whatnot is for the husband and not the boyfriend, and something like that. So, I would like to understand what is it that a girlfriend should not do and it should wait for. Let me not speak from both sides of my mouth. What is that one thing that is reserved for wife duties and not girlfriend duties? Can I just get that from the guys? Yes, somebody told me.
Please repeat that question because so far it's not being answered. Repeat your question, madam.
You say what is reserved
Sorry?
for a wife and a
What
girlfriend?
is the one thing that men are understanding that this is reserved for wife and not girlfriend, that they don't even expect their girls to do for them?
Oh, I meant who repeated the first question that you asked because I saw Arabic nothing. I love how you say it. I like it.
The first question, the difference between communicated expectations and demands. Is that the question?
No.
I don't know.
That's all right.
Oh wait, you want her to ask you that question, or do you want to respond? Because we have responded now, Kia. I'm sorry, Kafilwe.
I'm not answering her.
I answered.
Answered her as well.
You know
She was kind of happy with the response. Kia, do you need
she said
a more elaborate response?
yeah. No,
That was the question when I got here, hey?
Kifula is not satisfied with the response because I understand. I hear why she's not, and I also understand why she's not. Hey,
Skifila,
but
Why?
is she
Oh, wait. If you're not satisfied, then tell us why. We'd like to know why.
I think the whole demand definition or explanation, all right, is tailored around the comfort of the person who's receiving the so-called demand, which I would call a communicated expectation. When it makes you uncomfortable, you call it a demand. But if you're comfortable with it, then you call it a communicated expectation. That's why you hear things like, I'm buying a vintage with bargain price, yeah, a new product, this and that. You see a person less deserving of what they believe or what they're communicating they want from you. You understand? That's how I'm hearing it. But nonetheless, because you're the one who's receiving it, we will take it from there.
Let's get into it. When you demand something, it does not mean you deserve it. You can demand something you don't deserve. That's why I always relate this to a workplace.
Do you deserve what you expect?
Sorry?
Do you deserve what you expect?
Not
No.
really. It's a matter of communication, eh?
What's the difference?
It's a matter of communication and agreement. I think here, you are
I
saying
think the
the
way
very
that I
same thing that we
responded
all
to it.
said here.
Oh yeah. No, go ahead, Bossy.
No, I'm just saying she just said the same thing. If you guys have listened to her properly, she said the very same thing that we elaborated, but in a different way, right? Communication comes with an agreement, right? We communicate. I think for me, maybe I don't understand very well. Communication is when two people discuss things, they talk about it, and they come to an agreement, right?
Is it not communication if we don't agree?
No, it is. But when you demand, when you demand, according to my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong. When you demand, it doesn't. You don't care what other person says, but you just want it to be done. I want this, and I don't care who says what, but I want it to happen. But that is not communication.
Is that not
It's an
coercion?
instruction, according to me. That's an instruction. You are telling somebody what you want and what you expect. I might be wrong, but
Different
according
as
to me,
well.
that's what I understand.
Okay. So let's come to this relationship thing. All right, because you say you feel maybe you're trying to say demand is an aggressive expectation, you know, a
No. I'm not
coercive
saying that. I'm not saying that.
expectation. Because
It is not. As I said earlier, Kia, a demand. I'm telling you. I'm not asking you. We're not going to discuss this. This is what I want. So this is, that's it. That's a demand.
It's an instruction.
It's just straightforward. It's draconian. I'm not expecting any pushback from you, I'm just telling you that this is what it is, and that's it.
I don't know if any of you
This is what I
guys
want. That's it. That's it.
have you been told by your boss, I want this to happen. I don't know how you're going to do it, but this is my expectations. That's a demand, bro.
And if the expectation is not within, if you cannot deliver the expectation, would you call it a demand because you cannot afford
No,
to
he
deliver it on the
demanded,
table?
regardless of
Going
the
back to
expectation. He
that,
demanded.
so as I had said earlier, when it comes to, let me not respond like that. Okay, so let me just repeat what I said earlier, right? Um, when it comes to communicated expectations, I agree with Boss T, right? We are talking, you are communicating your expectations, but you're going to hear from me as well, because we are communicating. You're communicating your expectations. I'm going to give you feedback, right? But if it's a demand, you're not expecting much from me. You're just telling me that this is what it is.
And Jeremiah, to add on that, it doesn't matter the results, right? If you are demanding, if I don't get to come to your goal, you still demanded at the end of the day. You're going to be disappointed that the fact is that you demanded and I didn't reach your goal, right? I didn't get to what you wanted, but you still demanded. So it's not a matter of did I give you what you wanted, but the thing is you demanded and I didn't get to what you wanted. But the fact remains that you demanded.
Yeah, and let's take it back to the workplace again. Okay, let me take it home and when you are expected. Let me say when you are expected to perform a duty. Let's say as a wife, you are expected to cook and do whatever, and the husband, you know that you can't do both, and you tell him, hey, at work I have so much workload. I won't be able to meet A, B, and C. Can you go pick up the kids and do what I normally do? That is communicated. You understand? You can't demand the husband to say no, because if you have your roles and then you said no, I will do this, but you can't. Now it's not a demand. You are telling him that I cannot meet that expectation. You are communicating. But if he said, I want you to do these things, he is not asking you for your opinion. That is different. Can you see the difference?
I hear you.
Wonderful.
Right.
He
So
doesn't agree with me. T. My wife says that when she doesn't agree with me, she says, I hear you.
hear
I
you.
tell you.
Maybe it's a female language. I hear you.
It definitely is.
So now, where do we draw the line between the expectations from a girlfriend and the expectations from a wife? Can we hear this from the gents? Because they know what boyfriends cannot do, what they should not do, what fathers should do, and what husbands should do. What is it that girlfriends should not do?
She mustn't call me at night.
Sorry?
What?
She mustn't
What?
pull me when I'm with my wife.
Your girlfriend. I didn't say side chick. I think you got it wrong. I said girlfriend.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
girlfriend.
Yes.
she can be both.
Okay, who
I'm
wants to
talking
answer
about.
that? Must I answer or somebody's going to answer that?
No, you can go ahead. I'll answer after you.
Thank
I just
you.
want to say something. I am so proud of you. I am listening to the James that were literally strong on. Bongani, usaba blessed. I know you get all the information. I'm proud of
Listening is a skill.
you.
Sometimes you
Not
have to be
me
quiet.
kuwe ngicela ungakhulumi kanti mina ubunjani kuni? Let him talk. Don't say anything. I'm speaking.
Okay. Oskia, I think us as men, we see you from the get-go when we start dating you. But that depends if we like you and we have a little bit of a expectation, like you said, right? And our expectation comes into communication. We see your communication skills, and we understand. Okay, this is the woman that I can literally stay with. But we expect you to do bare minimum. When we go to work, at least if you had a sleepover, clean my house. Wash the dishes. Make up the bed. And when we come to being a wife already, remember we've passed that stage where you had to make up a bed and you have to fix up the house and clean. Now there's kids involved, there's like a lot of responsibilities involved, right? So you need to make my house a home. If I buy a grocery, you need to make it into food. So there's just a lot of responsibilities,
Do I
and
not
this
do
is
that when I'm your girlfriend? Do I not make the food that you eat when you come back from work? When you find
that
the
will
house
depend
clean
on the
and
kind of person that you are, right? But
I'm
right now
talking
we are
about
talking.
girlfriend. We're not talking characters. We're talking about girlfriend roles and wife roles.
Yeah, but
When I come
we're
home,
talking about a guy here.
wait,
What we
Boss T.
expect.
Wait, Boss T. Wait. Kia, you said you make me a sandwich when I get home from work.
I'm saying the food that you buy. Am I not gonna cook when you get it? Like, am I
Why are
not
you
gonna
cooking
cook
my
it?
food? Why are you cooking my food?
Because I'm in your house. I get it. He put that scenario. He
Why
put
are
that
you in my
scenario.
house?
He put no,
What,
no, no,
what,
no.
what?
Wait, guys, wait. Boss T said if you're my girl and I leave you in my house. So I'm responding to that. The girl that you left in your house is she? That's what he
Oh,
said. You
oh,
see,
fat and set.
I
Oh,
don't know what he's
okay.
talking about, but we're going with his
He's
narrative.
leaving.
But
Okay.
my understanding was what is the expectation from a guy, right? When you've got a girlfriend.
Somebody muted their mic. Boss T.
Oh, he's not muted.
Network is doing the Lord's work. Yeah.
I can't hear him. Can anybody hear him?
But a tea break.
Can somebody take on?
Who got muted?
No, he hasn't got muted.
Can
He's just
anyone?
maybe he has a call or something.
Bongani.
Let me make sure that I understand the question. Is the question that
Babongan.
what should women not expect from men? Is that the question? Especially in the dating stage.
I'm reversing this question where people say, don't expect XYZ from a boyfriend because it's
Okay.
husband duties. All right.
Okay.
Or it's your
Yeah.
father's duty. And I'm asking you, what is it that you do not expect from your girlfriend that only your wife should do? And already I'm hearing the only thing I heard Boss T say is multiplication of responsibilities are for the wife. That's what I heard because you're saying you're gonna clean, do my bed, and this and that. I don't hear the wife stopping doing that. She's just only going to take on more responsibility with the kids and that. That's all I'm hearing. Maybe you can answer again. I don't know.
I don't know if I can clarify that, but if there's somebody who wants to talk, then it's fine.
All right, Boss T.
Go ahead, Boss T.
So, gents, let's agree to one thing, right? When you date and you've got a girlfriend, right? I don't think there's a man who wants to just throw that away like women thinks that we are, right? So there's little things that she must do. when you date her as a girlfriend, right? And like I said, when you are married, and then the responsibility grows, like you need to make my home, my house a home. You need to take care of the kids and this and this and this and that. And she said to me, what if I'm already cooking? But the question was, what is the expectation from the men? We're not talking about the response of the other individuals. We are talking about the expectation from a man. Is that when you are a girlfriend, we want to build you into being a wife. We want to make you a wife, but there's certain things that you must do, right? Like basic things, essential things like cooking, making sure that the place is clean, right? Making sure that when I come home from my stress, you get to relieve me.
Who
You
builds you
understand
to
the
become a
question.
husband?
I
How are
don't
you
think you
built to
understand the
become a
question.
husband?
Wait, guys. Can I intervene and just be direct with this question?
Okay.
Because I think people are just tiptoeing about the obvious here. First of all, let's talk about what you guys are bringing up. Umjolo, boyfriend's girlfriend. Which family structure approves this? None. Most family structures don't approve fornication, boyfriend, girlfriend, all of this nonsense. So by you saying, Mjolweni, this is what is expected, your father does not approve of that. Your mother does not approve of that. So all of this thing, it's immoral. It's irrelevant. Umsangano nje. You guys are doing things you're doing behind closed doors, and you think it's right. So let's just be principled about this. Umjolo is wrong.
Okay.
But
So
Bongani, I
let's
don't
now
think.
talk about the real thing of what marriage is. Marriage is where you meet someone's daughter and you say, listen, I think that you and I can build this thing. I'm going to do right by you and go to your father and say, hey, let's start the procedure. The father will then vet you to see if the daughter she's raised for 18 years and she knows the craziness of her daughter, this father, is going to evaluate you and then say, my brother, hey, you know what, take your time. The father is giving you a hint, Uguti, yeah, you can't handle her. So he's saving you from committing suicide.
Mina
That's how it
Bongani,
should be. Let me
Mina
finish.
Bongani, I feel
I'm
like you should.
cooking. Let me finish. I'm cooking. Because I know after I'm done, you guys want to go back to Utolo because you want to satisfy your lust. You want to satisfy what you think is ideal, which is figuring things out and then think you know it all. And then when you become a single father and a single parent, a single mother, then suddenly it becomes the government's problem. It becomes your parents' problem. It becomes everybody's problem but you. This whole setup of thinking we know best versus our parents who've been in this world for more than 40, 50, 60 years is delusional. They know better. That's why in the Indian community, they promote arranged marriage. And they have a successful rate better than the black community, better than the white community. They have the highest marriage rate versus most of the tribes. So you guys not gonna go back to Mjolo? Probably you will. I'm just giving you something much more substantial to say, let's stop, let's skip Mjolo and go straight to what marriage is all about. And when there's problems, the families will come together and fix those problems. So that kids, majority of our kids are born in marriage, so that they deal with less issues. Not that there won't be issues, there's always issues, but it will be less issues versus anything outside marriage. There you're dealing with multiple partners, multiple body count, everything is multiple. No commitment, nothing. No lobola, no inyongo, no, there's nothing. Umjolo, ubufebe. On both sides. Ubufebe. Let's just call it what it is.
Thank you.
I'll end there.
But Mina Bongani, I think that you're talking about the systems and how things should be like, right? You're not really talking about the question, but let's talk about the reality and how things are right now. Right now today as we live, right? I'm glad that you're talking about that, but that this is the system that our parents have implemented in the first place that everybody doesn't comprehend. But let's talk about what is the reality right now. What is a man expecting when you are a girlfriend and you are a wife? Let's not talk about how things should be like, which is the system, right? And how things should be like. And I respect that, Bongani. I think at some point things should be like that, and the divorce rate shouldn't be this high, and umjolo shouldn't be this hectic, right? But let's talk about what is happening at this point in Earth right
My
now.
brother, what I'm talking about is what's happening right now. The difference is we don't have family structures. So if you come from, most people come from single household. So you don't have that enforcement in your family structure.
Is that not our reality?
So what I'm saying is, for some of us,
Can you answer that? Is that not our reality?
No. What I'm saying is, even if you come from a single household, now let's look at the facts. Most kids that come from single household where the father is a single father, those kids are told exactly what I'm telling you. Fathers make sure their kids don't become 3 or 4s. They make sure their kids don't become single mothers. And this has been proven by stats. Single fathers raise their kids at the same level as both parents. The only challenge is single mothers. They've got a lower numbers when it comes to stats. So what I'm saying is, if you look at the other two, where it's unity family and single fathers, the outcome is the same. Those kids become better individuals in society. They've got less trauma. They've got less issues. They become less 3 or 4s, and they become less a problem to society. The problem only comes in on the other side of single mothers. These are stats. You can look them up. So what I'm saying is, it's not as if we don't have the stats where it shows that parents do not promote fornication. Boyfriends, girlfriends, they promote marriage. But yes, I get what you're saying. You want us to talk about the other side of kids growing up in single mothers, where the mothers are not instilling this, and therefore we see the outcome in terms of the stats.
Bongani, my brother. There's a part that
So
like, I agree with you what you're saying, by the way, okay? But
hold
the
up,
only part that I just want you to correct it.
Decorum. Order.
Oh, sorry.
Boss C was not done. You'll get your turn. But just please wait your turn. So Boss T, please respond to Kia's question. Right? Also, if you're not speaking, please remain muted and allow the person to finish. Right? Please. Go ahead, Boss T.
Okay, Bosti is still busy. Who's next?
Okay.
Jeremiah, who's next?
T. T's next.
Okay, I didn't understand Kia's question because there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Is it? Repeat the question, please.
What is it that you expect from your wife that you do not expect from your girlfriend? That is how I understood the question.
The responsibility is okay. A girlfriend is okay. Bongani didn't want us to go into this, but a girlfriend basically is a wife in training. It's supposed to be, well, it's not supposed to be, but it's how people phrase it. Because that person is looking for a role to come in there. But let me just say what is not, shouldn't expect is money, because you are not she's not the wife. She shouldn't expect any provisions of that sort.
Wait, T. Sorry, I just want to clarify. Sorry for cutting you off. What do you not expect from her? Right?
Oh.
So, like, then, yes. So, when
same support I would expect, or the priority in terms of duty, I wouldn't delegate too much important things to her unless already I'm thinking that she's going the same route, because most girlfriends won't lead to wives anyway. So I wouldn't delegate the things that I would delegate to a wife, such as important things like children, taking care of them, or all sorts of things, which some guys do. But for me personally, I wouldn't. What else? Yeah, pretty much that, unless someone's got questions.
Do you have a question?
The answer is very straightforward. It's nothing because boyfriends get everything from girls that they're dating and that they have not wifed up. And I think it's a very uncomfortable answer to give because they know they're beneficiaries of wife duties from girlfriends. But when tables turn, they stand out and say, I don't want to do this because I'm not your dad. I don't want to do this because I'm not your husband. I'm not this. But the truth of the matter is that the girl will give you her uterus and vagina, which is one of the most important things that we have as women, because they will bear children. Girls are bearing children for people who are not their husbands. We're being told you are a wife in training, therefore you will do wife duties. And you can't say I can't delegate much to the girl. You don't have much as a boyfriend sometimes. There's not much you can even delegate to start with. You understand?
Okay.
So I think the answer is it's plain simple. A girl does everything. But
Okay.
men will tell you, I can't do this for you because I'm not your dad. I'm not your husband. Yes, it is. But only you expect everything from a
Yeah.
woman who is not your girlfriend. And you are being given those things. That's the truth of the matter. It shouldn't be
If
like that, but it is like that.
Yeah, but if she's already looking for the role, maybe she will do it if she's really looking for it. But let's put this: unless the girl has never been with a man, then she doesn't have that much leverage to say this and this before I get there. She doesn't have that much to actually leverage with the man. She's already been doing it for free. Why would it doesn't correlate to me? Why now I have to provide something where others have gotten it for free?
Yeah, but you
That's the
see,
thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Also, I would argue that it's actually the opposite that is true. You know, men actually um, do do most of these things even in relationship before marriage, like the providing, the taking care of the ladies, because of these demands that ladies have. A man must even before marriage. A lot of women say that, and they will see, I've heard women out there, and I'm pretty sure you have, maybe because of this live, you won't agree to this, or you won't. So this is what I'm trying to say. You hear a lot of women out there saying that I won't do that for him if he has not married me, right? If he has not wifed me up, if he has not put a ring, if he has not put a ring on it. But men, they will do stuff. They buy stuff for their girls, and they take care of them. They take care of their kids even before marriage. I don't think what you said was actually true. Now, I would say this: you giving up your body before marriage, that's on you. That is on you. You don't have the right. Sorry, you're not obligated to do that. If you don't want to, you don't have to. So I'll just go on to now responding to your question. I don't expect. I've just touched on this right now, just now. I don't expect your body. I don't expect you. I don't expect smacks from you. I don't expect you to wash my clothes. I don't expect you to cook for me. I expect you to be able to cook. I expect you to be able to do all of these things, but I don't expect you to do them for me, especially when we're dating.
but let me
Right?
debunk what you're just saying, Jeremiah.
Try.
Let's be practical.
I dare you to try.
Okay, let's be practical. If all the ladies dated all of the men and all of the ladies would close their legs, would dating exist? Let me repeat it again so you guys can listen very carefully. If all of us are dating and all of the ladies decided they will give you everything except for tof, would those dates exist?
Most of them, no.
Most of
So
them, no.
my point is, the key to dating is that somebody has to open their legs. That's the key.
You know what?
Men
Actually,
spend
I want to.
money.
I want to
Men
take my
spend
answer back. I
money.
want to retract.
Wait,
Sorry,
wait,
Bongani.
Jeremiah.
I want.
Wait,
No,
Jeremiah,
of
wait.
course. I just want to be clear. I want to retract. I'm
Yes,
retracting.
it's fine.
I would say
It's fine.
yes.
But what I'm saying is,
Okay,
if you
cool.
take away the cloth, most of these men will stop spending on those women. So the key transaction here is that the reason why dating exists, which is fornication, which is what the parents don't want in the first place, is because there's the expectation that because I'm spending in return, I'm going to get the cootie cat. And women have power to the cootie cat. So dating only exists because the cootie cat is on the table. So for women to say, I bring myself, what they mean is they bring the cootie cat to the table because that's the expectation that men have to spend money is because of a chance that they'll get the cootie cat. I'll end there.
All right, so
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, though, Bongani, because you said most, right? And I don't disagree with you when it comes to that. I think if women were to decide today that they're no longer given their kitty cat before marriage, right? Obviously, it would be a tough one. Men would think that no, they're just delusional and they're going to change their minds. It's just it's just a temporary thing, right? If they see that no, that women aren't changing their minds, they would go to work. They would because trust me, we love women. We would do what we have to do, go to work and go pay lobola and marry these women because we want them in our lives. If they decided to do that, so and that's why I said no. I want to retract. We would date them. We would. We enjoy talking to these women.
Yeah, gentlemen.
Let me
We
just say
do.
something quickly, right? It's interesting because Jeremiah and T are saying something very parallel. T says, if you're not a virgin, you can't tell me I need to work for something that other people got for free. Therefore, it goes to tell you that this is an expectation that they have on women. You understand? So it's not what I'm saying is not untrue. You understand? It is that, Jeremiah. Men are expecting a whole woman, all right? And there is nothing left off the table. They are harvesting wifely duties from girlfriends. And it's
So
very difficult for them to own it and say, no, I don't expect this from her. I don't expect this from her. You expect everything, and it is given. Communicated sometimes, uncommunicated. Tell a man today that we can date until you marry me. There's always a girl he'll find that he'll go look for that sex from. I'm telling you today now.
Thanks.
I
But guys,
sorry,
let's rotate the panel. Malandelwa.
let's start with Ngwepe. Ngwepe joined first. Let's give Ngwepe a chance, and then we'll go to Malandelo.
It's still peaceful. Let's keep peace for now.
Okay.
Okay.
Landelwa.
Go ahead, Maladu.
Hey, nice one.
Malandela.
No, man. I mean, like it's a very interesting topic. Yeah, bro, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
We can hear you,
Hello?
Malandelo.
Oh, okay. You guys can hear me. Yeah. No, I was saying that it's a very interesting topic that you guys are having, and which hey, Wangan, I will agree with you. I do agree with you with most of the things that you are saying. Okay, because end of the day, if you remove sex, if you remove love in a relationship, that relationship is dead. Like I do agree with you when you say that it's a major thing. It's a part of the it's a part of the package. It's needed, you know. So yeah, I will put a lot of weight on it.
Okay, that's your submission.
I correct something, Bongan. I think it's done.
Yeah, can proceed, brother.
I said to Kia, if he wants to lead it into marriage, and looking at the numbers, according to what they say, marriage is not a priority. In fact, according even to the stats, it's not a priority for most women. So smacks is the only thing that is out there, and the fact that it's been what can I say? There's so much supply that really, when the market is oversupplied, the quality goes down most of the time.
Proceed, Mr. T.
I also want to. This is just my opinion, though. I want to refute the fact that people think that it is true that there can't be a relationship without smack. That is not true. It is that women give it freely, way too easily. That is why men expect it, or some men, or most men, let me say most men expect it. Because there's a lot of women out there who are willing to give it for free. Right? So now saying that, oh, actually all men expect sex. No. Listen to me. If we're dating, right? You're good when it comes to communication. You're respectful. I'm looking at all the qualities. You tick all of these boxes, but you don't want to have sex with me. I'm not gonna dump you. That's insane.
And
That's insane.
Wait. I'm not entirely agreeing what you guys were saying. Kia, do you agree with what Mr. T and Jeremiah were saying? That if smack is not on the table, then a relationship can be sustained for the majority of society.
No. It's not
Say
even. They're
majority,
just
Bongani.
outliers.
Bongani, I did not say
That's why he
majority.
says. That's why he says in his argument. Can I please go? That's why he says in his argument, I would. He knows that's not the general consensus. All right, that's not how it is. Let's be realistic here. Okay. And now it's the can I please speak? Can I speak, Jeremiah? Can I speak? All right. And another thing is, I'm not like I said in the comment. I'm not negating the choice factor. I'm not saying, oh, it's your fault that people are giving you this cupcake in the relationship. All right. Everybody has a choice and people should be held responsible for their choices. But then if we come back to what T said, a girlfriend is a wife in training, right? Who does not want to excel? Who does not want to go through the training process with all out? Because now if you tell me I'm a wife in training, the way you define it, then I want to do everything exceptionally. I want to qualify. That's what I'm hearing. All right. So if I want to qualify, I'm going to assume the responsibilities of a wife. Then this comes to the answer of the question. There is nothing a man will leave out when he expects from a woman that he will not expect from a wife. I mean, from a girlfriend that he will not expect from a wife, because you want girlfriends to assume wife roles because you call them what? Wives in training. Okay, so the girlfriends are now excelling. They must excel. They must they must dance for their bread in that essence.
Aye, that's a good. Aye, because
why don't you clap for us, Bongani? What's wrong with you? Yeah, go ahead, T.
Because you speak about exception. When you say I, that's a small
But
percentage.
I was clear though, Bongani. I was clear in my submission.
Yes, I know.
Right? I was clear. Also, let's talk. Let's cover this point now. When we're talking about men having these expectations, right? You say most men have these expectations, right?
Yes.
Let's also look at the fact that it is most women that are willing to give it up for free. It is most, again, I'll repeat myself, it is most women. Men have these expectations because most women also out there are willing to give it up for free. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite clear. It is out there, but what can I say?
So you guys are now reverting back to what I was saying earlier. Oh, Nuguti, I see again, and they fat and said, no, mjolo, and yonke lessons are behind our parents. Let's just jump straight to umshado. You
They
now
won't do that. Do you want to Bongani to jump into umchato with the mileage you know that is out there now?
Bro.
Hi guys.
Also T. even if you look at the scriptures, right? When we go to that, it's just any verse or any chapter, right? Talking about now espoused, right? It does not say anything about having smicks. That is part of training to be a wife. It does
Yeah.
no, it does not. Right? I'm not
If
I'm not trying to be biblical about this, but I'm just saying you don't have to have smicks with a man to keep him. Right? But
yes,
most women want to push this as if really men cannot just be in a relationship with a woman bro, without any smicks. If you respect yourself, woman, honestly, a man will still stick with you. The right
that's
one.
yeah.
us.
Can I add something? Can I add?
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, with the results and the evidence that we have, dating is the university of divorce. Have you realized that?
Mgwepe, what happened?
I'm asking, have you realized that dating is actually the university of divorce?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
It is.
Dating is the university of divorce. Dating teaches people detachment. Dating teach people multiple sexual relationships. Dating teaches people intimacy without commitment. Right? What is the highest form of bonding God has created? It's sex.
Yes.
Then if you sleep with 5 people as a man or a woman, don't you think that you're always going to have an idea that you can find someone?
Correct.
Let me ask Kia. Kia, have you dated a player in your life?
Not yet.
Okay, and you are the only woman in the panel. So when you date a player as a woman, the player, you know what makes a player is that he knows that he's cute, and he can always find someone to sleep with. That alone gives him information and confidence, an idea that he doesn't have to commit to a woman. He can always sleep with someone outside the whatever. So the very same person one day is gonna become a husband. Do you think a ring on a finger will just miraculously change someone's behavior?
Nope.
Yesterday I was a cheater because now I want to stop cheating because I'm married. Yes, a person can stop cheating not because they are married, you know. So with these things that are happening, I think we have to be honest. Dating it teaches people divorce. And if you check people who are divorcing in high numbers, they've got a high body count. They've got a body count of 3, 4, and all that. So they know, they have an idea that they can find someone, and it is always going to stick into their mind that, you know, whether it's a man or a woman, we also as men, I always hear that people say, nah, high body count of a man does not impact him. But then, man, I've seen men who with high body count, the men that we see in the villages impregnating 5 to 6 girls and all that, they never change. They get married and still continue with the same behavior, you know. So sleeping around affect both genders. Not equally, not the same results. However, it does because a man will always be like, I can do this, I cannot do, and the woman also will also suffer severe consequences, you know. So this thing that we always hear like, I can replace him, whatever, whatever. We just believe that we can replace people because we have access to their body. So it comes like it's something that we can always replace. You know. Last point. Last point. I don't know, guys, but T, tell me, man, why promiscuity is something that is embraced and celebrated in black communities. Can someone explain this to me? Because I've been trying to find the answers from the socialization point of view, and I can't, guys. Why promiscuity in black communities is actually celebrated? Because with the baby mama, baby daddy things, these are the terms that were invented by us as black people. Mr. T, if you can, please, can you give me? I know you are a man of research. That's why I'm asking you this question.
Oh, okay. I would be lying if I had a straight answer to it, because promiscuity in males it's mostly encouraged. It's new now in females, but in our black society, I think also the genitalia of the black male is another thing that has been enhanced quite a lot. But I don't think I can give you any data or anything that I can point to specifically besides being, I don't want to use the word primitive, but we are quite crude in the way in the black community, how we are in the lowest, these people who say chakra, we are in the lowest form of energy. So that is more an animal based, you understand? So that's my only thing I can submit there.
Do you know why I'm asking this question? Is because I know most of us here are working with other races. We might be working with Indians, colors, and I think colors are also, man. I let me not separate them from the blacks. They have the same thing. So, if as a black person I have a party where I'm inviting you guys, there'll always be a guy who's going to organize chicks, 15 or 12, even though we are 5. But when you check at what white people and Indian people do when there's a party or something that is official, all of them come with their partners. It might be a girlfriend or a boyfriend, but a man come with a partner, a woman come with a partner. But then when it's T and Bongani, T come alone, Bongani comes alone, Mwepe comes alone, then Jeremiah will bring 15 chicks, Hypothetically, Mr. Jeremiah,
Why are you giving me 15? So I'm Solomon now. Okay, no, start.
And we have this sexual interaction with everybody, right? And later we're like, yeah, when I was favor, but then we are the very same people who will support that and we encourage such a thing. Those are my questions, guys, and I don't know why we do this. Maybe it's because of the ideology of ancestors and polygamy, where it came from. However, we seem to be the only people who we want to explore the world in a sexual way. White people want to go to the moon. They want to go to the sea. They do these things. They dive. They do whatever. But Bongani, there he is, wants to get between 55 legs of women. Why, Bongani? Why?
He wants to conquer. That's the only thing when you do.
He wants to conquer.
That's the only thing. When you don't have much, that's the only thing. That's why people who are in low income, whatever, they tend to have more children. That's the only thing you can conquer the woman. Because the woman
So are we all now in agreement to go to what I said is the correct way forward? Or is there anyone in disagreement with what I said earlier on?
It was the only way, Bongani. The others were just windows that we tried to make, imbo border just to look through.
Okay.
We do agree. But also, what I'd just like to add, Mina Bongani, is that if there's a young sister out there, I would like her to know that she doesn't have to sleep with a man to keep that man. when they're dating. She doesn't have to. She
No one
does
has.
not have to. She does not have to. And even with the brothers, you don't have to expect smicks from that young lady before marriage. You don't have to.
So what if she offers? So I must say no.
But
Yeah, but
oh,
Jeremiah, the thing that you're saying, I also believe that I should have known that. I mean, I'm being honest, guys. I'm trying to be honest as I can as an honest man. Truly speaking, sex before marriage is not cool. Can we agree about that?
Yeah.
Because it gives you anxiety, it gives you insecurity because now you have to I mean, let's be honest. Most of us started watching. Why did we watch corn? Why did we watch corn in the first place? Was it because of dating or because of marriage? Because your girl that you wanted to smack told you the other guy did have this and she told you these stars and all that, and you now have to watch it. And without dating, I can tell you most people wouldn't watch corn. We watch corn because we hear about it from people who dated before us. They tell us that they do 1, 2, 3. Now we go there, and the next thing you can't stop. That's how I think.
I would say that for men, I stand corrected, but for men, I think it also comes from the fact that some of them, I don't want to say most, but some of them were essayed by women when they were young, so they were introduced to this thing. Right? I don't have the data, that's why I don't want to say most men. Right?
Yeah, can we talk about that topic, please?
Yeah, but men were essayed. Yeah, again, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to say
Can we
just
talk
because I
about
don't
that,
have data.
Jeremiah,
Maybe
please?
T or you, Ngwepe, if somebody has data, even you, Bongani, if you have data, right, you can maybe share with us. But I know that men, a lot of men, were essayed by women when they were young, very, very young.
Yeah.
I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
Hi, Jeremiah. Don't
Yeah.
disclose such information on this platform.
No, it was nice. It was nice, but it was wrong. Nice, but it was wrong.
It was
It was
nice,
nice,
yeah?
but it was
again,
wrong.
but
It was nice, but it was wrong.
Yeah. And let me tell you about something that I used to see when I was young, ne? And this is how most of young boys lost their virginity. There will always be a bigger sister in the group. It might be your sister biologically, or it might be the neighbor's sister. But most of us as boys, the first time we knew about smacks, was it because of ourselves, or it was because of our sisters, older sisters and cousins?
About sisters now.
No,
no,
most
like
of
when
wait.
they talk.
Let me finish something. Most of the young boys were taught smacks by their sisters, older cousins, and older neighbor sisters. Why am I saying this? There used to be this other older sister who would tell our young us to get naked and show her to Amatutulos, and she was in the puberty stage, And if there's also a game called Mantlo, and I don't know in Zulu what you call that game, the house game, where someone plays a father, one plays the mother, one plays key, one plays
Poppy Ace.
Yeah, one plays the vampire, stays in the bush, yeah? So older sisters and cousins, they will choose the chama boy. That guy who's chama boy is young, he can be like 8 years and they will be 15 and they will call him to be the father. You ugly one Bongani, you will have to be the vampire. You go to the bush, right? And they will create this scenario. I don't know where the women get these things. They will say, by 10 o'clock, you guys are sleeping, or you go to the bush, you look for the firewood. And when you guys go to the fire to look for the firewood in the bush, the older sister now teaches the young boy smacks. There were no penetration in most cases, I agree. However,
Now they touch your tautology and they point it onto the apprentice, and now they have to harm and do all these things. And are they not teaching you? Are they not assaulting you? That's how it happened.
The uncomfortable truth.
So maybe even Jeremiah went through the same thing. But then we as young boys would be like, oh, Joe, I mean, I was doing this with your sister. Oh, I want. We get excited. I don't know why men get excited about about essay. I don't know why we do excited about that. But the idea of sex, never, even the Bible, the idea of sex, I don't think it ever come from men. I think women are the initiators of sex in most cases. And they essay it because there's a podcast called Justify. I've seen a lot of men disclosing how they were essayed by older women. I once saw this other one which traumatized me the most. The man doesn't have parents. The neighbor is rich. The husband is a military guy. He comes back 6 months and all that. The boy said that he was 30. I can't remember, but then above 10. And the woman was around 40 years. The first time the boy had sex in his life for the first time was essayed by a woman above the age of 40. And he described how he felt dirty and all that and all that. And he said that eventually, I mean, in the beginning, it was painful for him, but then after some few times, he get used to it, he enjoyed it. So the reason why most men don't disclose essays because they enjoy it, but then later they regret it. But they will always be asked the question, why did you have an erection? And all that and all that. So this proved to me, Uguti, as much as there is a statistics or maybe a narrative that is being pushed to say men rape women, if we were to be honest, if God alone can release statistics that can be exposed, I think globally, all are molested by sexually assaulted. It happened, but it is not at the rate as because now there's a statistics also which is accessible that the SA statistics of women, all women from young age to older, comparing it to the SA of young boys alone, it's incomparable. There's a study that shows that young boys into this modern age are S8 3 times more than women grouped together in South Africa.
Sure. If I may, Ngoepe. To add, you know, in my family, we had this weird thing of people, you know, these people who, we call it the special, you know, special needs type of people. Ne? And we used to get them a lot. They will somewhat be always going to our house. Then one of them, he's older than me, but when he talks, you know, he talks like a child. You understand? Even somebody can notice that, this guy, why is he talking like a child? And he told us one day, with me, my sister, and whatever, there was a lady that used to come to, or another neighbor that used to come to our house. Her daughters, I think there were 3 daughters, they used to essay that guy because they know people won't believe him because he is not able, you know, he's handicapped, man. Let me just use that word. He's handicapped. So most people won't believe that they were essaying him. So it happens so much a lot. And then even some more of them, when I would, because I heard this situation, I used to ask more of them, has ever this thing happened? Then they would run away. If I ask them, has ever, and then they run away. They come back after some time and say, Nobody believes me when I tell them that so and so. And these are decent women and married, some of them. And they would say, oh, come, let me send you to the shop. Then they get inside the house, they lock the room, and they start to do their thing. So it's very common. Older women.
Can I ask a question which is slightly off topic? Is it true that ugly girls are more loving than pretty girls?
Yes. They have to compensate for something.
Mgwepe, have you found this to be factual?
About the young boys?
No, about ugly girls, that they provide more love than pretty girls.
There it is. My biggest flex is I didn't Wi-Fi by a hot girl.
Oh, there's a song. There's a song also, eh? If you want to be happy for the rest of your life.
But wait. I tend to differ. I don't think ugly women they love more than the pretty girls. I don't think that is true. Why am I saying this? In my village, ugly older women are not married.
I guess.
Wait. Just so that we all on the same page. That is in Limpopo, right? Ngwepe?
Yes, sir.
Yes, but Jeremiah, even if Mgwepe says that, it doesn't answer the question. I did not say ugly girls provide more love as a result they get married. I said ugly girls are more loving versus pretty girls. So whether they married or not, that's not the question.
Yeah, I say they
or they more loving.
I did answer. I started by saying
no. I would say no, Bongani.
Okay. I said no first before I give you.
I don't know. I beg to differ. I think they are.
I think they tend to, Bongani. Let's not say they are.
Have you approached group of girls where 2 is the zebras and 3 is the donkeys? Do you know the theory of it is always the fridge that is trying to hide the polony or the cheese? If you approach these women in groups, 2 it's hot girls, 7 it's ugly girls. The ugly girls are going to make sure, brother, that you don't get the numbers. No, she's not available for ugly guys. She doesn't want to talk to you. Do you find that loving?
I hear you. I hear you on that one. But and I don't want to make it personal. I'm just I would rather speak from general. And I think I agree with you, Mr. T. Ugly girls, even though they don't consider themselves ugly, but ugly girls overcompensate because they can see what they're competing with in the market. They can see what the results. And I don't want anyone to take what I'm about to say as if I'm speaking about general. But, in my past life, I've actually done the experiment. I've moved from completely my type, which is yellow-bone pretty girls, to dating the kind of girl that Amachito will be like, hey, bongs, and then saying much, But the funny thing is, I can't say funny, but the interesting thing is, your brothers, I was happy. Even with that backlash, you see when you talk about Joseph, no Marine, and how Joseph feared how the community was going to respond to him or react to him. My brother, I had that attack from my boys, family, cousins. But what they didn't understand is the heart was happy. Guys, I was happy. So this is just my small experience. So I can't say generally that's the case.
Yeah, you know what I think, Bong? And I think if you were to say
ugly girls have to give more. Yes, I would agree. But maybe I should change my mind. I think average girls really they give you more in relationships, which would consider it as loving than the pretty girls. You know, have you guys watched this video that Bongani has put as a bot?
No, I haven't. The one, my biggest flex is that I didn't wife up my hot girl.
Yeah, you would find women who consider themselves as hot, shaming the guy and attacking him. But we all know what he means.
Yeah.
Guys, when
Yeah.
you get married, don't marry a hot girl. In quotation marks.
And
Yeah.
and Bongani, not just okay. Let me not. No, no, no. It's fine. Let me not use the other example. But women who are less adequate in other areas, they tend to be more appreciative. Let's say.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that because we.
Less adequate. What? What is less adequate in other areas?
The men know.
Okay, she's the only one who didn't get that. We all got it.
Guys, I'm part of the panel. Come on now. Fill me up quickly.
Mr. T, please explain.
No, 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 no. I don't want to hurt any people's feelings. There's 9 people here, so no.
But there's probably an ugly person here. You've already said. So let's go for less adequate. What's that?
Is now ugly is there without groups, but there's tendency that we have in our group, which is black people, that if I say it, it's gonna be like, ish, it's fine.
Nyashless.
Because
Is it nyashless?
no, 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 don't worry about it. Let's move.
I'm seeing a comment.
No,
No, no,
Nyashless.
no.
It's what? Fats.
Don't worry.
Jeremiah, do you want to Jeremiah?
Guys,
No,
I'm
I
part
just
of the
want
conversation.
to touch on something.
No,
Again,
you are.
this,
Unnecessary.
Jeremiah, do you want to disclose?
this is my main point. This is not my main point, but I just want to. I'm going to touch on this. You don't have to respond to this or entertain this, but I just want to read this, right? Again, you don't have to respond to this. This is not my main point. And her husband Joseph, being a just man and unwilling to put her to shame, resolved to divorce her quietly. To put her to shame. Unwilling to put her to shame. Anyway, let me move on from that point. I would say, look, I would agree with the fact that they overcompensate, right? They are genuinely willing to. What's up, Bongani? They overcompensate, right? And obviously to men, that's great for them, right? You want a submissive woman, a woman that's willing to listen to you, and whatnot. So yeah, they do such things. They like
They go
overbearing
beyond.
at times, and they go beyond, above and beyond, right? They are very clingy as well. They
Yeah.
call you, they send you messages, you know,
They buy you
which
PS5s,
yeah,
laptops,
yeah.
MacBooks.
But now, again, that's why I say I'm not sure if I would say that that's love, right? Being over possessive, because they be doing these things, and now when you do, maybe when you make mistakes, they will start saying, but I do all of these things for you, you know. And it's like, was that out of love? Or it was because you were trying to make sure that I don't look at the other women who look better than you.
Funny enough, Jeremiah, that's not the case, eh?
But wait, what do you mean?
Like ugly girls, when they do things, but when they rely on Uguti, there's no way the pretty girls did what I did. So they
Eh,
hold on to that. The girls that
Exactly.
actually, the girls that actually hold on to, hey, I did this, hey, my inbox 80, generally tend to be girls that know that
It's all
they've
women.
got
Bongani,
people on their
it's all
DM.
women. It's all women. Trust me. All women
Ah,
do that. All
they
women
would,
do that, Bongani.
yeah.
I don't
All
know.
women
I
do
don't
that.
know.
Even
I don't know.
even with the not so pretty ones, right? They they will do that.
Jeremiah, when I was talking about ugly, I was talking about like ones and 2 out of 10. I wasn't talking about five.
That's bad. Now that's
You see, so I was talking about the extreme.
yeah, but still, but even with those, I'm telling you, they will tell you,
Have you
right? If
done
you
it?
talk to
Have
them,
you
they'll tell you,
dated a one and a 2 out of 10?
I did this for them.
Have you dated a one and a 2 out of 10?
Nah, bro, I
Answer the
can't
question.
recall. Nah, bro.
Exactly. You
Nah,
haven't
nah,
gone
but I'm
that
just saying.
low.
But look, wait, Bongani. So I hear what you're saying, but it's not as if I've not encountered ones and twos, right? As in like in my circle, I've not had somebody like that in my circle or a woman like that in my circle, right? So we do talk. We're human. Even at work, you sit next to a one and they start telling you their stories and all of that, you know, and you ask questions and they tell you. They will, I'm telling you, they will count the things that they did for that person. You know, I was doing all of this and that. I was there for them when nobody was there. Da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? So, what I would say, Mina Bongani, is that if you as a man respect yourself, right, and you stand firm, and you communicate your expectations, and you're firm when it comes to your values. You don't compromise, bro. Whether she's a 2 or a 10, it won't matter. If she loves you, it will show.
Ah, yeah, boy.
It
10.
will show. I'm telling you.
10. Ah,
I'm
Baba.
telling you. I'm telling you.
Competition is too tough on a 10, Baba.
No, I'm
And
telling you, Bongani. If you respect
Nines and
yourself, if
tens.
you're
They are
confident.
rude, Baba. They are rude, those ones.
No, of course. But then if you don't take that, they bounce. There's obviously going to be that one. Look, I know, right? They're going to be an exception, Bongani. Trust me,
Yes, I know. There's
right?
always exceptions.
It's going to be, yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. They're going to be difficult to find, right? But let me tell you something as well. Even a 10 can be made to feel like a 5 if you're a confident man, right? She be playing games and all of that, and you just straighten it out there and then, and they'll respect you, by the way, for doing that.
Jeremiah,
Yes, sir.
uh, I heard, yeah, of exceptions. But if I happen to have that exception of a 9 and 10, I'll definitely go to the doctor to make sure it's a real female.
Of course, of course, of course.
Kia,
But there
Kia,
are exceptions. I
Kia,
kid
do
you
you
not, there
agree?
are exceptions.
Do you
It's not
agree with
all 10.
Jeremiah?
So lost in this conversation. Like, I'm very lost.
So when I Kia as a female, there were no ones and twos. You guys were just all tens.
No. They're very pretty women. I don't know how you scale, but they're women you look at and you're like, wow, God took his time. This person is beautiful. And there are people who look like, "Ish, you could
Who
fix
look like you. Okay. And then
who look like me." You just call me
no.
ugly. Excuse me. You
Guys,
just call
I
me
did
ugly.
disclose earlier on, Noguchi, am I harsh or am I, and you guys gave me positive results. So that's why I'm
That
continuing.
was a joke. That was a joke.
Ujoka snacks, okay? But anyways,
But Bongani, we understand you. Um,
Hmm.
no. I understand. We understand you. Look, there's this
No,
outie
let Kia finish.
from.
Let Kia finish.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Kia.
So they're
all
all the
right.
exceptional girls, the pretty ones.
Yes, and
Then
then
it's
when I level
after.
average, then when I level yano, we could do some work here and there, right?
Okay.
And when it comes to loving and whatnot, whether they love guys and they're so loving, it's true, right? And it works. It's a double-edged one because I, for one, grew up a very fat girl, right, in high school, and I only started taking care of my weight recently. and they don't even look at you sometimes, and whoever looks at you, oh my God, you're so appreciative, oh, they saw me and this. And for me, that rejection helped me to focus on other things and other spaces where I'm appreciated. And then that built confidence, because it's confidence that makes a person feel less deserving of, being around a person. And the moment they get that chance, they want to grab it so hard. They want to do all the work and everything like that. But the moment you just get that confidence up in line, and then you look at everyone as, oh, okay, you're good. You look, what else? And then you start sussing people out, and you look at them like, oh, if prettiness is all you're bringing, then it's fine. We'll give you that. We don't care. And you keep it moving. But people are yet to find other things that people can appreciate about them except their looks. So they end up just, chasing after Bongani Lobo Jeremiah. You understand? Yeah.
But you do know that men also have their own shortcomings.
Of course. And you will never see that if you're only looking at how you look and how you're perceived. That's why I'm saying, when you're confident in self, your looks are not the only thing you lead with. You enter a room, and then there are rooms that will appreciate you outside your looks. You understand? And there are people also for that as well. But the majority of people are still stuck there, where if a guy looks at them twice and they're not the prettiest in the room, then they don't want to let go. They want to do everything for that man, or give him kidneys and whatnot.
But do you not think that men are upfront with that rather than women tend to hide that from your fellow friends? Because Tina, as boys, if our friend is fat and he's not good looking, we might not be able to change the looks. But Tina, we will all join the gym just to help our friend out.
Women are not truthful to self. That's
you.
one thing I can tell you now. They're not honest with themselves. They will hype each other up even. No, to me, you're fine. You're very fine like this. They don't tell each other the truth. I don't know about men, because I don't live with them like that.
Oh, we do.
Oh, Tina,
Trust me,
we
we
hard.
do.
Tina,
We
we
do.
hard. If you're fat, we say you're fat. We don't tiptoe around it. But the good thing is, when we are harsh, we like, hey boy, us join the gym.
Us,
We're
we
not
call each
telling
other
you.
thick. We'll say you're thick.
Yeah, you
You're
see, that's the
pretty.
problem. We
Imagine
say
calling
fat, but we do something about it, because we join the gym not because we want to. We are trying to get you to get to gym.
Okay,
And then if we go to a club, we make sure ukuthi miss collect amachera u6. Khona lo sizomemeza ngisho ukuthi ubafo naye. Yabo. So we help him and make him feel welcome and part of the group. We don't isolate him.
But remember, women thrive. A lot of women thrive from that male validation and acceptance. So they always try to look the prettiest. You will find in every friend group, there's always that one that they must contrast with. I don't know if she's not aware of self or what, but there's always that girl that will make the others look prettier, because that's the whole aim. So that when you go out, Libo Jeremiah and Libo T, ne? The nicer guys will choose them, and then that one out of shame, sell some game, stuff like that. Those are the dynamics. You guys that work with, okay, you must get something, right? We work on, I should get everything. Then whatever is left is for the rest. So it's that balance. It balances everything out eventually.
You know what I wanted to say also? From what I've observed, right? Whether a woman is a 1 or 2 or 3, 5 or even a 10, right? But let's maybe let's take away the 10s and 9s, right? When it comes to love now, maybe let me ask first before I make the statement. Bongani, would you expect a 1 or 2 to cheat on you?
Hell no. Kanchan. The nerve of you.
Okay, how about you, T? T?
Ngwepe?
Ngwepe?
Okay, they're busy on calls.
All right, but what I'm trying to say is
Yes.
that
What did you say?
would you expect a 1 or 2, right? Looks wise, and when it comes to women, would you expect them to cheat on you?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, no.
Would you expect a 1 or a 2, looks wise, when it comes to women? Would you expect, if you were dating a 1 or a 2, would you expect them to cheat on you?
Ordinarily, no, but with this feminism, I think one thinks they are tens now. So, yeah.
Of course. What about you, Ngwepe?
He said, hell no.
No.
Yeah, but if you look at the evidence, right?
Ugly bitches cheat more, bruh.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Overcompensation.
Thank you.
Uh,
So this thing of somebody loving you or saying that they love you because they're not pretty, all right, saying or believing that women that aren't good looking love the most. Is it really factual if they can cheat on you?
Yeah, but you must also remember that even though um, the stats are showing that they cheat,
Love you.
it
Yeah.
doesn't take away the fact that the love that they give, my brother, it's totally different from pretty girls. You
Yeah,
know,
for
you
this.
know, you know, ugly girls. Mr. T was correct when he said ugly girls, but they compensate for the fact that they don't have 15 guys in their DMs. The way they treat you, the way they respect you, even though they can cheat, but it's just, you know when an ugly girl cheats, my brother, you think
Bongani.
twice of leaving, my brother. You think twice.
Bongani.
You
Wait,
think twice.
Bongani.
Let me
Nah,
finish, my
Bongani.
brother. Let me finish. Let me
No, no,
cook
no.
here. Let me cook.
Wait,
I'm
no,
cooking.
you're
Let me
not
cook.
cooking anything
I'm
yet.
cooking, brother. I'm
No, you're
cooking.
not. No, you're not.
You know when you
No,
want to
you're
leave
not.
an ugly girl, you like, ngifuna umshiya mara. Vela my friends were saying, ngafuna abantu hambeni. But there's just that Ibu Baba thing that they have. Like, Ibu Baba.
But she cheats on you too.
One of the pretty girl, he will never say Ibu Baba.
Bongani,
He'll be
it's
like,
not
hey,
love. It's not love. They centralize men. They do everything for the man. You understand? You think they love you. No, they don't love you. They appreciate it. They appreciate being seen. And whoever
whatever you
sees them
call
again
it,
and again,
it's a nice feeling. Whatever, if it's not
but
love, whatever you
No,
want to call
no,
it.
it's
choosing you
not.
out of desperation.
It's not.
Really,
Because
that
even
feeling
the
is
third
great.
guy and the fourth guy is going to get a chance because they can't believe this person is looking at me. I can't believe it.
Yeah,
Oh my
so much
God.
you when I hear that
okay.
you hating on the ugly girls.
I don't hate them. I know how it feels like. I know what they're going through. I don't hate them. It's the psychology behind it. They are not seen. Okay? They know they are not seen. So when the
Yeah.
moment a chance comes and they are seen, they will grab it. And they will grab it from you and from your friend and from your cousin and from your father and from your uncle. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
so
will
like,
do it.
me, it's yeah. So my question then was going to be, say now Bongani, this one and whatever, very loving and everything, right? When you tell me a story after that relationship, if they cheated on you, because I do believe that you would leave them. I'm not going to try and prolong this thing, right? I do believe that if you found out that they cheated on you, you would leave them. If perhaps you found out that they cheated on you with maybe say 5 or 10 guys, right? When you tell that story, would you say that, oh, but they loved me? Would you say that? Honestly speaking.
No, the minute they cheat, they become the cheater. So there's no but. A cheater is a cheater. It ends there.
But a lot of them cheat. That's my point. A lot of them cheat. So this thing of, you know what, ones and threes are actually loving is not actually factual then, because a lot of them cheat.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between an ugly girl and a pretty girl?
It's just a face.
Besides
Yeah.
the face, what's the difference?
Nothing.
Science.
Does it taste different?
No.
Oh, no.
So
But the looks, the looks. It is the looks, brother.
what
I mean, if I'm dating an ugly girl, you are dating a hot girl. What's the difference between you and I?
I'm thinking maybe the genes that the one is good looking has, I might get it from my children. That's all.
So there's nothing tangible we get from dating either a
Oh,
pretty girl or an ugly girl, yeah?
Listen.
Tangible. Babies are tangible. Good looking
No,
babies are
but there's no
tangible.
guarantee.
It's
No,
Jeremiah, you can
sorry.
date
it's a
a pretty
validation from the
girl
boys. It
and
shows
then jiggy
you know.
jiggy, you give birth to
It's not about approval.
a disabled child. There's no
Yeah.
guarantee.
no,
Guys,
no,
guys,
no.
Look.
there's okay, let me ask Kia. Kia, you said that you used to be ugly when you were young. Is that true?
No, I said
She didn't
fat,
say ugly.
not
She
ugly.
said overweight.
I said fat.
Let's use
But
the
I'm
right
afraid to
word.
ugly,
Overweight.
ugly and fat is not the same thing.
No, it's not.
No,
It's
it's
not the same
not.
thing.
It's
It's not the
not.
Ngwekwe.
same thing.
Behave,
No.
Ngwekwe. No.
Okay, fine. Let me prove my case. What is the ugliness of a guy?
I don't know. You tell us. I said I was fat. I didn't say I was ugly. But you can
Is
continue with
it's
your
not his
question.
finances? Is it not his finances?
No.
No.
How? A pretty girl, it's equal.
Ngwekwe, should I post an ugly guy like you can see
No,
what an
wait,
ugly
wait,
guy
But
is?
Bongani. Let me let,
he
let,
can
let me
have money, but he's
cook.
ugly.
Let
He's
me cook something,
ugly. You
Bongani. Let
can
me cook
have
something,
money.
guys. Let me cook something. Pera, looks on a man and on a woman are not the same thing, right? They don't have the same value, right? But being able to provide from a man and being a pretty woman, it's the same thing. So, an ugly, actually,
A fat girl.
a fat girl is equivalent to a broke dude.
Okay, I know that thing that people
Yes.
say
So
that's the
if
equivalent
wait wait
and
if a broke dude is a broke dude will is like an ugly version of a woman, and a fat woman is an ugly version of a man. It's the same
okay.
thing.
Continue with your continue with your question then.
Yes. So even if you can have a pretty face, but then you are fat, you are ugly to most
Okay.
men. That's period. You can be, you can look like Chris Brown as a guy, but if you don't have anything,
Sorry.
you are going to masturbate, chief. You're not gonna get any shit.
Oh yeah. So what's your question?
So my question is, I want a tangible reason. Is there any difference between an ugly woman and a pretty woman?
There is a difference.
What's the difference?
Ugly and pretty.
What's the difference besides looks? I mean, what's the difference?
Let me tell you that it's not tangible when Ngwepene,
Yeah.
but it gives some sort of reputation of
Do you know pretty privilege?
being able to actually attract a beautiful woman. It says something about you as a man. It may not mean much,
Or
but
it's a societal standard.
exactly, more of a reputation.
You
Like, oh
would be
wow,
respected more because you've got a pretty girl and all that.
And your friends will
exactly.
clap hands for you and you
Yeah.
get validation from your
And
circle.
Enter the clubs for
And
free.
they'll vuma you. You know?
How other people want you more because you've got a pretty wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
over and
let me
above
finish
that,
my
my
point.
bad.
Last point, you know. So guys, if my wife is Sien Buji, the way she is, everything she does, or when my wife is, do you guys remember that girl from Generation when she used to be someone's wife or something? The one who, I'm not sure if she's close, but she used to have Nyesh, but she's ugly as shit. Do you know her?
Oh, okay, Anele. What's her name now? The one with the no, it's not Anele, man. What's her name? The dark skinned one. Eh?
Yeah, the dark skin one.
Akona.
Everybody, we used to call her ugly, right?
Akona.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Akona.
So, guys, it's me, the same person. My wife is Akona. She's well behaved. She's ugly like that. She's just looking like that, but she doesn't cheat. She respects me, and everything's fine. And on the other side, my wife is Shane Bougie with everything she does. With who, as my wife, is the society going to respect me?
Akona.
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 But now
So
you're bringing the character. You're bringing the
you
character.
see,
Guys, be
guys.
You're bringing
realistic,
the
please.
character factor, right?
Yeah,
Guys,
Now you're bringing the
that's
character
that's
be
what
factor.
realistic.
that
The
what.
respect of your peers, you will get it by the quality of girlfriend you have.
Yes.
That's how you're
Guys,
gonna
when
get
we
the
come to
respect
your
of your
house
peers.
and you're a
After you
woman,
pass, Mwepe,
yeah, Mr.
after you
Tubbs.
pass with your girl, my brother,
Yeah, Mr.
we are
Tubbs.
going to we are going to be talking about you all the way up until you are long gone. We are going to be talking about your girlfriend. Hey guys, did you see Mwepe? Did you see that thing? That's the respect you will get.
that thing. Ay, Tabs uzenenye. Yo.
Yeah. I mean, even the other issue you were talking about, Mwepe. It's important how your goods are packaged. It's very important. That is why someone said. That's why you said that fat is ugly. Fat is a package. That's how your body is packaged. You know, even if your face can be lookable, but if your body is out of proportion, there's too much fat here. You've got 3 stomachs here in the front. Amabele avele avale stomach is vali kuku. I mean, that is your package. That is the package. Women, men and women, Mwepe, men and women define and describe beauty in a similar way. We define beauty in a similar way. What you said about being fat, it's exactly how both sexes or both genders describe beauty. Exactly. Even the media describes beauty like that. You know, when they're showing a beautiful woman and you are watching a beauty contest, the shape is the same. They want the height, they want the shape, they want the skin, they want how you speak. You know, your eloquency in speech, and all of those things. Those things are what constitutes beauty. But here in the streets, my brother, here in the streets, when you come amongst amachita, no sayen, my brother, we will talk about you for days. But if you come to us with that woman with 3 stomachs, my man, when you come back and after you drop her, we are going to cancel you. So, and when I say cancel, I don't mean cancel culture. We are going to take you through therapy. We are going to put you through therapy. What happened, my brother? You can't. And the prettiest women, when you are having sex with the prettiest woman, my brother, you want to look at her in the face as you work. As you do the job, you are looking at her in the face, my brother. You know, as you make her look the other way, you know, these 2 special bumps there, you are looking at them and you are proud of yourself. You understand? So it is true that men are visual, my brother. So the package is very important. How it is packaged, it's very, very important to us. So you can now come and tell us that, but her character is she's of good character, and no, man. We didn't see character when you came to us. We didn't see character there. We saw Cyan Bougie. We saw the bum, the curve, the body, the skin, the beauty, the hair, and all of that stuff. That's what we saw. For us, that's
Mr.
what
Tabs, I agree with you 100%. And you know the difference will be when it comes to wives. Yeah, well, so when these people, girlfriends, we come to you as Mr. Tubbs, as a chiller, yes, I can cutter you guys with Senbu, right? But the moment I've got a house, kids, and a wife, When Sien Buji comes there as we are about to eat, and I'm like, baby, can you please bring the plate for us? And Sien Buji is like, why don't you grab them for yourself? Now the tables are turning now. When Tubbs go home now with in his Mercedes-Benz there, he's telling Bongani, yo,
But it's your fault, Mwepe.
yeah, my
It's
baby.
your fault, my brother. How you gonna wife a CNBG if she's gonna tell you those things? It's your fault. Did
You're
she
going for
surprise
love.
you when she said she's not gonna fetch the salt for you? Was it a surprise? No, you knew exactly her character before you married her. So you can't complain to us, Uguti, this one does not want to fetch salt for me. Meanwhile, you are married to her. Who's to blame for that? You chose her. You knew.
And when you
knew
marry
what she
such a
was.
woman who tells you to come and fetch the salt for you, even the young people in the
It's
family
your
don't
fault.
respect you. It's your
It's your
fault.
fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't respect
You
you
can't
anymore.
blame
We're like,
anyone.
maybe Mr. Tubbs, who the bar is Karamona, so wait, tell you, like a gas to side.
Hey, my brother. I, you,
Welcome a
you,
new guys. Welcome a new voice on the
whatever
panel.
status you have in society, whatever society is gone. Why that people had, we know within our society. I tell you, if some out, finished.
Tabs, I think the network is giving us.
Let's give Ellie a chance. Tubbs, I think you're having a network issue. You're breaking up.
Can I say something before we move to the lady?
Okay,
Yeah.
say something too.
Another thing, when gents, that a lot of ladies, long time, no, no long time. Bro.
How are you, T? Long time, man.
I'm good.
I haven't been on a live with you in a long time.
I don't know. I think it's my network or something. Hey.
I think it is Tubbs. He's having a network problem. Continue.
Having a network
Yeah.
issue.
Another thing that ladies struggle with, in this situation of Cyan Bush versus Akon, the Cyan Bush can be first. You date her for 10 years, let's say. I know you don't agree about the dating things, but 10 years. You meet a Akona, 2 years. In fact, not even 2 years, 1 year. You get married to Akona. Cyan Bush has been there for longer. And they don't understand the dynamics there. So it really bothers them because Cyan Bushes are for looks and cooler versus fridge type of thing.
Now they're for street cred. When you're young as well.
Ella Mila, how are you, my sister?
Not gents, I'll prefer Akona. I don't know what I like. Not Shabuka.
Hi
Guys, I want to come home. My
How
food
are
is
you?
prepared for. I'm going to run. I mean, I just drop everything. I'm taking care of the food is ready. Sin buji kishapuka yana wafetu. Likanjaje, it's fine.
Okay, Mgwet.
It's for the
Yes,
streets,
Ellie.
my brother.
Hi, Jeremiah. Jeremiah, switch your turn.
It's for the
Tabs, wait.
streets.
Ella
No, Ellie.
Mila.
Ellie.
Hey.
Hey.
Today's topic, I don't even think I really have an opinion. I think it's mainly for men because I think you guys know what you look for in a woman, or when you want to wife a woman, the qualities and all of that. I don't think, because we as women, we don't look at whether a guy is handsome or and all of that. I don't think most women that's like a priority, honestly. So maybe if you guys have questions, I don't know, but yeah, I don't think my contribution is gonna be. I don't even know what to say. Like,
I have a question.
okay,
Right? Are you in a relationship right now?
I'm actually married.
You're married. That's great. Okay. Okay.
Clap for
Okay.
her.
All right. Yes. Right. So, oh my days. Before you got married, is your husband taller than you? Maybe let me ask that. Now,
Yeah,
if
slightly.
he
Yeah.
slightly taller than you,
Mm.
have you ever dated somebody shorter than you? Like way shorter?
No.
Why
Hey,
not?
Jeremiah, when you're not asking the interesting question. Can I ask the question?
You will, but wait. Let me
But
let me finish.
but women,
Why not?
guys, I think as women we look for, if you look
Height.
for a man,
You look
it's
for height.
you look for uh quote unquote someone better than you. You look for someone taller than you, somebody who has more experience in life, someone who is established, someone, you know. So most of the time women we date or we marry up.
Jeremiah, let me deal with this one. Can I ask the question?
Okay.
Wait, would you not say that?
Jeremiah,
But
one
wait, I'm not
question.
even done.
I'm going to exit. One question. You've asked 2 questions already.
How?
Ellie, one question.
Mm-hmm.
And think about this question carefully.
Okay.
What is the one thing you gave your hubby that you did not offer another man?
Haibo. But that's personal, miss. So are you trying to find out that
No.
Are you trying to find out who originally ex? That's what you're trying to find out, guys. I got married very young. I was 19 when my husband Antamachadi. So
So your answer should be simple.
like if I tell you this, you would know. I met my husband when I was 19, and
So your answer should have been, Bongani, the fact that I was 19, that should tell you the story. Your
that's
answer
what
should
I'm
be simple.
getting. I was
Yes, but
when
just
I
say
met
it.
my husband, I
You
was
don't have to say it
19.
in words. You can just
So
say, I was
so
19,
Nje,
Bongani, so you should get it.
yeah, that's
Thank you.
exactly that.
Thank you.
Nothing. No. No. No.
Hanan,
Oh, no,
I'm
I did not
telling
say
you,
that. Yes, she may have been 19. That's not too young, though. That's not too young. That's
guys.
not too young.
No, but
My
Jeremiah, that she
1K.
gave her
So
answer. Whether it's on the left or right, it's irrelevant. She's given her answer, and the idea why I asked that question is not a lot of women can give this kind of a response. So I wanted to see if she was comfortable and proudly with her history, and clearly she's saying, "Bongani, mind the fact that I was 19." And I'm telling you, you read between the lines, she's comfortable with her past. A lot of women are not comfortable with their past. And I'm happy with her answer because she didn't
So,
stutter.
isn't height part of looks?
it
This
is.
question. So,
It is.
so, but height matters, though. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, it does because you kind of feel like he can protect you and all of that. Yeah, but it's not necessarily
Looks
like
matter for women as
like
well, right?
I'm trying to date a pretty man or I'm trying to get married to a pretty man. No.
But Ellie, I mean, you know that we can't do anything about our height, right?
Yeah.
So, but you're saying looks do matter for women as well, even height, or let me say rather, especially height.
Because it kind of sort of you feel like he can protect you. So it's not
But
mainly
you do,
because of
like,
looks. It's I feel like men and women don't look for we don't value the same things. Like you
Facts.
guys, you can say you very like
Visual.
visual. Yes, you visual people, and for women, yeah, you just have to look decent, not like this guy Otso Sangona on the board, but this guy, even if he, you know, maybe you feel like his character is, I'm sure he has an ex-wife or he has a wife somewhere
yeah,
because
Ellie, so,
of
sorry for cutting
maybe
you off,
his
but
character and the fact that he can provide and all of that, then a woman might feel like, okay, he's fine, because who wants a pretty boy anyway? I feel like most people are not trying to look for like pretty boys, no man.
I'm Oh yeah, well. Go ahead, T. I'll come after you. But actually, I was trying to make a
You,
point that so I hear what you're saying, but from what I'm hearing, and maybe from what I've experienced as well, is that from what I've observed, rather than saying experience, because I'm not rich, right? If a guy has money, most women are willing to overlook the height thing, right? The the looks, right? If they have money, but if
Correct.
they don't, looks matter. If he's a short nigga, you're not gonna give him the time of day. You are not going to give him the time of day. If he's not eloquent, and yeah. If he looks scrawny and he's ugly and whatever, you're not gonna give him the time of day. So I'm trying to say that looks matter even for women. It's not entirely true that looks don't matter. I would say that yes, they don't matter as much as they do for men, right? Because with us, I mean, if you're not good looking, then it's shy. It's like I'm not gonna give you. I'm not gonna even look at you again. Like for the second
Yeah.
time, let me say for the second time. I
I
look
think
at you once, then
Jeremiah,
that's enough.
for men, if you're
Jeremiah,
short,
I disagree with you, my
Maya,
brother.
yeah, and I might disagree.
No, of course,
Yeah,
I'm
I
open to that.
disagree
Look
with
at look
you.
at Kevin Hart as well. Kevin Hart is even married to a taller woman, and he's got baddies falling all over for him. So it is kind of sort of true that if you have money, then even if you're not good looking, if you're short, if you have this and that, women can overlook it, because the most important thing that women they don't look for, looks are not important. It's what you have, it's where you are, it's your vision, what you're building. That's what's important. You could be five
It's your
feet
money, my sister. Don't be politically
You
correct.
can be
It's your
5'2".
money.
Exactly. You can be 5'2", and you will marry Bonang, who's I don't even think Bonang is tall, but you can marry a tall girl just because you have money, and she would be fine with looking down on you because you have money and
You can marry
you are improvised somehow with whatever shortcomings that you have, no pun intended.
you can marry money. Shortcoming is the shortcoming of the wallet. Money takes precedence.
Yeah,
Look at this
are you
troll.
in agreement with
Look at this
Ellie?
one. This one is being plowed by Shrek. Look at that. That's Shrek, literal. You understand? That's an ogre. That's an ogre. Look at
Yeah,
her.
but
Looking all confident. Sis, you understand?
and she
Kudliwa
doesn't
sisi
even mind
nyanya.
taking a selfie with him, and he's gonna post it. She doesn't mind because of
Of
what he
course she
has.
doesn't mind because Shrek has got money.
yeah, let me
Shrek
come
can
into that.
afford her booty.
After T, Kia, just confirm if you're in agreement with Will, Mr. T.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure how to cite this because Kevin Samuels said this, that according to dating sites, what they found is that a very strange thing when they found to black women were particularly more concerned with looks and height rather than security. In fact, security was the third most important thing. So it was looks and height that was the majority, as opposed to Latinas and other groups, which is white women. So that is kind of interesting. That ladies say looks don't matter,
But
especially
that's
the
Black
black.
American. That's Black American women. They kind of
No,
delulu as
looks
well.
matter. Looks
We have,
matter.
But
yeah.
Black American,
South
they
African women
doing
are
their
like
own
that
thing
too.
there. I think Black Americans, their culture is very different.
Alright, Chief,
They
you're
don't
mixing
even
me up.
value marriage and all of that. It's
Ma'am, sorry for
Ella,
cutting you off, but we've
yeah,
adopted their culture. We
not
behave
a.
the same. We like
It's
the same
true.
things.
we are least
We
married.
have adopted the American culture.
Kind of, sorta, yeah. But if you can even
It's
look at
exactly like
what
that.
the things they're dealing with that side, they're dealing with the alphabets community, and Americans are
Atomic
just, they
alphabet.
have their own problems and culture, and yes,
What's
we
the
kind of
problem though?
emulate them, but it's not as drastic as it is in America.
I don't
Guys,
want to
guys,
deviate.
South Africa.
before I open the panel, guys, I said Ukia must just comment whether she's in agreement.
Guys, I'm not sure who's saying what here, but I know we are talking about looks and women and men. But I'd like to I believe that wise women know that a man's beauty is in the pocket. Okay?
Mm.
And then
Lo dliwangu Shrek.
and then
Whoa, wait.
they
That
know
does not
because
sound right.
Why
That
is
does
she
not
here?
sound right.
because let me
That
just
does not
and
sound
it
right.
doesn't end there, right? The currency is there in the pocket, but if you're going to build, right, you will find a man with very deep pockets, but he's an asshole, okay? And things like that. They look for character, your stability, pockets matter as well. The looks will come last, all right? And then a woman's currency is her physique and her looks, okay? So that's what they look at as well. So they're not,
Sezodliwa bafethu.
they're not,
Yo.
they're not, they're not they're not a priority to women. Somebody once said, if baboons had money, would see diapers in the mountains, because they know that women follow the stability.
Imagine being plowed
They
by a baboon
follow.
in the
Follow the
mountains.
stability, but they
Yo,
cheat with the
landeliwa.
they cheat with these other guys, right?
It's the
These
same.
good.
It's the same as men. Men will look for the character traits. They will look for that, and they will keep that akona at home, and then they'll
I didn't
go sasanka with
that.
their friends in Lebosayen.
I
Aye,
didn't.
the reason why we
Points
leave
though.
Wakona at the house
So
is because Wakona is failing to hit it right. So hit
How did she
Chomwai.
end up in your house if she's failing?
She succeeded Kaloku visual.
How
Now
did
now
she?
she's
How
failing
did
to
Akona
deliver.
end up in your house?
It's
How
like
do you
lying at
marry
a
an
job
Akona?
interview. It's like lying at a job interview.
No, but how stage?
Ah,
Kia has a point.
ah,
The women we
look.
marry
ah.
generally tend to not have weaves, makeup, and all this other stuff.
Because they're
But
focused on
then,
building.
but
Ah,
then
Chemos and it.
when men go and cheat, they cheat with slay queens with weave nails and all that nonsense.
And
Queen can
guys,
suck
I don't
dick.
want us to assume that beautiful people don't have good characters, right? There are people who are very, very beautiful, exceptionally beautiful, and they
It's
still
rare.
have good
Can
characters
gobble.
that are
It's
marriable.
rare
They're just
though.
not many.
They
It's
can
it's
They're
rare
just
gobble.
to
not
find
a
people like
lot.
that though.
Yes, I agree. So let's not assume. There are also people who are not very gentle on the eye, but they are insufferable. They also exist,
Not
okay?
That's
gentle on the
true.
eye.
That's true. But the
Yes.
point
So
I'm trying
let's,
to make is,
but for
look, sorry, Kia,
conversation's sake,
because
yes.
Not
like
gentle on the
I
eye.
said this earlier. I said this. But women will tell you that looks don't matter, but they actually do. Even when you're saying,
It's like
even as
walking
you're
into a
saying what you're saying
toilet,
now,
man,
because you're
and
saying
saying farts don't matter.
the woman will marry a guy that has money. Sorry. You said a guy will marry a woman that is not good looking, but still go cheat with a good looking woman, right? And I get that, but I never disputed that. The point though I'm trying to make is that looks are very important, even for women.
Jeremiah, looks are a currency that is not a priority to some things, okay? We're not saying they don't matter. We're saying the look currency on a man, it doesn't buy much. You understand? The same way,
Yeah?
and
Which man are you talking about?
I'm saying,
Hey,
Which man?
boy.
sorry. I'm saying, look, a man's look is not currency for him, okay, as much as it is for a woman. It will matter here and there. A woman would want to lick that eye
Oh no,
candy here
no,
and
no.
there.
Matters all the
But
time, man.
No, ask these cheese boys. They would say otherwise. Just ask the cheese.
You can never
They
look like
will
a
tell you
transformer,
otherwise. I
Aye.
hear what you're saying, but if you ask a cheese boy, they will tell you otherwise. These
Yeah, no,
chubby
no,
boys,
just
they will tell you otherwise because they bag
Never
these
mind the
chicks.
cheese. Awuzutshola nocherry embi efethu awusoze uyenze loo nto.
no, as a
Men
guy,
value
when
looks.
that looks better for you. As a woman, you're not dating men unless you want to tell me otherwise. But I'm talking about
no,
women. I'm saying
Uthini ngoku?
a man's look is not his currency to a woman. You understand? Other
His
things
pockets are.
are.
Hence lo edliwa nguShrek. That's what I said.
you get.
But what I'm saying
Yes.
also,
So with what
Minakia,
Jeremiah
is
is
that
saying,
these women will be dating men with money, but they will still be chowed by guys, or by these young lads, right? Chama boys and whatnot, right? Yellow bones, right? They, again, listen, I don't have to be a woman to know this. I have friends. I talk to them. They'll tell you, nah, I'm chowing that one. She's dating. She's married to that guy, right? I am chowing that one. I'm chowing a lot of wives, right? So, because looks do matter, good people. Let's not fool
They do
ourselves.
matter.
where
What
do
the
they
fuck is
matter?
that? They matter. God damn it!
Where do
Look at
they
that thing.
matter?
No,
Yo,
wait,
wait.
look, wait,
Do they
wait.
matter in building? Do they
No,
matter in
look. They matter
stability?
here. They matter here. Look at the notice board.
They
That's the problem. God damn.
no. The
You
girls
coming
was
here, you are
they
put
use
look at
condoms when they
yeah,
sleep with
my
these
face.
ones. They
No
use
man.
condoms.
No.
Okay,
Look at
they
that.
use
Look at that.
contraceptives.
I mean look at
How are
that.
you shaming women for choosing what they want?
Wait, no.
What you guys are
Nobody's
you
being
shaming
shamed
women?
here.
No, we're
Nobody's
Like
not
being shamed.
shaming
If you
them.
like
We're
big
not
like
cow in
shaming
when
my
them.
women
Shrek, it's
shame
fine.
Come on,
men.
guys. One at a
If you like
time, guys.
Bigfoot, it's
One at a
okay.
time.
You understand? If you like getting hit by a chimpanzee, that's your preference. It's fine. But we don't want people here.
That's
You know what? You
okay.
know what
That's
frustrates me? You know what frustrates me, ne? Is the fact that people live and comfortably live in delusion, where they want to put in a nuance or some sort of a blanket approach to a very direct situation. Imali makes everything okay. You understand? I could look like a troll. I could look like a humpback whale. It doesn't matter. If I can provide you with a Gucci bag, I'm going to plow you 100%. I am going to redirect your uterus 100%. Now, the fact of the matter is, when it comes down to gentlemen, men, we are not generally attracted to your status, but your looks are chief very 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 important. You can't come here looking like Sebastian. You can't. You cannot come here looking like you're about to go through an evolution cycle. You can never. You understand? Your looks are very important. The reason the
Now,
reason why
Let's give the ladies a chance to respond.
okay, I've said too much, right?
You and your plowing,
can
ladies.
I
Huskies.
put something in Bongani before we move on to the ladies? What
Yeah.
Jeremiah is saying, he's not saying the primary agency for a man, his primary commodity is looks. No. It's one of the main components. It's one. Money might be first, but ladies do look at looks. Uh, and to some more than money, to some. But the main thing is that ladies say as if it's not important. It is very important. That's how you guys give the man the foot in the door. It gets you into the door. It doesn't mean you stay.
Yeah.
That happens. These guys maybe
Exactly.
because use them only for their looks because it feels nice. It sounds good. But when you have to settle, you security. You understand?
Imagine the fact that she saw this ugly ass nigga come. You wanna look at that? Look at that! Look at God damn! God
No,
damn!
no.
Allow the
guys,
ladies.
let's look at
Guys.
my soul as well. Let's look at this guy, my soul, that's been trending here on TikTok. Like, if we can look at the women.
His what? His soul.
Yeah, she was. He was.
Whose soul? Which one? The one on MacG?
What is that? What is my
Oh
soul?
no, my soul is a mining.
He's a what?
He's a mining guy. He
Oh,
has
the mining guy, the one with the big belly.
The guy on the
yeah,
picture.
the one with like that Brambas.
Yeah,
Which one?
the Brambas, the one they only make 10 in 10 years.
The Brahman. You are looking at the Brahman right there. This one.
Guys, women don't look for looks are not important.
Of course they're
Yeah,
not.
your
Money is.
height and whatever that you're building, money and all of that, your character, then looks.
Okay, wait.
That could be like fifth on the list, or
No, it can't be.
No, she's not wrong.
No, but
But
T,
Thomas, why do you
wait,
think
House of D, no
people?
T. Listen, guys, women are telling us how they look at us, so we can't say no, it can't be because
Nani, we're
They're
not
giving
delusional,
us
my
an
brother.
insight on how they
No,
think. So it's
and you
better
No,
have
for
to
us to
believe them,
listen
man.
and understand than for us to say no, 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 no. Because
Six
then,
figures looks like
then,
backbait.
then it means Uguti,
Period.
when we tell them what we want and then they say no, then we also get offended. We'll be like, but we are the men telling you what we want.
But we're
So let's
presenting the
listen.
Exactly,
truth.
Bongani.
Let's
We
It's
listen
this
spoke
is
what
the
both
they
same
have to
thing
sides.
say.
as when
Period.
this is exactly when it's exactly the same as when men say we want to date younger women, and then women say, "Yeah, that's PDF. Why don't you date women
She
your
has 7
age?
kids at
Blah
that
blah
time.
blah."
Wait.
It's the same thing. So this is exactly the same. Women,
Yes.
we don't. Your looks are probably fifth on the list.
It's
If
not.
you are a good looking guy,
Ellie,
oh awesome,
Ellie,
I scored, but it's not a
here's where you guys
priority.
are not fair, ne? Ellie, here's where you guys are not fair. Your currency is your youth and your beauty. When you are older and you are not as beautiful as before, we stay with you. But we also understand that our currency is our pocket, is our pocket. But when the money runs out, you run away with the money.
Mm.
Why you see your inconsistency as women. I'm not talking about you individually. We understand as men that our currency is our money. When the money runs out, the woman also goes with the money. All of a sudden, she doesn't like you anymore. She doesn't talk to you anymore. She cheats and then she divorces you, and then you are gone. But with us, we understand also that your currency is your youth, your beauty, your body, and all of that, and your womb. But when you grow older, all of those things go. They are no longer there. You are no longer as beautiful as before. Your body has changed. You can't give me kids anymore. You are in your 30s or you are 40, but we still stick with you. Where's the
Men are
fairness in
loyal.
that? Men are loyal, my brother.
Wow,
Men are
I can look,
loyal.
look,
guys.
and the fact of the matter is, here's this the fact. The fact of the matter is, a man can look like a failed experiment. You understand? He can look like the worst looking thing. He can look like gum that has been chewed on if his pockets are right. Because a woman is for sale. He will have her. He will plow her. She will sit there and take it because his wallet is big enough for him to buy her a Gucci bag. The fact of the matter is, currency is what determines how we look like in these ladies' eyes, and what determines a lady's look when it comes to us when we see you. Men generally date down. We are able to look at you, behold you as a creature. You understand? In spite of the fact that you might look like a failed transformation, we can still take sympathy and date you in that sentiment. Or you could look like, a 10 out of 10, whatever the case might be. We will generally take precedence over your looks, your characteristics, your personality, and all of
House
these
of
things.
John,
Hold on.
House of John, can you
Yeah, yeah.
explain to us why men date down?
The
Is there a
reason why
reason
men
why
date
men
down,
date
there
down?
is a reason. There is a reason. Because we generally do not value what you have we're not looking at provision in terms of what a woman can provide. What we are looking at is a woman who can resonate with our idea of what we want in terms of either
But generally,
rela-
almost all of us, we date down.
we
Why
always
can't we date
always
women
date
with
down.
money?
The reason why we don't do this is because we do not take
Why
a
can't we
person.
date, my brother?
So
Why are men not dating women with money?
the reason why men are not dating women with money is because money is not precedence. That's not the importance of what a man is looking for. What is important for a man is what this woman is able to provide
Yeah,
him
but
in terms.
okay, House
So
of
so
John.
so so
Here's the thing, my brother. Here's the thing, House of John.
yeah.
90% of men, even over 90% of men, they date down. There must be
Yeah,
a
that's
reason.
that's true.
It's not
I'm
it's
trying to
not
tell you
good
that reason.
enough to say that men are not looking for money in relationships.
I'm trying
It's
to
not
tell
good
you that
enough.
reason.
I need a much more stronger reason
Here's
why,
the stronger
according to
reason.
you, or maybe according to us men, uh,
Resonance. That's what men are looking for. Resonance is simple, very simple, very direct. The reason why men date down is because men look for resonance over the substance of money and whatever
what is
else.
resonance now?
To have
What is
someone
resonance
who
now? Bongani, help.
resonates with you.
So that person has to be poorer than you.
No, they don't have to be poorer than you. My goodness. Remember, the one thing that makes sense
It
to you
means you are
as
still not
as a
answering
man.
my question. Why are men
No,
dating
I
down?
did. I answered your question because men are not generally looking for that 1% that 1% women who is sitting at the top with
That's
six
fine.
figures.
If that is
We're
the
not.
case, my brother,
Women,
if that is the case,
if I
you will
can
No,
come
no.
find
in.
the ratio being
We're
around
we're
60%,
we're
60
not
to
materialistic.
40%, 50
We're
to
not
50, or
materialistic.
40 to 60. You will find something in that region.
Listen, we're
If
not
that
out here
was the
looking for.
case. But now
We're
we are
not.
talking about odds of 90 to 10.
Tabs,
My brother,
tabs.
when you don't
Remember,
listen,
remember that
you just
the
want to speak.
majority is.
I'm saying to you, you have to listen to me to answer my question.
Aski is tabs.
I'm saying that your answer is not good enough. If I would take your answer, it would be in a scenario whereby the stats are saying 60%, 40%, 40%, 55%. Then I would accept your answer. But we are talking about odds, my brother. We are talking about odds of 95 to 5%.
Okay.
Men are dating down 95 to
Tabs,
5%.
Tabs.
And I
I
There
just
think
must
it's
answered
be
you.
a
I
bigger
because
said,
reason than that.
and
Wait, guys, one at a time.
I gave you the reason. I said because men generally resonate with that
It's not
individual.
good enough,
It,
bruh.
why
okay.
is that not
Can
good
I
enough?
maybe
Why is the truth not good enough?
Women with money are not easily impressionable. You can't.
No,
I'm
no.
telling you now, women with money,
We,
Wait,
we,
house.
a
Let
man,
the ladies respond.
a woman with money will tell you where to get off because your currency is in the pocket, Akir. And if she can,
Exactly.
if she can provide it for
House of
herself,
John, why
you
can't you
need
be honest,
something
my
else
brother?
more than your money. You understand? She will question you. She will hold you accountable because she's not dependent on you. She doesn't need you for much. You understand? She can outsource
Exactly.
a lot of
But if
things.
we can
so
remember
she's
Tab's
combative and
question,
arrogant. So
So
that's
Tab's
what you're saying.
question, guys. Remember
men,
Tab's
can I
Wait,
question
finish? Can I
was
guys.
finish quickly,
asking.
L? Can I finish? Men saying, men saying we date down. It's because it's a power move. Men want to always feel
It's
powerful.
a
You
power
understand?
move.
So now when
Yes.
you go down, you're going to a person you're going to tell, let's go left, we're going right, you support my vision,
Yeah.
we do this and that. A person
Yeah.
who's already able to accumulate money for herself and accumulate resources for herself already has a vision, and you might butt heads if you're going in different directions. That's why men will always
Exactly.
go down.
That's not true. The
Guys,
fact of the
Exactly.
matter
the
is,
That's
reason why
100%
men
true, my
date,
brother.
Wait,
the
guys,
reason
wait,
why it
wait.
seems as though that men date down is because most men prefer to date or to marry younger women. And a lot of times when you marry a younger woman, it's because she's probably still in university or doing her first year or doing her second year. So obviously she is not established. So men go marry youth. Men prefer to marry a woman that is still in her youth, that is still younger, because that's how men are. That's biology. So women date up. It always looks like women date up because women actually prefer to date a man that's established, a man that has money, or a man that is already building. So that is a man that is already older. So that's why it always seems as though that women date up, because that's a man that's already established. And a woman will date a man, and a man will date a woman that is younger. And obviously if she's younger, she's still in varsity. So, and
ma'am,
that buys them time. That normally
ma'am,
buys them time.
ma'am.
What about the biological clock in
That's
terms
why you
of being
date a
able to
younger
bear
woman,
the
children?
because you have
reality
time.
the
Yes.
reality of the dating pool currently, especially when you're looking at the dating pool right now in 2025, it has absolutely nothing to do with people who actually, people don't, it don't make sense to each other mentally, but because there is superficial provision. That is what makes sense in 2025. Assets. That's what moves and promulgates a relationship in 2025. The most important thing that a man can be for a woman in 2025 is someone who is capable of in fact who has already established the provision, the money, the six figure, whatever the case might be. It doesn't matter what his looks are, it doesn't matter what his personality is, it doesn't matter what kind of an individual this person might be. He could be an asshole, he could be friendly, he could be whatever the case might be. He could be Bigfoot, you understand? He could look like an orangutan, much like the picture is showing. As long as this individual is able to provide the sustenance that she is looking for in terms of her
House of
wallet,
John,
yeah,
can you go for a woman who's got more money than you?
of course, absolutely. And the
But she's
reason,
probably older.
Yeah,
The
we have a
majority of the
problem.
time, you might find that she might be older.
look,
So, are you saying
age
you can
age
date a
here,
woman who's
age
older
is
than
not the
you, or
problem
who's?
here. Again, we're looking at the wrong,
How
age
are you
is not
going
the,
to handle the question, the problems of disrespect and talking back on you and not following your leadership?
again, and that's the
How are you
difference
going to
between men and
tackle those
women.
problems?
And that's the difference between men and women. We do not take money with arrogance, you understand?
My
If
brother, answer my
combativeness,
question. How are you going to tackle problems of her refusing to follow your leadership and talking back to you and not respecting you in front of other people or your friends or your parents? How
okay,
are you
here's the
going to
thing.
handle that?
Okay, here's the thing. Me
Problems.
personally, I'm not going to look for someone who is emotional, who lacks emotional intelligence. I'm not going to look for someone who's
My
combative
brother,
to
in
that
the
nature.
event that it happens, how are you going to deal with it?
In the event that it happens, it's my shortcoming as a person to be able to vet correctly. You understand? So therefore, I will suffer the consequences of my bad decisions.
So
Period.
you have statistics. You have put yourself in a statistic bad position to succeed in your marriage. Do you understand that?
I have put myself in a whore position. That's what I did. I put myself in a, because the reason for me being in that situation is not necessarily me being gravitating towards this person's personality, because the personality stinks. So it has to be then I'm gravitating towards this person because they have got assets that they can provide me with. You understand? So it's a matter of provision, not a matter
Yeah,
of
but you put yourself in a den with lions, but you don't have tools in case these animals tend to be wild.
if you're going to
Goes to their
gravitate towards
natural
What
lions,
about
habitat and becomes
fertility?
wild.
What about fertility? You dating a woman that is older. What about fertility? Are you trying not to have kids?
But here's the thing, like I'm saying,
He's trying
if
to
I'm
have kids that
gravitating,
are somewhat disabled.
if I'm going to gravitate towards a woman who has an exponential amount of money but lacks the characteristics of what it is to be respectful, then it's not because I'm gravitating towards her character. I'm gravitating towards her pocket. I'm a whore.
But
That's the
but
The
House
fact.
of
question
John,
is,
What about
the
House of
ladies are
J.
fertility?
telling
The
you,
question
the
is,
ladies are telling you,
if she's 40, the likelihood of her having kids are almost zero, or it's high risk. So what
Uzobane Down
UL is
syndrome
asking
nomntana.
is, UL is asking is, are you deliberately getting yourself in a relationship where the likelihood of kids is almost zero? Is that your intention?
In that hypothetical scenario, I'm explaining that if I am going
Bongani,
towards this
my
person,
biggest issue is respect, my man. It's not
Tabs,
necessarily kids. My biggest issue is respect. How is he going to deal with the issue of respect with a woman
You
that has
can't.
I
got
don't know.
more money
That's
than him?
obvious.
Mandicacisele ngesixhosa ne. Mhlawumbe it's the English. Ndizama ukuthi
I won't hear a
if
thing if you cut this on his close.
okay, then
How are you
let me
going
try
to
and
deal with the
let me
issue of
simplify it.
leadership and
Let me
respect
simplify it in
with a
this sense.
woman that has more money than you, House of John?
Sorry.
Answer that question. How
Are
are
we
you going to
assuming
deal
that
with it?
older women are the only ones that have money? And again, are we assuming that people
That's a
with
terrible
money
assumption as
are,
well.
are disrespectful? Because
Yeah,
I
but
know broke
remember,
people
I
that are
didn't
very
mention age.
disrespectful as well.
Remember, I didn't mention age. I said the woman that has got more money than you. How are you
I
going to
asked two
deal with the
questions. I
issues of
said, are we
respect?
assuming that older women are the ones that don't have, I mean, older women are the only ones that have money?
Answer
And
the
We
are
are
we
not.
also,
question.
He
are we
is.
also assuming that people with money are disrespectful, women with money are
Can I answer
disrespectful?
that
Generally,
question?
they are.
Can I answer that
Yes,
question,
Generally,
House?
they are.
generally
Okay.
they are.
You can.
Okay.
And
Yes.
Okay. Then we
can I
can
answer?
continue. Oh yeah, Andy.
Yeah, the first thing is this. It's a no-brainer that it takes time for you to be established as a person. So majority of people will, by stats, are actually more established when they are above the age of 35. You understand? So yes, it would
Yeah.
make sense why we say that they are older women, older men are the ones with money. And then the second question is this. Yes, people who make money, you understand, if you look at the traits of being a CEO, for example, those people are like, if you look at it, they are terrible people. You understand? Not as human beings, like, but they're very disagreeable. You understand? They tend to be very aggressive and they exude this masculine traits. This is why when women come into corporate jobs, you understand, in order for them to climb up that ladder, they need to act exactly like men. They need to become masculine. They need to become aggressive, very disagreeable. You understand? Those are traits of top CEOs. You understand? You don't just agree with somebody. You understand? You disagree to a point where you understand. So those are the traits of CEOs. You understand? And it's more likely that if a woman is rich, you understand, and if she got rich from being a corporate person, most likely in that relationship as a man, you understand, she's gonna be more masculine than you are, and she's not
She's
gonna
not
agree
gonna
to a
follow
lot of
your
things.
leadership, my
She's
brother.
not, because she has that head of being a corporate
Exactly.
person. So
how is House
okay.
of Jan going to deal with that?
Okay.
Okay,
Still my
again,
question.
House of Gianni is not going to put himself in a position where he is with a woman who does not understand the dynamic between men and women and what is conducive for a healthy relationship. I'm not going to put myself in that position, in that
Yeah, but
disposition, in
that's
fact.
not answering the question, House. The question is not that you wouldn't. The question is,
If
you
I
have
am in the
chosen this
situation.
woman. Now you're in this situation.
Mm.
How would you then deal with it?
Ndizawutya imali. That's how I'm going to deal with it. I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to finish imali.
ask the question like
She
this.
can be disrespectful. It's fine. She can be
Ask
as
the question like
disrespectful as she
this.
likes. Ndizawudla imali.
Hey,
I'm going to
House,
get
here's the
myself a
question.
Mercedes. I'm going to
Listen
get
to this
myself a
question now,
G-Wagon.
House. Listen to this question. What Tubbs is asking you is, in the event, I need she has more money than you. Obviously,
Yes.
I'll assume she's the breadwinner. Say now you want to spend money on something and she says no.
Mm.
What
Then what?
are you gonna do? Because
As
she's
a
the
man of the
breadwinner.
house.
It's her
It's
money.
fine. It's fine, Kaluk. As the man of the house that she is, as the sole protector and provider, it's fine. She has said no. The government has said no. It's fine. So what I will do is I will go to Umeza and I'll relieve myself there. Yeah, you understand? Ndizawudla squat. Yes, ndizawudla
This is
squat
crazy.
sakhe. You
Okay,
understand?
wait, guys. Before we respond to what House of D just said, let's give a chance to the new person on the panel. It's simple. Life.
Yeah, good evening all.
Good evening.
Actually, is it Andy or India?
Andile.
Yeah. So the guy next to Ella Miller, so he just said what I wanted to say about women with who are rich, because it takes time for them to accumulate the wealth, and on top of that, in order for you to climb the corporate ladder, you need to exhibit some kind of masculine traits, and a part of it is disagreeableness. So he was like spot on with that with those explanations that he gave, and that was what I wanted to say in contribution to the discussion.
Okay.
Alabra, her squad is going to suffer the consequences. Period. To answer your question, Pratabs.
Sorry.
No, Tabs was asking the question that if, in fact, let me ask you the question. If you are in a situation with a woman who is, earning a lot more than you and is very disrespectful in terms of how she approaches the relationship, how do you deal with that? I say
Well,
plow her squad. What's your approach?
I'm of the opinion that I'm not going to be in that position to start with, because having known
No. Here's the thing. If you are in that situation, this is a hypothetical scenario.
Okay, hypothetical scenario. Well, I will anticipate that there will be some kind of avalanche of disrespect from her at any time, and if that comes, I will then, in fact, I will be mentally prepared to exit the relationship, so that whenever that time reaches, then I will just exit it,
No,
and I
no, no.
wouldn't.
Instead of leaving, what we're saying is that you are in the
House of
relationship,
Jan,
right?
you're unfair in your question, my brother. Remember, before I asked you the question, I asked you whether you would be in a marriage or a relationship with a woman that has more money than you, and you
And I said
said yes. That is
Of course.
why the avalanche of questions came, and you failed to answer them. Now
No,
you
I
want
answered
to
every single one of them.
put this gentleman under under the X that you have created for yourself. He's telling you that he's not going to put himself in a position whereby he's with a wife that has got more money than him.
Wait,
Why do
that
you want?
that was precisely the
Why
answer
do
that
you
I
want
gave you
him
as
to answer questions that you failed to answer?
listen.
He's
I
not
gave
going
you.
to
I
put
gave you.
himself in
Hold
that
on.
situation.
Hold on, Tubbs. Be fair. I gave you that exact same response in the beginning of my answers, and that was not acceptable because you
No, you
wanted
did
me to
not.
give you a. No, yes, I
No,
did.
no,
I
you
said
did
I would not.
you
I
did
said
not.
House of
Wait,
Piano would
wait,
not put
guys.
himself in
Let's
that
not make it
disposition.
into a dialogue. Wait, guys. Let's not make it into a dialogue.
And then,
I have a slightly different question.
of
And
course,
Kia, this is not an attack on you. This is just a question. Okay. Do big women prefer big men, or do you guys prefer smaller men?
Are you asking, is that okay? It's for Kia.
Fat girls prefer thin to medium. Wait,
I
what?
love this one. Kia,
What?
what man?
Fat. I know these things. I'm fat, Akir.
Yes.
It's not like it's foreign. Fat girls,
Yeah.
they don't want skinny, because there's this bone that people have there by the waist. Yahlaba. So they want like medium body, but they don't want my soul. No, they don't want
Okay.
fat. No one likes fat.
You're
Not
a
even fat people
legend.
like fat.
You're a legend. God damn it! You have my respect.
So yeah, they don't.
So Kia, then the next question would be, what's the reason why big women don't want big men? Is there a
There,
particular reason, or is it just is it just a health thing?
When let me tell you this now, ne? Even fat people don't like being fat to begin with. No one likes fat. Okay, others are
Okay.
just fat and they try selling it, but fat is troublesome. Okay, you understand?
That's
But then
cholesterol.
again, you understand? We
It's
get it. We
diabetes.
know it. We all know it. All right. Even us, the fat ones, know. Okay. Another thing is, it's Wamana Obiang was nipping my soul. You can see. You understand? So it's just an inconvenience. Now, two inconveniences in a relationship, it's hard. You know, the goods are not there.
The pelvis is
You
stabbing
know,
you.
it's not. Now it's going to be thighs against belly against. It's just not workable around that. You understand? So
And
because
penetration is not possible.
people are selfish, they decide to be fat and go look for others who are not fat. You understand? So
when,
yeah.
when you're walking with your chick, you look like number 10.
What?
Chick, you look like number 10. You are the slim, then it's
Yes, yabo.
Then let me go to my next question, because I like asking uncomfortable questions. Ellie,
I'm going to leave.
Ellie. No, I'm done with you, Kia.
Okay.
Ellie, is it natural for women to just entertain one totolos for more than 25 years? Just that one.
I think it is. I think
Okay, well, let me rephrase the question. Is it practical? Would you say most women are able to entertain one totolozi for more than 25 years in marriage? Ngikhuluma ngomjolo.
yeah. I
Okay,
think
but your response shouldn't be on it's possible. I'm talking about practical, based on history. Have women in the majority able just to stick to the same totolozi for 30, 40, 50 years? Or is it a minority that do it? Most women just don't disclose that they stepped out of their marriage.
you see
Because
the
women speak with each other. So you guys would know these stories from your grandparents and other older women.
most women actually prefer to be with one husband or one partner and not with many other men. That's why you find that even when a woman tries to step out, most of the time it wouldn't even be with a new person. It would be, if she has an ex, it will be with the ex, or it will be with that one guy who's familiar, or that one guy who's always wanted her. she would probably go for something that's familiar. So I do think that women prefer to be with the same person, or else I don't know now, because I think I'm old. I don't know nowadays how the young women are, but I think most women actually prefer to be with one person. That's why
Yes,
when
yes,
they
but
cheat, they go
your
back to.
response is your response is prefer. I'm asking from lived experience, or women that are 30, 40, 50 years married saying that they were able to cope for 30 years with the same totolos, or they are saying, I had my moments, but he doesn't know. That's what I'm asking.
I think you should redirect that question, though, to be fair. Because if you're
Let
saying
her
that she.
respond.
Oh, okay, sure.
She's speaking about preference.
I honestly think that women actually look. Okay, the reason why I sort of say prefer, it's because we do know that sometimes we have women stepping, or wives stepping out on their husbands and cheating and stuff. We do know that happens, but I do, when I follow up, or when I speak to other women, or we just having conversations, I do find that women, or maybe it's an excuse, I don't know, maybe that's the excuse that women would have. They would go cheat because maybe the husband stepped out once or twice, and now she's like, okay, I stepped out because I'm only human. But if you find out who she stepped out with, it's probably her ex, or it's
Yes. So
probably
it goes
someone
back
that
to
she
so
knows.
it goes back to my question as my the crux of my question is, like, you've tasted this. After 5 years, you already know he's gonna do this, gonna do that, you already know the size and all of that. I'm saying, would you not think that women after, let's give it a reasonable year, let's say after 12 years, would want to taste something different from the same totolos that they've had for 12 years? That's really the crux of my question. Or are you saying that women genetically are built in such a way that for most women, enjoying the same totolos for 50 years is how they were designed? That means you're saying that women are not like men, where men would be loyal to you as a wife, but now and again they would want to dip elsewhere, and there's no feelings attached. It's just a different hole.
They still
So it's a
love you.
physical thing.
I
But
honestly
but they
believe
will
that.
love you, nothing is unchanged. So definitely
I
these
think that.
genders are not built the same. So my question
Yeah.
is, for women, do women also have the same mindset? Yes,
As
women that are
men.
CEOs will probably have the same mindset because of the traits, you know. But I'm asking for the most women who might not have the traits of being CEOs, that are just feminine. Would you say that most women would have that desire, that after enjoying Mr. Tubbs Totolozi for 12 years, they would have this desire of stepping out just to taste
No.
outside, but still be loyal to Mr. Tubbs?
No, I think women view sex differently. So that's why I
Okay.
don't think most women can just step out, and there's no reason. That's why you find that the nowadays people talk about revenge cheating. It's always the guy kind of sort of pushing you to do that, not that you, but another person can say, well, you always wanted to, now I gave you the reason, so you wanted to step out anyway. But I do think that women are not wired to wanna be with different men and having sex here and there. It's not like men. No, I don't think it's. I honestly don't think
I
that.
just want to point this out
Bongani,
also.
Bongani, let me just take this time and appreciate Ellie. She's very honest, and she's not dodgy with her answers, my man. I think in other lives that we have, please invite her. She is so direct with her answers, and I think she's very honest with them as well. You know, she's not trying to put herself or put women in a good position, but the honesty in what he's saying is so amazing. Thank you very much, Ellie. I appreciate it.
And sorry, the host.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, the host.
Yeah, but
I've also
guys, let's also be fair. Ukia as well has also been brutal about her own personal life.
Yeah.
And then in a way she answers question, I said big and she said, no, fat women.
She said fat.
So
she's very direct.
she's also very
yeah.
direct.
Worthy of respect.
Both of them, I mean, where did you get these women today?
Hey, this is not normal. I was just about to... Where did you get them?
Yeah, I've also heard Elle in most other platforms, and she hasn't changed. The same way she spoke today is the same way she had been speaking, and it's only all these women that hate men that usually attack her because of her straightforward honesty. So, and I will add to what the other guy said. Just don't change who you are. And if young women will be told the truth, I think it's better to learn from people like you rather than learning from those women who made bad choices and try to push the hatred on all men in general. So keep it up.
Simple. Her being this way gave her marriage. So I don't think this.
Salute.
No wonder. Lucky guy.
Yeah, no, certainly, man, like 100%, and that's actually worthy of respect. Mukia, Ellie, you guys are absolutely fantastic in terms of conversation.
I mean, I like uncomfortable questions. Kia, when are you getting married?
Bongani, what's wrong with you, man? What is wrong with you?
I'm controversial. That's my middle name.
Bongani, you are not looking, my brother.
Sorry, Kia?
Bongani, you are not looking. Why the
married
question? You're
next year.
Next year.
Next year.
Congrats.
We will be there. We will be
So
there.
Sorry?
There's someone in the pipeline.
Of course.
Of course. Of course. She said next year, boss.
Confidence.
He's given a date. We will be there wearing golden suits.
And next day is around the corner, guys. It's December next
in
month.
a couple
Next
of
day is
months.
around the corner.
And we will debate you there on the
I shall be live.
on the what you call it, PPT. We will be
and
there.
all I can say is what a catch. What a catch.
Yeah,
that's all I can
100%.
say to that guy.
Yeah, respect, Brother Tabs. Absolutely. He's definitely won. But yeah, Wafetu, to at the end of the day, man, let's let's look at the facts on the table here.
I'm not done with my uncomfortable question. Simple, or you a stepfather?
Sorry?
Simple, or you a stepfather?
Hell no.
No, I'm not a father. I am. I'm planning to get married towards the end of this year. So.
Aye, that's bong. Because young people are listening to us.
Are you a stepfather? Bongani, pay attention, man. The question was, are you a stepfather? He didn't answer that question.
He didn't answer it. He said he's planning on.
No, he said he's planning on.
Answer the question, brother.
Are you a stepfather?
Yes, no. Chief,
Which one?
Unmute. Unmute that mic. When's that? Unmute.
Hey, guys. Hey, these questions. They put you in a corner.
Simple life will never be a stepfather, guys. I don't even recommend men to be stepfathers. It's just a losing game.
Unacceptable.
No, I will never be a stepfather because I mean, I'm sorry to say, because for me, I believe this is just like common sense. The problems that come with having anything to do with a single mother or whatever, we have to like consider the risk involved. What if after raising the child or whatever, one day maybe when the child starts hitting that pubescent age, like 12, 13, for a boy, he tends to be kind of rebellious. And for the girl, if she likes you as a girl, it's even a bigger problem because with all this stuff that's going on in the social media or whatever, her friend can easily discuss with her so that they will just come up with, he touched me. And whenever that she says something like that, the mother will by default want to, because women have this kind of protective instinct that they have towards any human being or whatever. She want to defend, protect the vulnerable child, thinking that you are guilty by default. She will want to call the police. You might be innocent, but if your own biological daughter will tell your wife, he touched me, your wife would have to ask you first before making a phone call. So those risks involved. And no, I wouldn't want to get through that kind of bullshit. I'm sorry that whoever that puts you in that position of being a single mother, you have to go and discuss it with that person and carry your cross. Because if I am broke or if I am poor, you are not going to feel sorry for me by marrying me without money. So I worked hard. I worked so hard to get to this point. So I wouldn't want to. No. It doesn't work for me.
Simple. You must step up as a man, 100%.
My brother, you have to step up as a man. You have to step up as a man. Why can't you step up as a man? Are you not man enough?
Man.
Step up what?
Hey, that's what we come across.
Sampo, do you get Tabza's joke?
I hope he's getting it.
Yeah, exactly. If we keep on saying that, it's not a problem, we should just go and marry them. It will encourage other young ladies to just like start spreading their legs without choosing
consequence.
Exactly. So we have to like call it out the way.
You guys don't want to be real men.
No, we're not real men, Chief. In that sense, we are very fake. You will take your baggage and keep it to yourself.
You must be real men, guys.
The other problem is that when you get into a step situation, right, and you have if you become a stepfather, one, you cannot discipline those kids in any way that is going to be productive. The reason why this is because you always have to take everything with a grain of salt. Because there's restrictions. Those are not your kids. There will always be that interference between the kids and you and the mom. And the other thing is that you cannot emotionally invest in those kids fully because at any given point in time, should you separate with your partner or the mom, that relationship, that bond, that love, whatever it is that you have formed, no matter how deep it was to you, in that split second of impulsiveness, it's gone. You understand? Those are not your kids. So there's a lot of sacrifice that is involved emotionally before you even get to the physical part of it. Emotionally,
you'll never see those kids again.
You'll
never see those kids again.
That's true.
Here's another uncomfortable question, Kia and Ellie. Since you guys are a bit older, what is the cutoff? What is the cutoff years that you guys will tell young women that by this age it's chai? Tell us as men so we can see if you and I are on the same page. As the older grown-ups, what do you tell young women that, guys, the cutoff age is this? What's that age?
Age for what?
Where it's shy.
Shy what?
Where you're no longer fishing in the sea, even the pond, where you're fishing in a cup. That's your market.
Oh, you mean in terms of dating?
Well, dating would be in your 20s. We're talking about an age where even dating is no longer preferable. That's the age where we're like, yeah, it's chai. So what is that age?
I feel that if you're in your, let's say, 30 and you haven't found anybody who's promising to settle with you or play with you, then you're on the red zone. There by 30. 35 is it's so I feel, because now
so 35 is chai.
is there by 35 now. Biology already tells you you're even risking your pregnancies are high risk, the genetics part as well. You risk carrying disabled children. So if you have not planned by 35 and you haven't had your child, you're tapping on miracle zones here. So
Okay, so it's chai.
30
35 for you is chai. 30 is red zone.
red zone.
Okay, fair enough. Ellie, would you agree?
Kala wire wire.
She said how many years?
He said 30 red zone, 35 is chai.
Sure, I think it's younger than that. I think okay, currently, I mean, women, we have careers and stuff. So I think if the mistake that young women do is to just focus on career and not actually believe that they can focus on their career, yes, going to varsity, and also just having an open mind to say, I'm also looking for a husband. So I think that's where most young women make that mistake. So they believe that, okay, I will just focus on my career. So by the time I am this age, then I am going to now look for a husband. And then by that age, she's in her 30s, and the people that she feels like she deserves to be with are now looking at girls that are 22. So that's that mismatch. So I think it's younger. I think by the time you're in varsity, have the open mind to say, yeah, I'm here to get my degree, but I'm also looking for a husband. The
Okay,
young
so what's the preferred age? What would you say is the age where maybe it's a red zone and then the age where it's chai?
28.
Okay, that's
28.
red zone.
Yeah, 28 is actually you being on amber. Or let's say
Okay.
27, you're on amber. And by the time you're 30, if you don't have anyone who stable, it's going to be difficult to actually, the chances become lesser, because then the men, they look for someone younger. Or you end up feeling like you have to settle, because then the man that you are looking for, they are looking for someone who's actually
Biological
young.
clock catches up.
Exactly.
Bongani,
By
imagine.
35, you should be married, because then again, if you're around in your 30s, you're staying, by that time you're established at work, you have your money, you're staying by yourself, and you're already used to that lifestyle where it's just you. So the chances of you even pairing with someone become even lesser, unfortunately. I know women don't like hearing this, but
I was
it's
about to say, women probably don't
Unfortunately.
like you, do they?
So,
You probably.
so Bongani, imagine it like this, my brother. If you're a woman, you are 28, you are 30, you are still thinking about having your first child, and you don't have a man that is promising to make you a wife. Can you imagine the stress, my brother? As a woman,
Yes.
your biological clock is right there, my man, right there to 5-2. And you are 28 or you are 30, there's no man that has, you don't have a serious relationship, you haven't had your first child yet. You can just imagine the pressure. When women talk about biological clock, men can understand it the same way that women do. The pressure of the biological clock is real with women, my brother. Me,
Yes.
even at my age, I can still get married. In fact, it takes me to a question I wanted to ask Ukiya. Ugote, according to her, what is the acceptable age gap where you will not go to the extent of calling the men the PDF?
Yeah, that's a good question. Specifically with the PDF, yes.
Yes.
I also include mine on top of it, Tabza.
Include what?
I want to include my
Yeah,
question on
she
top
has
of
been
yours.
trying to speak.
Oh, okay.
to say at what age is it what age is appropriate for marriage, to get married for the ladies?
Okay. Kia and Ellie, what's the age, the age difference that would not qualify as PDF?
Oh, you meant the man's age.
The age between, yes, the lady and the man. What
Ladies'
wouldn't
age.
qualify as PDF?
I believe. Look, I think women and men look for different things. So, a man, let's say for instance, majority of men that become stable in their workplace or for your business to even flourish, you need at least 10
Ellie,
years.
get to the age. What's the age difference? Because we're waiting for the
The
age.
point I'm making is most men, they become established in their 40s and onwards.
Yes,
So
35
for
upwards.
me, yes, 35 and above. So for me, I don't think there's an age that is 20 years. It seems like a lot, but I do know couples that get married at when the man is 20 years older. So for me, I don't think there's an age that is considered to be PDF or
PDF.
no.
So
I
an
think it's
18
up to
and
a
a
person.
60 is okay. 18 years and a 60-year-old man.
That's too steep.
That's why
But
we're
for me,
saying give us an
20,
age
if
where PDF will not be mentioned. Give us an age difference.
okay, if a man is 60 years old, I would, if the woman is around 25 and above, I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's say she's 18. So what would be the maximum that you would say it won't fall under PDF?
No, if the guy is okay, for me personally, my husband is 10 years older than me. So
Okay. That's ideal, but give us a max, a cap. She's 18. So let's say you're 18. What's your cap? The guy must be older than what age?
at least 45.
Okay, so that means the difference is what, 25 years?
Yeah, that's not bad.
But Bongani, in her example of 60 and 25, that's a 35-year-old, 35-year gap.
Yes, but what she's insinuating is that a 25-year-old, to her eyes, the Abdullah
60-year-old.
oblongata has fully developed.
The frontal
What?
cortex. The frontal cortex.
Venus frontal cortex.
Wait, Yima, don't do that.
Abdullah
No,
oblongata.
no. The frontal cortex.
The cortex.
The
Abdullah
cortex.
It's not even because most of these girls, even at 18, 17, some at 20, they even have kids. So when it comes to marriage, we actually want to talk about your frontal cortex. It's not developed, but these people have kids. So the
Yeah,
frontal cortex is not
yeah.
developed for marriage, but it's developed for you to have
For
babies.
sex.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I think
Then let's go
But
to the
thank
second
you,
question.
Ellie.
Second
Ellie
question
has
was Mr. T's question.
no man.
So,
Someone must find a medal here somewhere.
oh, let's
And
let's finish the questions, guys. The second
Okay.
question, Mr. T's question.
What was the question again?
Mr. T, what was your question again? The second one?
Which age is appropriate for marriage? Which age?
Yes. Which age is appropriate for marriage?
For women.
For
For
women.
women.
It's easier to get married when you're younger. So as soon as you are in varsity, you are an adult. As soon as you hit 18, you're an adult. By 19, you're in varsity, you're an adult. You can choose whatever that you want to do. You can even go abroad. We don't need a guardian. So I think
From
it's
19
easier.
upwards.
Yeah, it's for women. It's easier to get married when you're younger. It's life is easier, even for the
19
men
up.
as well,
So
to get
someone will
married to a
say,
younger woman.
so someone will say, going for a younger woman who is 23, 22, you are looking for someone that you can control. What would you say to that?
You're looking for, okay. I think women are very, we tend to be contradictory because we want a man to provide, and provision automatically when you talk about provision, that means you are under that man, because now that man needs to provide for you. He needs to protect you. That means you are under him. So we want to say we want a man to provide. Then in the same breath, then we want to say we are partners. We are equal to men, which is very contradictory, because you cannot provide for your peer, or that means we must come in 50-50. So we also don't want 50-50. So I think that we want a man that has a vision, a man that wants to build. Obviously now that means you are okay with being under his leadership. I think I'm traditional in that sense. I have no problem with exalting my husband. I have no problem with him. So if it means, look, we are okay with going to work in companies, aligning with their vision, their mission, and their values. But when it comes to marriages, then we want to come back and say we are partners, we are equal, but at the same time, we want to be provided for, protected. So I don't think, how can, the other thing is, if someone has to protect you, then that means you are somehow under their control. And if we look at back then, women, you were under your father's protection and control up until he gives you to your husband when you guys get married, to his care. So that's how it is traditionally. So me being controlled, it's because I felt like this man's vision, his mission, his values, his character aligns with what I want in my future and what I want from a leader. So I have no problem being under him, honestly. So if it means he's controlling me, I went there willingly. Nobody forced me. It's not like I was forced.
Wow. Yeah.
Thank you, Alikia. I presume you're in a line or you disagree?
Your recipe in the kitchen, man. You're cooking.
Two questions, ne?
Sorry?
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
first
two
question
questions.
is the
Answer them
age gap.
differently.
I feel that a decade and a half is the most, which is 15 years. All right. The gap, 15 years age gap. I think that's okay. All right. Others might,
18 plus 15, that gives what, 33? Or what is it?
I think 28,
10,
29,
20,
132.
33.
That's
33, 32, 32, 32, 33.
Yeah, that's
But
that.
then we've
All right.
agreed that men can only peak from 35 upwards. So you want an 18 to commit to a guy who is about to peak, who hasn't yet.
Let me finish my answering. We'll go to that. The
Yes.
second question is when is the ideal age for marriage? All right. And I'm basing my answers on the status quo and what I think would work if we followed it. All right. I feel that 21, 22, just after your undergrad, I get you found your partner there by varsity or wherever, and then you established your academic career, and you're just graduating from either your 3-year at 21, 4-year degree 22. All right, that's when you can venture into marriage, and then you're also working on your career if you want to be a career woman. And I'm saying that not just career women, and I'm saying that because we want to come against this whole conversation where I made you, you are everything, kanna ujanna ing. Because I'm not about to promote this bimboism where girls are just running into marriage because they are fertile and they have nothing to their name. You understand? It's not safe out here. The economy is not safe. The society is not safe. And the reason I also base the whole 33, because we're putting it at extremes where an 18-year-old, immediately legal, right, is to be married. You're not, as a girl, you're not going to find a rich man who's going to marry you immediately. You're not going to find that. You're going to find a person who's building right? We're not looking for ready-made, established men here. We're looking for responsible people who want to go forward in their lives. Because another thing is, yes, you might want to say we want a man who's established. He has 10 years plus of his life behind. And you think in that 10 years he was waiting for you? Now you're going to get into situations where you're a stepmother to children, you are this, you are that. This person has this accumulated experiences, some of them being traumatic, and you're going to account for that as the wife, whether you like it or not. You understand? So that 15-year gap, right? We're not saying he's not going to have those kids or whatever, but it's a safe zone to play in. When you enter as a person whom I will assume that you've put some investment in your mental growth as well as your career, because you need to have it. Banyana young school, lenyalo is not the ultimate. Go to school, okay?
So what's the age? I didn't get it.
I said the age difference
No.
between the
Yeah,
age for marriage, 21, 22. When you're done with your school, when you're done with your first degree, when you know that I can establish self, I have this autonomy economically, I have that chance. Even if you don't get to use it, you have it. Then you can get into marriage. I don't advocate for
So
a...
here's my other question. Here's
No,
my
no,
other
I
question.
didn't get it, but Kabza,
Which
sorry.
one did you not get?
No, she said if
Mr.
if
T,
she's
she
going to
answered
speak
all the
in,
question. Which one did you
yeah,
not get, Mr. T?
The age, is it 23 or what?
she said
The age
You
for
18.
said
what?
after graduation, so 18 to 21, so 21, 22.
Okay.
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 Here's my other question, Kiam. Let's say you just got into varsity. You're doing your second year. You are what 20? Would you be in a relationship with your classmate?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yes.
But
Okay.
how is he then going to provide for marriage?
You see, that's the thing. Here's the thing, right? And we're talking about dating here. Ne?
Yeah.
We are building. I'm not going to hop into a ready-made house with curtains. We are building together. And given that this person is an honest man and is going to make an honest woman out of me, we are growing together. If you are looking for somebody to bail you out of poverty and the economy, yes, you will go looking for
Says these
people outside
ladies.
there.
So
Yes.
this
But
is
here,
this is why
Let's not negate the
this
fact
is
that
why
we
I'm
both can
asking the
grow
question.
together. You
yes, but
understand?
here, the problem with your statement is peers generally don't end up in marriage because the guy who's supposed to lead is in the same position as you. So he can't
The
go to the
frontal
family.
blogata.
And yes, the oblongata. Well, so it's a problem because
The
he
oblongata.
I'll tell you.
he is behind you. Even women generally say, my peers emotionally they're not stable. They don't
Let me
know how to. So if when are you saying your peers are going to do right by you, you are disadvantaging that man. Let me also bring biology into your situation. It has also been proven that women age quicker because of pregnancy, anxiety, stress, and all these other things you guys go through, period pains and stuff. So if you date your own peer, by the time both of you get to 40, you're going to look older than him because you guys go through more complication in your life versus men.
guys,
So is it really, from biology point, is it really ideal to be marrying your peer at 23, 23?
guys, it happens. I've seen it happen. The people who are doctors, they're marrying their fellow doctors that they met in varsity. You understand? These things happen. Yes, there are people who are going to look for older because of that security factor and but you can exercise, man. You can take care of yourself. You can do all these things. They're not just you're just not going to dump them on, let me just marry someone because I don't want to look like their aunt. You cannot not look like their aunt by taking care of yourself. You understand? You
I've
can
never
do
come
that.
across a couple that was 40 years of marriage and the same age. I've never seen that. Not that it doesn't
I have.
exist. It
I
just
have.
means it's an exception.
I have.
So yes, but that's
I've
an
met quite old
exception.
couples, and you
What
ask them, how
is
did we meet? We meet. He was in my class. He used to bully me, this and that. We grew up this. I've had a
yes,
lot of
but
them
those are
around.
They are
exceptions.
there, but
Those are that's not
small
what's
small
common.
number.
Okay.
Yeah, a
It's a
minority.
small.
Guys,
It's a very minute. What we
yes.
see generally when we look at people that have been married for 30 and more, there's
Okay,
generally
this is the reason
a
why.
You asked if
reasonable
I would
age
date
gap.
my age mate. Yes, I would. Ideal
Yes.
marriage age
This is why I asked
21,
the question.
22. Ideal difference 15 years difference.
Yes, this is why
Yeah.
I asked the question, Kia. I'm a guy, ne? And my experience with relationships is that when the guys are younger, especially when they get their first jobs, you're going to run after him for the rest of your teenagehood, the rest of your teenage life. You are going to run after him. He's going to buy his first polo. You won't catch him.
Guys, that's black pop culture, man. Hey.
Yes, it's there.
Aye.
Pop
Can I
card.
just
It's
say,
there.
normally women,
You're not gonna
if you
move fast
date,
enough for that boy.
Tabza,
Let me
let
tell
me
you.
tell what you're saying. In most younger marriage at the younger age, they tend to see a lot of infidelity within. That's one of the primary reasons for them ending.
And T, it's also the primary reason why we have single mothers. If you look at these single mothers, most of them they got children when they were in matric and first year with their peers. Most of them,
Did the
you know,
peers marry them?
today
Why are they caring before marrying? That's a different story.
exactly,
Come on.
exactly because you love the boy, you love the boy.
Now we are
Yeah.
having a parallel
You are
conversation.
having,
No, we're
ma'am,
talking.
you are having sex while you are on first year or second year or even in matric. You are having sex. You are having sex. That's why you find so many young women under 20 or in their first years already have kids. It's because of their peers,
It's not like
Mostly,
old men are not impregnating these
mostly.
kids even in class
No, they
at
are,
matric
man.
and grade 10. So
They
that's not the
are.
point.
Yes. No, no,
Irresponsible
no.
sex
My
is not
point
going to
is,
negate the principle.
yeah. My
You
point
can live
is,
together.
your chances of finding a husband does not lie with your peers. That's my point. You
Okay,
must,
I'll take that.
yes, you must run away from your peers because they don't have any, even the slightest bit of a sense of responsibility. They are
Bakgalabe ba
still boys.
mokga.
They're still boys. They're still boys. They don't understand the implication of getting you pregnant as a young woman. They don't understand the implication. So
Correct.
yeah, they don't understand the implication. And me, I'm always on the case of a polo. Once he gets his first polo, my sister, you'll never catch him.
You're gonna chase him. You're gonna have
Yeah,
sleepless
you'll never
nights.
catch him. Yeah, you'll never catch him. I'm telling you, your life
Ellie,
will
why don't you
be
say something?
stressful.
you mentioned that normally if you date, most of the time, dating someone your age, they'll probably date you for many, 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 many years before they actually marry you. So you find that you guys dated for like 10 years plus before he actually gets to marry you because he's still building and they're traumatizing each other, they're still growing in that relationship. So the woman will actually carry like a lot of stress from being with that man her age, and she will have to be really patient with him before he can actually get to a point where he wants to settle down. And yeah, but normally they would date for many years. So who would actually want to be dating a man for 5 years, close to 8 years?
A long time, eh?
It
and
is.
when a man is in his 30s, like 30s, in fact, okay, let's say 35 plus, and he's generally focused on career, he's thinking in 30 something years, I must retire. So he's building that time. He doesn't, it's not normal for someone who's more focused on their career to be running around. It's not usual because our careers are quite demanding and whatever. If the person is focused anyway, that's not normal.
House day, Andil.
Ufuna ndithini athi What do you
Uyawubona
want
lo
me to
mkhaba
say?
ngithi.
And I told you, in this particular scenario, right? It doesn't necessarily matter what the appearance looks like. That person's wallet is deep enough to have anyone, right? So the
Not anyone. Kia wouldn't go for this guy, Udaso.
or let me say a majority, right? A majority. That's what is good enough to get, because at the bottom line is that in 2025, what we're observing is that materialism takes precedence over anything else, right? So it doesn't matter what the emotional integrity, stability, whatever the case might be. What takes precedence here is what is a person able to provide? What are they putting on the table? So the table has taken more importance over the people that are sitting at the table, if that makes sense.
Yes, but now here's the awkward question. Kia and Ellie, would you bring this man to your father's doorstep? The one on the board.
I've already said. I've already spoken my truth, Akir. Kadi preference. What? I've already said. So,
Even if he's bringing $1 billion to your father's doorstep, you still wouldn't consider.
This one?
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Ellie, if you are not married, would you bring this big guy to your father's doorstep?
I ish. Be careful, it's curvy.
You'll work on the belly, Ellie. You'll work on the belly.
Your belly is actually curvy as
It can
well.
be worked on.
Be careful.
What is she's curvy? He's curvy.
He's curvy. You guys haven't seen him. Yo. We'll have to go do a gastric bypassing or something. But
gastric bypass.
something.
But
Something
you wouldn't be scared that your dad would be like, what the hell?
Gastric bypass.
but the girls that don't have a lot going on for themselves, they'll take him. That I can tell you. But because money is a factor, that's why you say billion. You understand? But I mean, if money is not all of it that counts for you, if you're okay with you earning your corporate stance and you know you will grow, you wouldn't. No, man.
But the
So
corporate job will never get you a billionaire status, though.
Then it
So-
means, guys, you guys were saying itotolozi means nothing if there's $1 billion on the table. So the size doesn't matter if the $1 billion is on the
say
table.
that, my brother. No. So
No, I'm asking for clarity. To if $1 billion is on the table, then clearly your sexual satisfaction, not to you guys, but for most women, is neither here or there. So it seems like the sexual satisfaction, where the size matters, is where the $1 billion is not on the table. But if $1 billion is on the table, you guys seem to be insinuating that it doesn't matter the size. Because I'm assuming with that belly, he doesn't see it. He can only just feel it.
Yeah. Let me add. The man a few months ago bought a 20 million rand car. Just one car. Okay.
So
Did I stutter in my statement, or you guys gonna respond?
So you are saying, Bongani, you are saying that if money is not on the table, we care about the physique.
The size.
No. There are skinny guys with nothing as well. Well, being this big guys, it's already.
Yeah, but the skinny guy, at least he can see it, and then you can see it. Both of you can see it.
It's already telling on the
he
head.
can't see it.
Satellite navigation, the other one.
And sometimes you can't see it either. So what I'm saying is the $1 billion worth enough that both of you can't see it, but you'll feel it?
You need to know true north.
You can say, like, no.
Guys,
We're not body shaming. Guys, we're asking questions so that we know if we ever allow our bodies to get there, this is what we have to deal with. We're just asking questions.
Body shaming some
can
more.
look at the women that this
lose weight. Oh.
If you can look at the women this guy is rumored to date, it's insane. So clearly, it's not a problem. So
Yeah.
So if the billion is on the table, then everything else is irrelevant.
yeah, he can get a gastric bypass and gym, you know.
But
You
when
know,
money is on the table,
20,
everything
30
becomes irrelevant.
generations, your children's children will never type a CV, They'll never,
So guys,
they
to
won't
be
even know
honest, you
what is
guys
a
are
resume.
saying you're willing to suffer sexually
We are saying there
because
are
there's a
women who
billion
are
on the
willing
table.
to.
No, I'm saying women are willing to suffer sexually just because of a billion rand on the table.
Women are willing to. It looks like
Yes, women
most
are willing to.
women.
Yeah, she will take it for her children's children. What's your little satisfaction when your 20 generations from now, your children's children will never actually go and look for a corporate job. So
Because if we
she's
flip the
taking
script,
one for the
To
team.
begin with.
She's taking
if we
one for
flip
the
the
team.
script, but
Eh?
if we flip the script, my brother upstairs, simple. Would you take a woman who's overweight, you can't see her punani, but she's a billionaire?
Oh yes,
Would you
yes,
take that on
absolutely, Chief.
as part of your legacy?
100%.
First of all, about Punani, like when you were asking them whether they were willing to suffer sexually, if a woman hasn't exposed herself to too many sexual whatever, she wouldn't know what she will be missing. So, and the ignorance is bliss, as they say. It's only when you are already addicted to different kinds of sex, then when you meet a guy like this, then that is where you are going to be missing a lot. So, but however, I have already made it clear that I would rather be the breadwinner. I can never, I don't even care how beautiful or ugly you are. If you are a lady with your millions or billions, I'm not interested. I just want to be the man in that relationship. I'm not saying that those who go for those kind of women are not are of a less value or whatever. No, it's just that this is my own preference. I'm used to it, and I have been in a situation whereby I was doing well financially, and I knew I experienced the full femininity from a woman. Then I had also been in a situation whereby I was kind of doing okay. Then I experienced the partial femininity from women. Then I've also been in a situation whereby I was broke. Then I saw the other side of it. So that full femininity is my only option. Now that I have got to where I am right now, if I don't get that full femininity where I will be the sole provider, I'm not interested with any other option. So I don't know if I answered your question clearly. Andile?
It's necessary.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Simple is saying. It's pretty much if you want to make your life easier as a giant, it's my answer to your question though. It's for me, it's a no. You understand? It's a matter. I don't think I'm attracted to very big people. You understand? As I would say, fat. It's just not my playing zone. You understand? So, yeah, if you could have 100 billion and you could promise to give it to me, but it's a no, man. I don't know. I would not marry such. But this is a matter of preference, So yeah.
And she says it doesn't mind. You can wear those augmented reality glasses. You see those glasses where you can.
Absolutely, bro. I mean, I think people don't understand the gravity of the amount that we're talking about. You saying a billion? Do you understand that number? Do you understand the possibilities that come with that number? Do you understand the freedom that comes with that number? Let's not play games here, Chief.
And you don't have to walk with her. You don't have to walk with touch her hand.
We don't have to hold hands, Chief. I will look over I'll braid those gray hairs. It's fine.
But guys, I'm gonna defend my big women. I've actually enjoyed dating big women.
No, when Bongani, what you asked is What you asked is she can't even see it. You
Guys,
understand? That's the
women
problem.
I
that are
can see
big
it. If she
have
can't
a
see it,
shorter
it's fine.
uterus.
I
Do you
can
know how
see it.
amazing that is, guys? They've got a shorter uterus. La ba da ba aba
You're
skinny
gonna grow up
ban.
quicker also.
They've got a long uterus. You
Yeah,
overworking.
big ladies are stove 6, Baba. This is a color.
Hi
I'm
guys,
telling you.
Mina, I
What do
can't
you wanna
see big ladies. No.
say very quickly? What do you want to knock the baby by the head or what?
No, what I'm saying is, guys, we are
Bongan is
different,
not
but we are
wrong
the
though.
same. So sometimes we focus on the one and we miss out on the other. So it's not always the case that we're gonna say fat is bad. There are so many benefits. There's good and bad. Just
Fat
like on the
is
skinny part,
necessary
there's
if
good
she's a
and bad.
billionaire.
Some women are too skinny, and there's
And the pelvis hurts.
yeah,
It
and the
feels like an
bones
arrow. When
or
you take
sharp.
back shot, it's like basically being stabbed with arrows on your
So there's no perfect
you know.
formula here, and I
Aye.
agree, That's why my earlier question was, do big women prefer other big men? And her response was exactly what I heard. Big women prefer, medium or small size guys, and vice versa. So there's no perfect formula, guys.
Although a billion is a perfect formula in terms of your question. Yeah, that's a perfect formula, man.
When are
Like
you a
right
gold
there and
digger?
then.
When
Guys,
a
what is
house?
Kia
Look,
showing us?
instantaneously.
Bongani, can you enlarge Kia's screen? I wanna see what she's showing us there.
Fat people earn less and have harder time.
Life is just difficult.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Why? Kia, why? Why? Why you silo? No,
Don't say being fat is not bad. It's bad. It's bad.
Kia.
Don't
Yes, it
sugarcoat it.
is. Look, Kia, it's
It's
bad,
bad.
right? Look, I understand you and I resonate with you 100%. It's not agreeable to be, to be at a certain, certain kilograms. Somewhere, somehow you need to stop. But what I'm trying to say is that when you enter the words billion into the conversation, your 600-pound life doesn't matter anymore. Do you understand? I will work out for you.
House,
Spiritually, I will be healthy for you. It's
no
okay.
house, 600
Just
pound life.
hi, Baba. I'm here for you. 600 pounds, billion,
No, I'm
billion.
sorry, I can't.
Yeah,
I
Baba,
can't.
you understand the gravity of that number.
No problem.
Billion.
House, listen to this. You guys
That's what
said
dial up.
in South Africa. Remember our women, like the fat that you're talking about is different because those ladies have nice shape, but they would be considered slightly heavier than they actually should be.
They
You
have
understand?
nyash.
But when you say fat and you compare 600 pound life, it's a no-no for me. But like the general thick, we call it thick,
No,
not
20
fat.
billion. No, put that. No, in fact, a billion. Put that into the conversation because that's what Bongani was asking.
For
If a
600
person is
pound
a
life.
billionaire, yeah, and they
No,
happen
but
to be
brother, I don't
very
want to
fat.
traumatize myself, man. I'm too
No,
young.
trauma is okay. You'll get over the trauma.
You
A
can't. You
billion, a
can't.
billion is a lot
Now
of money, chief.
every time you engage in
Here's
sexual
another controversial question. This is both to the ladies and gent. In 2025, what's the cap for kids? What's the maximum number? Are we
The cap for what?
promoting
I'd say 3 or 4.
Sorry, the cap for what?
kids?
Oh, to have kids.
Yeah.
I think it depends on your salary, chief. Your ability to provide. In fact, I think that's what should determine how many kids you should have.
But give us a number now. Say you're an average South African.
An average South African.
Here, even
So
employers
that is
discriminate.
10K to
What Kia is
15K.
showing
So I'd
us
say
here.
2 kids are good.
I see what Kia is showing us, that even most hiring managers will not even consider employing an overweight woman.
Why would
Ukia has chosen violence.
why would you hire someone who's so lazy to work out their body?
No, Kia has chosen violence. That's the problem. Kia has chosen warfare.
I didn't write those articles. It's not me.
Kia, we are talking about 20 billion here. We are talking about a billion. Don't come play games.
There's correlation between poverty and being overweight, by the way.
No, but yeah.
I will assist for the inheritance. I will assist to get more than 600. Maybe.
Exactly. I will be spiritually healthy for her. You understand? A billion is a lot of money.
Guys, giving gold digger energy
I,
right
I
your
will
chance.
go dig, but that's a billion. You understand the low number there. You understand you could buy yourself
But
a
how
yeah.
are you addicted to money? Because you keep bringing up the money,
Of
the
course, money is
money.
of pivotal importance. Money makes the world go round. Money makes life make sense.
I don't know, man. Most billionaires are getting divorced, so clearly money is not everything.
Yeah, those billionaires don't know what to do with their wealth. That's the problem.
Oh no, I heard when Bongani, it's a strategic way of what they do in the USA when they divorce. I think there's some advantage financially
There
But
that
is
they
an
get.
advantage because when
but
it
if
comes
we
down to
bring it back
taxes,
home, Black Coffee number they're getting divorced. It's messy. So clearly, money is not everything because billionaires are getting divorced.
no, it is everything because she's about to become a very rich woman from that transaction because that transaction is about to basically catapult her entire career, her entire status socially, financially, simply because of that principle. So let's not come here and think that money has no precedence here. Money
Yes.
is the precedence right there and then.
Money. If you need money to marry someone, she's not yours, chief. Leave that shit alone. Money does not keep a woman. Money does not attract a woman. It attracts a bitch. Simple.
What I'm saying is that, Brother Mwepe, is that in a situation where, because the question that Bongani that he posed earlier was that if there is an X amount of money, would you be willing to overlook certain circumstances when it comes down to this particular individual? So, Handsome saying, Hansa said yes because that money at that given point in time, right? I now become a what you call a standby beneficiary of that money, whether directly or indirectly. I am a billionaire 100% at that given
No.
point.
Let's make this easy. Ellie, Mila, can you give us 5 things that made you marry your husband?
Why are you married? Why are you married is the question.
Aibo. um, I think first thing for me was his character. His character is a very kind man. Very kind. He is focused. When I met him, he was he was just done with his masters, and I was like, okay. And his character, his kindness, what he was already building, how he is with family, he values family, and yeah, that's what I looked at. Those are the most important thing. Then it was his personality. Then it was okay. He's not bad. He's easy on the eyes. So that came last, and I could also see myself with. I could see myself grow old with him, and yeah, those are the most
Okay,
important things that I looked
here's
for.
a tough question. Here's a tough question. If you are not married to him and you had spent, let's say, 2 dates with him,
Mm.
would you put him under the category of a simp or would you put him under the category of a difficult man?
Mm,
So take it away from your marriage. Let's say you met him on the first date.
yeah.
Would you put him under the sim category or would you put him under a man who knows himself, uncontrollable, his way or the highway?
Um, he's the kind of person that actually stands his ground. So I didn't have a problem with that. He's a man that stands his ground. He knows what he wants, and he's not scared to say. Because when I met him, he was straight up, and he was like, "Look, I am dating to marry, and that's what I think this is going, and that's what I want to believe where we're going. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's the type of man that he is. And the other thing that I looked for was he shouldn't have kids. I didn't want to be with someone who had kids because I didn't have kids. So, and he showed that. That means he has discipline as well. So, yeah, definitely. I'm not for simps. I think most of the time women would like to date simps, but when we tell the truth, they're not really the most attracted to them. They're not really attracted to the same simps that they would prefer to date. They would like a man who stands his ground, who say this and sticks to it. But if it's a platform where, if it's a topic where we can both come together and talk it out or negotiate and have a common ground, then that's okay. But if you deciding that, look, this is the kind of school that I want my kids to go to, and I really don't have a problem with that. So I don't like simps, and he's not a simp.
Okay. All right. She's addressed the question very well, so I don't know if anyone wants to say anything.
Something at $1 billion, bro. That's all I'm saying. Something 100%. At $1 billion, you have my attention.
When I host you are sounding like a Xhosa woman.
Wow.
Baba, I'll
If
be a
the
Xhosa
price is
woman,
right,
I'll be an Indian woman, it doesn't matter. You come here, you present $1 billion. Don't come play here.
It's actually
Walking, talking business proposition, Chief. You have my attention. 100%.
I wonder what else you'd be willing to
No,
compromise for
not
a
there, Chief.
billion.
It's most certainly not going to go there, especially what you're suggesting. Never.
It's a billion. That's your thingy, though. You're saying
No. I was speaking towards a man and woman situation.
Okay.
What you're about to
if
ask.
Somisi came along and offered you $1 billion,
2 billion.
Hell no, bro. There's no circumstance. There's no amount of money. You understand? There's no situation. There's no visible scenario where that happens. No, Chief.
If she's dominant and she wants to put butt plugs,
If she is dominant and she wants to put butt plugs and she wants to do something with my anus, put me in the will.
What?
House of the also, you are for sale, wow.
Bongani, funny thing,
100%.
I came across this video that was actually showing what is this movie, 50 Shades of Grey, I think. It's 50 Shades of Grey or 50 Shades. Yeah,
50 Shades of Grey, yes.
Yes, it was saying that if it was a broke guy having all those fantasies, that guy would be in jail. What do you guys think about that?
Absolutely, that's true. That's 100% true.
That thing only works because the guy's rich and handsome and stuff. But if he was just a broke ugly guy, it would be sexual harassment or something like that.
Yes, that's true.
If it's someone we like, they're persistent and convincing. If we don't like it, you're harassing us.
Yeah, Baba, if money is involved, it doesn't matter. There's no harassment involved there. There's agreeableness. That's what happens.
Oh, it's just a fantasy. It's just a fantasy.
No, you know what, Ned? This is the observable evidence that we see in the modern dating pool, right? This is not even like some sort of a hypothetical scenario. This is the evidence that we see in the modern dating pool that people will tolerate any sort of disagreeable behavior for as long as the circumstances, especially when it comes down to money and assets, are agreeable. Period. So when it comes right down to it, at what given point in time must I now reject, you understand, this 600-pound hippo that is a billionaire? Why must I now say no? Hi, Chief. I am there spiritually. I am the spiritual animal. You understand? I am there to support. I am there to simp. I am there to say yes to all the bad decisions as long as I'm in the will. Put me in
But here's another uncomfortable question, and this is not to anyone on the panel or anyone on the comment section. Are there certain things in marriage that are a no-no? And what I mean a no-no is where you get married
and then your hubby or your wife says they want to do some kinky stuff and you're against it. So when you're against it, or you're saying he must go outside, and if you're saying he mustn't go outside, are you then going to break your own morals and values and do those things? And when I ask this question, I mean kinky things that are
That's a
extreme.
beautiful question.
So men, ladies, please address this question. Are there things in marriage that you would state before you're getting married that, listen, I'll go into marriage, but I'm no Emmanuel ETV at 12 o'clock. I ain't doing all these nasty things. So what's your take on that question?
Do they have limits, basically?
Anyone can answer.
No, the way that I see it is that in a marriage, in order for a marriage to be successful, the things that you fantasize about, if you're not able to do that with your partner, that opens up a door for you to explore those things elsewhere. That is a problem.
Yes,
So
but that's not the question. That's not the question. The question is, when you're in marriage, are you going to put restriction on certain things which might be extreme that you are not going to be willing to do it? Not to, are you going to put you're going to expose your marriage by saying, well, if you're not willing to do it, then I'm going to go outside. No, that's not the.
Nothing
I'm
is off
asking
limits.
Guti, you're now married, then you discover
Nothing
a
is off
partner
limits.
wants to try this thing which is extreme. So what
Then do
happens
it.
in that situation? How do you address it? How do you address that in that marriage? Because it's now a challenge.
You exploit.
Okay, house, you will explore. Anybody else?
I think I would, as long as it doesn't involve other parties, it's just me and my husband,
Absolutely.
then we're good. Let's do it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Simple.
I am on the same note with them.
Andile?
I think personally I'm not inclined to the same thing, but I have a question now.
There's no question. First answer, and then we'll come
Yeah.
around.
No, the answer is yes. Yes.
Okay, yes. Ellie?
Same. I don't have a problem.
So I'm the odd one here because I'm saying hell no. Lalelani ke kwa nina
Hell no,
na
what?
niya conform and wait, let me finish. This was a trap. Let me finish. Lalelani.
You trapster.
Mina, no one is playing with my sim tool. No one. I don't care. I don't care how kinky
what?
you are. Lalela, that's the one place you don't play with.
Wait,
I don't
with your
care.
what?
The marriage will rather get dissolved than
Wait, what
anyone
did
to
you say?
play with that special part.
With
So
what part?
mean
What
that
did you
there
say?
are rules. Whether I tell you before or spaghetti and you bring it up and you want to sting your face, lalela. I will stay pure there. I will stay untouched. I am not playing with that mess. I am not freaky.
Wait, Bongani. Wait, which part? What
So
part are you
I'm the
protecting
exception.
so? What part are you protecting so dearly?
Hey, they know exactly what I'm talking about. You just playing. You playing like you don't know. I'm staying pure there. God will be like, yeah,
Man.
no,
Look,
you're the
I think
exception to
like
everyone.
Ellie,
You
like
came
Ellie
back
said.
untouched. Yeah,
No,
I'm that guy.
like Ellie said, right? As long as it doesn't involve a third party. I
don't care, Baba. If it's involved with that party or not, the two of us, you are not playing with that part. End of
I
story.
think
But I am the exception.
I think there's certain things obviously that certain people are not comfortable with, and you don't just compromise.
You agreed. Andile,
But
don't do that. You agreed.
no. But
Andil is doing a U-turn now.
He's doing a U-turn.
No, you can call it what you want. You understand? But for me,
I accept the trap. Mnamazkale, baba. Abashu.
no. Personally, there's certain things that are a little bit, especially when it comes to like coitus itself. You understand? Some things are disgusting to do. You understand? So I think in certain contexts it would make
Who
sense that
better
other
to do
people
them
would.
with? But who better to do them with than
That is
your
the question I wanted.
partner?
That's why I said I have a question right there, because I see who's like with the rando with gents usually.
All is fair.
When
Yes, all is
yeah,
fair in love. Kia.
nah. There's certain things that
That's
are.
why I said, when two people meet each other and they're innocent, it's a beautiful relationship because everything moves from there. It's innocence. The problem comes where we do too many too many experiences with different people, and then you meet someone, Yashatanai. Unfortunately, you carry those experiences into that marriage, and for me,
No.
that's where the
That's not.
challenge comes
No,
in.
But can I
When
ask
you
a
come from
question here?
experience, you could be a person who basically has this kind of a mentality. You could be a virgin who has this kind of a mentality and still take that into a relationship. So it's not a matter of experience or garnering experience throughout your life, your life term. It's just a matter of perspective in terms of what you're comfortable doing. Period.
But
And
Jens, can I ask this question because I see it a lot?
yeah, sure.
In terms of like when you sleep with somebody who's not your wife, told with like you have other side chicks and stuff like that. You understand?
Is it fair?
It's exactly. It's a common thing that you don't sleep with her the same way you sleep with your wife, and that's the consensus when they say like, yeah, this when this girl is sleeping with when you sleep with a side chick because she's not yours, you don't care. You understand? You do whatever you want. You satisfy all your fantasies and blah blah
Napa's
blah.
wrong,
And
Izzy.
when you go back to your wife, you become more respectful because that's the woman in your life.
And that's nonsense.
But I think it's vice
That's a
versa. I think
nonsensical
when women
perspective.
also cheat, they go extreme outside because then they go back to what's normal at home.
Yeah,
I think it's the same.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So obviously in your marriage you have like respect and there's certain things you don't do. You don't become that wild
That's
self.
wrong. That's wrong. That destroys the relationship right there and then. Because what again, remember if you're not doing it with your partner, who are you doing it with?
My side chick.
Precisely. So what happens at that given point in time is that there is now an avenue for intrusion, which is unacceptable. What is acceptable is the fact that you need to be able to be comfortable enough to explore all of your fantasies, all of your methods, your dark ways, or whatever the case might be, with the entrusted individual who carries the mantle of your surname. You understand? So if
But house, according to the Bible, a side piece is
Sungiqala
not called a
ngeBhayibheli
side
ke.
piece.
Sungiqala ngeBhayibheli
Wait,
abanye.
wait, wait. I just
In
want
the
a clarity.
bedroom,
According to the
in the
Bible,
bedroom
this
ziyagada.
side piece is called what? Concubine, right?
No, it's not a concubine, sisifebe eso. That's what it's called.
No, but I'm talking about the Bible. What do they
That
call
is
it?
the
What do they
Bible.
call this fair?
Biblically,
Concubine.
unondindwa. No, a concubine is something that's different. If you're describing a concubine, what you're describing is in a polygamous situation. You have you have a line of concubines. You also have a line of empresses or whatever the case might be. That is the scenario there. So when you introduce that term of concubine, that's an official term for having a sphere in your crowd.
No, concubine are not considered as a fair.
Yeah, look at the
Kings used to
title.
have queens and then they would have concubines.
Concubines, exactly. That is the title, the official title of office that is ascribed to Unondindwa. That is now
Then
officially
Jezebel,
in your
then what
crowd.
is that then? What's Jezebel?
Kaloku Jezebel has no title at that given point in time. Jezebel is where you are basically. In fact, it's your informal concubine, if I can put it like that.
Wait, so guys, are we in agreement that concubine is equivalent to ubufeb?
Yes, a concubine,
No, I
Unondindwa, that has a
disagree.
title.
Simple, would you agree with that? Okay, Andy, do you agree with that?
That concubine is, I think people who had concubines back in the day were most of them were the royals or the people that had much wealth. Even in this current era
Only
that we are
royals.
living, even in this current era, all these millionaires, they have concubines and most of their wives know about it. It's just that all these, if my husband does this, I'm going to divorce him. It's common among the middle class and lower class families. But Bill Gates' wife used to help him arrange for his mistresses whenever he would travel to some different cities to, for business or whatever. So the billionaires, they create those laws of don't allow anyone to step out for the poor ones or whatever. They all do it.
So concubine is for rich people.
A concubine is a whore. You just gave it a title. That's all that you did. You made it from an informal to a formal. You understand? You introduced it to your partner. And now because your partner is aware that you have now this lineage of individuals that you're going to be plowing, those fields, it does not basically make them all of a sudden spontaneously legitimate. No, those fields are still what you call, no, let me not use fields. They are still whores.
Okay, here's my last question so that I stop bothering everyone with these controversial questions.
No, keep bothering us. I like it.
My last question is for men. This is directed to men, but the ladies can respond as well. If a woman cheats in 2025, is it ideal for men to leave, or we can now negotiate?
Leave in 1818, in 2025, in 30 OT. It doesn't matter. Leave.
Yes, but remember you took vows until death do us part, so you can't go against that.
No. Until death do us part is privy for you to uphold your end of the bargain. If you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, I am not at any given point in time obligated to uphold
But you
your end
didn't
and my end of
cheat,
the bargain.
so your commitment still stands. You didn't cheat. She did. So she broke her covenant. Not you didn't break your covenant. So you
No,
can't
her
leave.
covenant is our covenant. That's the thing. It's not her covenant, it's
No.
our
She
covenant.
makes her own covenant with God. You make your own covenant with God.
No,
So what
that's not
I'm
how
saying
God
is
works.
the person who broke her covenant is her. Your covenant is still intact. So my question is, are you not going against your own covenant when you leave where you have said until death do us part?
You are leaving unondindwa.
Okay, simple. Andile, you respond to this question.
For me, the moment that she removes her clothes for someone else to gain access to her, because before she even she will get to that extent, she must have made up her mind to face the consequences, and she has decided to move on from you. So she has decided to keep on disrespecting you. So I believe that that's a deal breaker. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's like 1800 or 2050 or even in the so it's no. I'm not going to tolerate that bullshit from her.
So let's say you guys engage and then she becomes the devil's advocate and she says, well, you did not find me pure. So who are you to now judge me?
Okay.
You should have been pure.
Which is
Yeah.
a valid statement. She says,
A
you
valid
did not find
statement.
me pure. So why are
There's
you now
nothing valid
judging me?
about
Because
that.
it's not as if you didn't know that before. I told you I wasn't a
Covenant is a
virgin.
covenant. A covenant is a covenant. Why did
Yes,
you
yes.
agree to
That's why
something
I'm
that's
saying I'm
binding
House
to a...
D. That's why I say I'm playing devil's advocate.
Oh,
So simple, answer it
Well,
from that angle.
if
Because now
she said,
she's giving you a challenge to say you did meet me touched already. So why are you now
yeah,
overreacting?
well, I'll let her know that first of all, I did not judge her because she has the full ownership of what or control of her body or
full
whatever.
ownership.
And again, if I spend so much money to buy an expensive car, I bought that car exclusively for my own use. So if someone, I wouldn't allow anyone to come and use that car with me without
That
my
is...
permission. So I'm not going to just like, hey, I met you on the streets. Go back to the streets. Let me just move on with my life. I'm not going to argue with her back and forth whether she's going to play devil's advocate or whatever.
Yeah.
Because she has decided to disrespect me, and she's not ever. If I ever forgive her, she is never ever going to respect me again. So I mean,
Yeah,
there's
can I say this quickly? Yeah, I think simple. You're right. If she says you found me in the street, you found me not a virgin, blah blah blah. She's correct. You're correct. Now you can go back and do what you do, and then I'm gonna go find a virgin. Now I'm gonna find somebody else who was not in the streets. You understand? It's as simple as that. Cheating is the most disgusting thing anybody, especially a woman, can do to you. Understand? There's no other ultimate disrespect such as cheating from a woman. You understand? And it's really over. Like it's personally, not even my friends, or I'm scared that when my friend, it's an unforgivable sin.
Yep.
You understand? That's personal for
Because
me
remember,
also.
as soon as you forgive it, you also need to understand that every time you have that intimate moment, you need to remember that it slipped out and she put it back in. That's what you need to remember. It's gonna
Hey,
stay
House
in your
of D,
mind.
you have to go there. We'll
Of
allow the
course.
ladies to respond.
I'm sorry.
Can I ask, is it only an unforgivable sin when it's committed by a woman?
No, both ways.
No, but then it's way worse if it's done by a woman.
How?
Yeah, I'll explain it to you maybe when you're done with your submission. But
No, I
cheating,
was just asking that question.
It slips. It was inserted back in there. The statement "Oh my God" was also what you call accommodating that particular action.
So, ladies, what's your response? You've heard what the men have said.
Responding to, should they stay? Should they leave?
Yeah.
Yes.
They should leave.
Thank you.
Oh, so you guys also value that once you do it, the man shouldn't forgive.
Don't forgive cheating.
Ever.
It's intentional, and don't forgive cheating, guys.
Ever.
Even women, don't forgive
Even in
cheating.
marriage, guys.
Don't forgive cheating.
Never do it.
So
Leave.
what happens to the vows then?
What vows? You broke
What
those
vows?
vows. Even the
Remember, they
Bible
said the
says that
backsliding.
any man that divorces his wife except for infidelity is also committing adultery. So
any what?
infidelity is grounds
Any
to leave.
what? Any what?
Oh, cook.
Any
Him.
man.
Say it again.
No, Kia, it says any what?
Any man.
Any man. Thank
Who?
you. Thank you so much.
No,
Also, only
it
you
doesn't
guys are
matter. It
allowed
doesn't matter.
to.
That's what the Bible says.
Only
Any
men are
man.
allowed to
Any
divorce, not
man.
women.
Not you
Not
guys.
women.
Okay,
No, not
but whatever.
woman.
No. Hold on. Go to your chat GPT or go to your scripture. At what given point in time would it be acceptable for her to leave?
There's no scripture that justifies that.
Okay, so in the sanctity, let me put it this way: in the sanctity of that unity, what would be acceptable or agreeable for parties to disband?
I think for women, physical violence is
Yes,
No,
but now there's a
according to
condition for
scripture.
physical violence because, wait, how's the? When a woman decides to separate, it doesn't say divorce. It says she can separate, but it says as long as that man is alive, she has to stay celibate, technically.
She can't marry because when we
So
she
she will only
Him
break
too.
the covenant upon the death of that man.
Him
Then it allows her to be him too. But what I'm saying is, her leaving him bounds her to him upon death, which goes back to my covenant. Ukuthi, the covenant says until death do us part.
Men
So
don't
it
cheat.
divorce
Two
clearly.
jobs.
It divorce clearly does not address the issue because you're supposed to still hold yourself celibate until one of you passes on. So that's where I was
Men
trying
don't
to
cheat.
raise this question from Uguti. Should men dissolve? And if they do dissolve, then they're still bound by that until one of you or unalive.
yeah, but that only works for Christians. Non-Christians is a different
Here's
thing.
an uncomfortable question that I want to ask. Right? At what point in time? This is now irrelevant from what you're from the conversation that we're having right now.
But let's finish the conversation before you pose a new one.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Ellie, what's your take on this question before we create a new question?
Yeah, I think it's leave. It's best to leave.
But if you leave, it means you're depriving yourself of any sexual interaction until one of you is unalive.
God is a God of grace and mercy.
Meaning what?
Salvation is a
Meaning
thing.
you were saying you would leave and then you will still commit adultery by sleeping with another man just because you want to move on.
The vows were broken anyway, so
No.
Yeah.
The vows.
you can't
There's
solve
happiness. There's
the
happiness in
Listen
marriage.
here,
masturbation.
because I like holding people accountable. Listen, I can break my vows and cheat on you, but I've broken my vows. Your vows are still intact. So when you go and give your punani to a new man, God is going to judge you and say, no, he broke his
That's not
vows.
true, Bongan.
I am dealing with him. You did not break your vows. So why did you
Here's
go?
scripture,
Does
Bongani.
living
That's
with
not
an
true
adulterer make
because
you an
scripture.
adulterer?
Hold on.
Wait. I'm asking a
No,
very
no, it
simple
No,
doesn't.
question.
Yeah.
Bongani, that's
We
wrong because what you said. Because
wait,
remember what
wait,
scripture
wait,
says is that
wait,
he shall
wait,
leave
guys,
his house.
wait. House D, wait. She can correct me if I'm wrong. So Ellie, if I slap you, or if I slap you, right? Who's at fault? Me or you? Or we are both at fault?
If you did what?
If I slap you, I decided to just slap you and
You
didn't
at
tell you
fault.
anything. Are we both at fault or I'm at fault?
You.
Okay. If I take my totolos and insert it in Lerato, who's at fault? Me or you?
It's you.
Okay.
But I can
So
choose how I want to react.
wait. Let's step by step. So if you decide to take your innocent peach and give it to Andy, yet you did nothing wrong, who's at fault?
So I'm the one cheating, by the way.
Me and you are married.
Uh-huh.
I went and gave my totolozi to Lerato. So I'm at
Yeah.
fault. You said that, right?
Yes.
And because when you are angry, you decide to go and give it to Andy. Who's now at fault?
But I divorced you, Mos.
No. After we divorce, you're adding in new information that has not been
Bongani,
added.
So
Bongani,
now I'm cheating back.
Listen, I'm
Bongani.
saying I did you wrong and I gave my totolozi that belongs to you. I gave it to Lerat. And I'm at wrong. You're angry. I'm at wrong. I acknowledge my wrong. I'm trying to correct it. But you're angry and your emotions are running wild and you're angry and you want to be revengeful. Then you go and give your pum to Andy. Who's now at fault?
Revenge
We're
cheating.
both.
No. We've already addressed me. I'm trying to correct my behavior. When you go out of anger and give it to Andy, who is now at fault? Not Uguti. Who is now at fault?
It's me.
Correct. So can you see that accountability is held differently depending on the timeline? When I did it first, I was held accountable. While I'm dealing with that issue, God is dealing with me as well, right?
Bongani, you are
But
lying. That's the problem, man.
wait, House D. Let me finish my point. Now, when you decided out of your own anger, you decided to commit another crime out of anger. I did it out of love. I did it out of love.
Out of
You did
love.
it out of anger. No, I'm saying I did it out of
Bongani,
love or being
Bongani.
selfish. Wait, see, House D. I did it out of lust or out of selfishness or greed, whatever. You did it out of anger.
Yeah, but that's why you need to leave divorce. And if
Correct.
that's
So
your
when the
deal
divorce,
breaker,
what I'm
then
saying,
just divorce the guy.
when the divorce happens, the covenant still says as long as both of us are alive, we are not supposed to
Bongani, stop
go
lying.
anywhere else.
Stop lying. Stop lying. Don't do that. You're weaponizing scripture
Wait,
and using
House
it
D,
incorrectly.
wait. She will correct me if I'm wrong. She's married. She knows what I'm talking about. I'm saying the scripture says as long as you and I are alive, we can't be giving it to anybody else. Am I wrong there?
Divorce is divorce, guys. We're human, and
No, then say I'm wrong by quoting that scripture. Am I wrong to say that if you two separate or divorce,
You're wrong to
then
weaponize
as long as
scripture.
you two are alive, you are not
but the
supposed to
same
give your
scripture
children.
says don't go out of your marriage, Mos.
But here's the thing. What I'm trying to say is that
Yeah,
the very
So
fact
now
that
you're choosing the one that you wanna use to make sure
No,
that I don't leave the marriage.
no. What I'm
here's the
saying
thing.
is, if you stay in your marriage, then yes, that applies. And if you guys break the covenant,
you guys still have the option to fix it. I'm saying if you guys choose the option of leaving the marriage, it's your choice. I'm not against that. But I'm saying, does it not say that if you leave the marriage, as long as the both of you are alive, you're still tied by that covenant? Yes or no?
Yes, you are still tied by that covenant.
I
That
don't
means
know
I
that
That is
give
that.
scripture,
pum
but
No, no, no. Look,
to
he's not
another
wrong.
person.
You're not
That means
wrong
I
there.
can't give my totolozi to another person. That's what it says.
But where you are wrong, Bongani, is
Wait,
saying that.
House D. I get where you're going. Wait. I'm speaking to a married woman here. She's supposed to know this.
look, divorce is divorce. We are human, and you committed adultery. I can't handle it, or I feel like whatever is happening, we can't move forward, and the only solution is for us to divorce. That's what's
I'm not
going to happen.
disputing the
It's only
divorce.
human. Scripture is scripture, but you still went against it and committed adultery. So,
I agree. But my
so
question
my
is,
sin is not a greater sin. All sin is sin. There's no sin that is above any other sin.
so my question is, as a divorced woman,
Acts.
and your ex-husband is still alive, are you gonna willingly give your pum pum to a new person?
I'll remarry.
Bongani,
I'll
you're
remarry,
pushing
Mos.
us to a corner, my
Bongani
brother.
Talker, that's the
I'll
problem, Chaps.
remarry
Bongani
and
Talker.
commit to that other new man
Bongani.
It's fine, guys. I'll
and
leave
give
it.
up
No,
But
the
Bongani,
ex-husband's
Utabza
pum
knows
pum to the
exactly
new
where
husband.
Utabza knows
you're not
exactly where I
representing us
want
very well.
to corner her, and she keeps maneuvering out of the corner.
But there's no sin that's greater than the other. So
Okay, let's move on, guys. But you know where I was going with this.
Right. Bongani, it's pretty clear what you're saying, as but I think Tabs is gonna go first. He has something to say.
Yeah, definitely. My brother, you are putting us in a compromising
Yeah.
situation. Men don't cheat. Men don't cheat. You know why I say that? If I marry Kia, it is to build my own family.
Yes.
When we have 5 kids with Kia, it's because I want a big family. If I'm not satisfied with 5 kids and Kia is already 40, I am allowed to marry another woman to grow my own family. The
Yes.
responsibility, whether I have a small family or a big family, it's 100% resting on me as a man. The woman might say no, but if I want it, she's got no right to refuse me. That's how it works. I'm a traditional man, Bongan. So we believe as traditionalists that the right to have a big family or a small family lies solely on the shoulders of a man. There is no way that I am going to allow Ukia to tell me that 3 kids are enough.
Yes.
There is no way. If she can't give me more, I will get another wife. And that's not adultery. And that is not going back on my vows. I'm still married to her. It's just that, yeah, now she's got this delusion that I must be hers alone. And it's not like that. If we want to go and become biblical about it, the Bible, when it speaks about adultery, it only refers to a woman.
Yes.
There is no way where it refers to a man that a man is adulterous, or where it says to a man he must not marry again as long as the wife is alive.
Yeah.
It says the opposite. So you might say that it is my own interpretation, but I believe that God communicates clearly.
Yeah.
If there was communication that said that a man must not marry unless the wife is still alive, he would have put it in the same sentence there, where he said a woman must not marry as long as the man is still alive.
Facts.
He would have put it in the same sentence. He didn't forget to write it there. He didn't forget. It's not there by on purpose, Bongani. So a man does not cheat, my brother. If the woman wants you on her own, for herself, for the rest of your life, and you agree to that, it's on you. Don't ungasifaki lapho. Ungasifaki lapho, my brother.
Yeah. Ne?
Yeah. So if I want more women than one, I'm totally allowed to do that. Totally allowed to do that. I'm the one who decides how big a family I want. When I marry Kia, I marry Kia into my family. I don't marry into her family. So in actual fact, when we have to go and become traditional, like straight deep to the core, when we marry Kia, we marry her womb. We don't marry her beauty. We don't marry her curves. We marry her youth and her womb. Her sole purpose, when the elders are putting her down on that grass mat, ne, the aunts and her mother and all of that, they speak to her. And one of the things that they tell her is that, my child, when you are going to that house, you are going to have bear children for them. That is the sole and the only reason why you are going there. They are not talking. They're not talking about how you must go and love your husband. They're telling you about how you must go and make children there. That is your duty as a woman, not to be in love and hold hands and all of that. They don't talk about that when the aunts and the elders are sitting you down there. You understand? So we marry the womb. So if the man still wants more children and the woman cannot handle it anymore, or she feels that 3 is enough for her, Taps is allowed to go and get Ukiya or another Kia and make more children. So, my brother, don't compromise us. Men don't cheat. We don't cheat. We just make a decision whether we want a family or we are happy with a small family. We are not going to listen to women who are selfish, who think that they can have Taps all by herself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tabza. Yo, they're gonna come for you. They've been waiting.
But I have a question. I have a question for him.
Yes, you can.
When you say men don't cheat, do you mean when you say men don't cheat, do you mean literally all men, including poor men who cannot afford to take care of their own families?
If you are a man, you are poor. You are poor? Are you a man?
I'm not poor to start with, but I just asked him because you say
No.
men don't cheat.
Answer my question. I'm not talking
Yeah,
about you, my brother. It's not about you. It's not about
no,
you.
I
And the
know.
question is yours. If you are a
Yeah,
man and you are poor, are you a man?
any man can be poor. Any man can be rich.
If you are a
So
man and you are rich, if you are a man and you are rich, are you a man?
the same way, if you're a man, you are poor, you are a man. Is the same way a rich man is also a man.
Exactly. So that's what I mean. When I say a man, it doesn't matter your financial status. It
No, I
doesn't
don't
matter
agree.
whether you are.
I don't agree that a poor guy who cannot take care of himself, let alone taking care of his wife and the
My
children,
brother, most
have the right
polygamous
to
men,
go
they
and
don't
marry
have
her.
money. Most polygamous men don't have money, and polygamy does not come from a generation of wealth.
So
It
the
comes
children are left to suffer.
from long time ago when polygamy came into existence. A long time ago, donkey years ago, people were not rich by then.
Now,
People
if
were
you
not
check
rich.
if you check the history, the people that were polygamous, because if for any woman that you are going to, ask for a hand in marriage, the family of the woman will have to vet where you're coming from, whether you have the resources to take care of their daughter, because they are handing their daughter over to you.
That's
So
true.
don't tell me that poor men were marrying many wives. I mean, come on, let's be realistic here.
No, there were many scenarios where poor men would marry more than 2 wives. There were many scenarios. I'm not saying that it was all the time like that, or there was a law written down that your father has to have a minimum of 10 cattle for you to marry the second wife. There was no such a law. Actually, in fact, during those days, my brother, when you get married, you would go to the chief, and the chief would allocate a land for your new wife. When you get married again for the third time, you go to the chief and they give you land, and the woman will work the land and your children will work the land with her and look after the animals in the field. You would be having 5 households, a total of 50 to 100 cattle. So your chances of poverty back then were quite slim. So polygamy was a very easy thing to achieve. But in today's age, money is difficult to come by. That is why young guys like you are manipulated by women, and they tell you that you cheat and you agree with them. And then you can come and raise your voice at me and tell me what you are telling me, that men cheat. No, we don't cheat, my brother. If you cheat on your own. Men don't cheat. Men like me, we don't cheat. We make a decision in life. If somebody puts a responsibility on you, my brother, to provide for them, you are not going to what is the word? Submit. The mere fact that the greatest responsibility and the most difficult thing to make in life is money, and that is your responsibility. You have to be in charge. You cannot allow women to tell you what to do.
And Tabza, to add what we just said, and I've looked up the definition of the word cheating or cheat or cheating when it comes to relationship. A lot of people don't even look up these words. Do you know that cheating requires witnesses? So if me and you decide to do something against our parents and there is no someone who supports this relationship, do you know that's not called cheating? Simple. Do you know that?
Yeah, if a woman sleeps
So
with a random guy,
if me and Kia decide to have a relationship against our parents' wishes, do you know that if I go and sleep with Ella and Ella is also single, do you know that's not regarded as cheating because what we are doing is against our parents' wishes? So it's already a flawed system. So the only time cheating comes into play is if me and Kia are dating and then Kia informs her parents and then I inform my parents and our parents come together and say, we acknowledge this relationship. That means if I step out or Kia steps out, because our parents are away, then it's classified as cheating. There has to be witnesses that approve that relationship for it to have something called cheating.
No, but Bongani,
Tina, what we do is we go against what our parents want secretively. Then things don't go our way with no witnesses, just me and Kia. And then we come to
okay.
social media and say that's cheating. That's not cheating.
No, I
Yeah,
think well,
on the same note, if your
But
wife
guys, wait,
would go and
before you say that,
let me finish.
do you
Yeah.
understand that's a definition of what cheating is?
Yeah, since you are talking about witnesses, if your wife should go around and sleep with some kind of your security guard or whatever, and no one catches them in the act, then it's not cheating. If that's okay with, that's going to sit well with
I
you.
think we're differing from what Utabs is
No,
talking
we're
about.
different from what I'm saying. Marriage, my brother, is something else. Because
No, we're
there's
not
a
different.
covenant that includes witnesses and God. Here I'm talking about umjolo, dating. Dating does not include God. You don't make a covenant with God. And dating does not include your parents. There's something called arranged marriage. Arranged marriage. Arranged marriage starts where both parents say, hey, for my daughter, I think Tabza's son is good for my daughter. That is arranged. So parents monitor this interaction. They make sure they don't leave you guys alone when you visit Tabza's house and vice versa. When her daughter comes to my house, I make sure that I protect. So both parents are working together to build this relationship. And if
Guys,
one of the kids step out, then we as parents, then because we are witnesses and we've been managing this process, then it's regarded as cheating because there has been witnesses and families involved in building this thing. Now, what I'm saying is, when it comes to you, Simple, and Kia, doing your private thing without involving uncles, family, anyone, you guys just decide as young adults at 18, 19, that we are doing clof behind everybody's back. And then somebody goes do plaza clof for somebody else. That's not cheating. That thing was never approved by anyone, whether it's a government, parents, or family members. So you can't call that cheating. Even according to the Oxford Dictionary, that's not cheating.
I think we're differing from what Tubbs is saying. Tubbs is saying there's no men do not cheat. You understand? Definition or not definition here. You understand?
I
Tubbs,
agree, but I was
yeah.
just adding on
You're
the
just saying,
Oxford Dictionary of cheating. Even if we apply the word, it doesn't apply emjolweni.
okay, can I quickly also add this? I think in the context of what Utabs was saying, yeah, it would make sense because what happens is you are at the end of the day you are the man of the house, you understand? And if you want 10 kids and Uele can't give you those 10 kids, what are you supposed to do now? Are you supposed to go and sit down and accept your fate? There's not such things are not gonna happen. The answer is no, you understand? If she can't do it, then you need to do something else about it. You understand? And the only option is to take another woman who's gonna give you. And Naya, if she can only give you 2 of those kids, you wanna take another woman until you have your goal. Because at the end of the day, you are the authority of that house. You understand? So yeah, I think what you're saying makes 100% sense. As Tabs. In that case, I would say if you take another wife, then you are not cheating. But being sneaky about it is what I don't agree with. You understand the fact that now
But
you
being
need to hide.
sneaky, okay, fine, Andy. Being sneaky, as Tubbs has said, is it called cheating?
When you become
See?
sneaky.
Yeah.
But why are you being sneaky? Are you afraid of this woman will know it?
That's what I'm saying right there, Tabs. If you're gonna be sneaky
Okay.
about it, it means you believe that you are cheating. So
Yes,
that's
but
why
if
you
you're
must.
being sneaky, Andy,
And,
are
and
you
that
calling
gives her
that
the
cheating?
power.
That's my question. And so you address what I was saying. I'm saying if Utabs decides to be sneaky, are you gonna call that cheating?
If you're married,
Yes.
yeah.
Then you are not going against what Tubbs has said
No,
now.
No, Andile. No, Andile. When you are being sneaky, it means you think you are doing something wrong.
Yeah.
When you are accused of cheating, you will not deny it because you've already taken a position of weakness.
That's true.
You understand? So that position you have taken, it is well deserving of you being put under a woman's thumb to say that you are a cheater, and you will accept the accusation.
Yeah, I think maybe you might be agreeing with what I'm saying because I'm saying if you are a man, you understand, and you feel like you don't have that authority to tell your woman this,
Yes.
then eventually what you're doing is cheating. What you're supposed to do as a man is you're supposed to say it and be like,
then
I
you
want a
have.
second wife, and then you do what you want. You understand?
Exactly.
Because if you sneak around, then you are cheating. They're gonna ask you
Exactly.
questions as to why are you sneaking around, and then blah blah blah. So yes, it's cheating if you want to be sneaky about it because you don't have the authority to do it, to take that charge. So yeah.
100%.
Anyway, ladies, do you have any pushback?
Okay, I was already fighting. I know.
Oh.
Fighting. I'm not fighting. Cheating is cheating, and others barking. But Zulu people barki isoga indoda aifebi barki watwati. People have different names for these behaviors that they want to propel, and they have good reasons for them. And I'm just gonna say to each their own. And I'm glad that there are men who will come out and say, "Nah, I'm a man of multiple women." And therefore, a woman will make a choice as to whether she wants to stay with that kind of a man or commit to a man who will tell you, I will commit to just you, I'm monogamous. And if a man who said he's monogamous in front of men and God decides to go outside, he's a cheater. He cheated. You understand? We can't fault the Mselekus of this world and say they are cheaters. If a person says I'm polygamous and they disclose it when you meet them and you decide to commit to them as a woman, then he's not cheating. He's
My
doing what
question to you, Kia, is: do you believe
Kia,
men
are
are
you a Christian
monogamous?
woman? Are you a Christian woman, Kia?
Yes, I'm Christian.
So I'll assume that you took Christian vows.
Yeah. I haven't taken vows yet, but yes.
Okay, you would take Christian vows. So where in those vows does it talk about your husband not being allowed to have a big family or 5 or 10 wives?
Hey, Sana, and I haven't found any as. I haven't found any. No. You're speaking the truth. However, if we're going to go all in the Bible, people shouldn't be cutting hair, people shouldn't be eating pork, we shouldn't be selective, you know. But also, we have moved into an era where you cannot just say I mean, you can if you're polygamous and you decide I'm going to take many wives, it's fine, do it. But I will be in agreement with my husband and say, you will be faithful to me, I will be faithful to you. And in your faithfulness, you disclose to me that it is just you I will be marrying. That is
Okay.
part of faithfulness.
Question here: Do you think that men are monogamous by nature?
I don't think men are monogamous, but they can
Okay.
try.
Okay, so let's do this. If you don't think men are monogamous, when he's making those vows, should you not say he's lying because men are not monogamous? He's
Hey, if
lying
he
to you.
chooses to lie in front of men and God, that's on him. I'm trusting him.
But you already know this, Kia. You understand? You already know men are not monogamous.
No.
You know.
I'll hold you accountable for those lies.
Oh, so you.
You said you're monogamous, so live up to it.
Oh, so you
If you're
ignore
going
what?
to be a liar, then you're a cheater.
So you ignore what you know and you believe what he's gonna say
I
to you.
believe what he's telling me
Okay, yeah, that's good. Yes, that's a
in
woman
front
thing
of
to
men
do.
and in front of God. Yes,
Women do that a lot, Bongani. There could be clear evidence in front of them and they would believe what the guy says. That's why there's a lot of pregnancies out here.
exactly. So if
Yeah.
you're going to lie, and we will take you to the cleaners for those lies you made
Yeah,
in front of
and
God and men.
Kia, just don't forget to answer my statement there.
What was that one?
Ukuthi, emjolweni, where you hide the relationship from your parents and the government, or you still going to say he's cheating when he goes and sleeps with somebody else?
I would consider it as cheating on me, all right? But actually, cheating is for people with witnesses, whatnot. But
Correct.
if I'm going to have a conversation with you and I say, listen, we are building and then we are working towards getting married, and I'm expecting you to just be focusing on me and me focusing on you for this purpose of whatever we are doing, and you decide you're going to include other partners, I'm not going to go shouting halabaloo. I'm going to leave you. You cheated on me. I'm leaving
Yes,
you.
but for
Whether
a
you think
document,
you're cheating or not, I'm
yes,
telling you
but
what I will be thinking.
for a document to be legal, it requires an attorney to witness both of you's agreement, right?
I'm not gonna go to court and divorce you. I'm saying I'm
No, I
leaving you.
understand, but just follow what I'm saying here. For a document to be legal, attorney needs to draft it and make you guys sign it, and then he becomes the witness or he's the drafter, right? So I'm saying, Mjolweni, who is the witness in this?
I am the witness.
Exactly. You can't be the witness, yet you also the participants.
But now what are you saying?
I'm saying Umjolo is not recognized by the government, is not recognized by the parents, is not recognized by family members. So Lendenianzayo is already, it tells you that it's not recognized by anyone except for the
And
two of you.
therefore,
So automatically that makes that agreement illegal because you're
okay.
doing things against your parents, against the
Umpe.
government, and everybody else that can formalize it.
Yeah, niapeta.
Okay,
Why
we're getting
why would
it.
you go
I
to
get
court
that
then?
part. So
Why would you
what?
go
I
to
want to
court?
ask the question, and then what?
So then you can't call it cheating because Valentine Kalile umpedo.
What do we call it? Can we find a name for it? Because it's happening. There's an action there. What do we call it?
It's nothing, my sister.
It's
If you don't have, it's
nothing.
nothing. It doesn't. You're just playing
It's
around.
yes. You
You're
can't
wasting each other's
steal and
time.
then say we should give it a professional word because stealing is wrong. So why would you even give it a professional word?
Now, guys, what you need to take note, Bongani is saying is 100%. If you're a boyfriend and girlfriend, you understand, don't expect that person to not sleep around and get touched by it. You understand? Because first thing
Correct.
is,
Get touched by it.
Yes,
no,
because
no.
it's illegal.
That person there's no commitment between the two of you. There's no like commitment or any vow or any signed contract to say, I will not
Do
do
the
it.
consequences of sleeping around while we are dating not affect me as your dating partner?
They can, and I can leave you.
Yes.
This is why men leave after
Yeah, you can
impregnating
protect
you.
yourself. You can protect yourself and not
By
fuck with
leaving
him
as well, right?
or give him no. You can protect yourself by not having sex with him and giving him
Exactly.
children
All right. Thank you.
and giving him children.
Great
Tabs,
consensus. That I agree with.
Tabs,
So
just like this.
whatever we
So
call
my
it,
Because we are
point
done
here
now.
was to
wait,
show you that
whatever men do Whether they call it freedom or whatnot, if we're dating and we want to get married and they decide to go sleep with other people because we're not married or because we don't have witness, whatever you call it, ne, it is grounds for a person to leave you and protect themselves, right?
No, there's no grounds because what you're doing is illegal. It's like you
What are
saying,
the
I'm
grounds?
going to
What do
go
you
to a
mean there is
bank
no grounds?
As far as we're
We
because
just say
concerned,
that
you
we
as far
just
cannot
as
do
we're
agreed
concerned,
now.
something, Kia, you cannot do something illegal and then want to use legal term to try and dissolve something
Can we
that
get
was
another word
illegal
instead
in
of
the first
illegal?
place.
Because if you're going to say
Because
illegal, then what's the crime? Do you get charged for dating?
can I
Judge
ask you a
Judy said
question,
this.
Kia?
Judge Judy
Kia,
said you cannot come to court and claim damages if in the first place both of you and your partner were doing something, you went to the bank to scam the bank. It's like you two, no boyfriend, now scam bank, right? And then
Napinda
he
na
got
scam
away,
other name.
and then they caught you, and then when you go to court to say, no, he left me there, and I took the rap for it, so I want to sue him, and then the judge is going to say, but both of you, what you were doing was illegal, and then you're coming to court after doing something illegal. Now you wanna claim damages or go to a bank. It
But I
makes no
don't
sense.
understand where you're
You
landing.
have
You're saying that we don't call it cheating, right? Because it's not recognized, it doesn't have witnesses. That's what you're saying, ne?
We are
correct.
saying
It's not
that
And I'm
cheating.
the
saying yes,
law
it is.
cannot protect you when already you have broken the law.
I
Correct.
hear
So
you,
they will
but
lock you
that's
up before
not
you
even
even
true
say the
because
second
now
word.
if you stay with a person, I think it's 6 months, they can take you to court, even if there's no marriage and there's no witnesses, according to
no,
South
no.
African law.
That's a different thing because that one actually requires financial benefit. You're a financial
Akira Jola.
dependent.
Jola le re fe tjhelete.
No. Listen to this, Kia. Can I ask you a question? If when you
Yes.
have a boyfriend, ne, by what authority are you saying that that man is yours? By what? What contract?
His
What
word.
vow?
I'm taking his word. I didn't. You promised me.
Yo.
Are you not are you not an honest man? Eh?
What?
Are you
You
not an
can't.
honest man?
Kia, if you have a boyfriend, just know that man is not yours. And if they take him away from you,
Andile,
don't cry
when
about it.
Andile, you're taking it too far. Andile, just read the word. He is a boy by description because he has a totolozi, and then the second word is friend. So those
Guys,
two words tell you. Listen, Kia. Those two words tell you that a boy who is a friend is a boy who's a friend. Boyfriend doesn't mean husband. That means when you say husband, we know for a fact ukuthi itotolos lakhe nempumpum yakho or exchanging. Unlike when it comes to boyfriend, that is ambiguous. Some people have friends who are boys, and by definition, boy and is a friend. And a boyfriend could also be someone who is doing more than. That's why women say, "No, he's just my friend, but he's a boy." No, he plays for the other team, Alphabet Community, but he's a boy. We know he's got a totolos. No, he's not into girls. He's into women. Nangu so means he's doing both. Can you see?
that's
It's a
fine, right?
problem when a
It's
guy has a
okay.
totolozi and he claims to be friends with women. Most men are not comfortable with that situation. But my bottom line is this, Kia. It is imperative as parents we don't entertain nonsense. Let them are boyfriends. We know what the probable outcome, not possible, probable outcome. It leads to single parents.
True.
So we don't promote it. We don't want it. We
Yeah.
want our kids to move from university straight to arranged marriages. We monitor for a year, straight into marriage. Less trauma, less complications.
Agreed.
Can I ask Bongani, isn't that also the same reason why this men can impregnate these ladies then run away because there's no commitment? You can't even find who he is. At least if he signed something, you know which this is the guy right here. He signed this document. Let's go find him. But when he just impregnates you and there's no commitment, he has a right to leave. You understand? And we can't defend him because if he doesn't want to stay with you, he doesn't want to. You understand? He has the option of impregnating you and leaving you because there's nothing holding him to you.
And Ellie, did you still want to
That's what they're
respond
doing.
before we move to the next topic?
I even forgot what was the question.
Men don't cheat.
Men don't cheat. I think if a man, like Tubbs is saying, if a man say he wants polygamy, it's best you tell me. You make your intention clear, whilst we getting to know each other, and I can then decide if this is the kind of an arrangement or the kind of a marriage that I want to be part of. If that's how he feels as a traditionalist.
If I make that commitment and I change my mind 6 years down the line, what about them?
And
Do I
you're
lose
not
my
allowed
rights?
to.
Do I lose my rights as a man?
Yeah, because what we agreed on, the contract was it's just me and you. So that
My
was the
sister,
contract. That's what I agreed on.
my sister,
And we got
polygamy is
married.
very nice.
It's
You
civil.
will be
You
divorced.
and me. It's not customarily, because if the intention was for you to marry for you to have other wives, we were supposed to actually marry customarily so that other women can be able to come in. But now we married civil, and then now you want to introduce other women. That means me and you, we need to dissolve the agreement that we had in civil. We need to divorce, make it a customarily, so that your other
So,
spices can join
so,
the type.
so what I can tell you, Kia, is that all the men that are married here, but keep ilobolo kuqala.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know an African man who just went to a white wedding
That's correct. Yes.
yes, they always there is a lobola there before they go
Mm-hmm.
there. Even when they go and sign, there must be a lobola, a pumayo. So every marriage for black people, it's customary in nature. You start customary and then you go islung.
Mm.
Yes. So I
So
think that
now that
answers.
we went the Home Affairs route, it's now civil, and now you want another wife. That means the contract needs to be dissolved.
Can I ask you a question?
Which one
If
needs to be resolved between the two, the customary or
We started with Lobola. After Lobola, now we did the whatever. We went to Home Affairs and we made it civil.
So when you
Fine.
go to your parents, you say, "Hey guys, I'm going to dissolve this thing. There are new things, new ones that are coming into my marriage."
The
Do you
additional
think your
spices.
yes? Do you think your parents are going to allow it?
I doubt.
They won't allow it because
Oh.
in our tradition, there's no divorce and there's no parent that will allow, regardless of whether there's abuse and all of that. They will try by all means to resolve it. Divorce is not even there on the list
But
of
now,
of,
for
of
you
efforts.
to have for the other women to come in and actually have whatever share in the marriage, or to be seen as a legal wife, that means we need to dissolve the marriage that we have, which is now civil.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to.
So do you think there's another woman who will be willing to come in? If you and me marry in civil, that means the second wife is actually, even if you paid lobola for her, she's not recognized. I'm the only wife.
So
Do you
okay.
think she will
So
agree?
if I marry you traditionally and I take out lobola, but I do not have a civil marriage with you, are we still married?
We are.
So even the second wife, we can't have a civil marriage with her because I'm already married to you, my first wife.
That's correct.
But if I have taken out lobola for her, then she's my wife, isn't it?
Yes.
And
But now I'm saying, what
and
if
the law
we
will
married in
recognize her
civil?
as my wife. The law will also recognize her as my wife, even though we
That's
are not
true.
married in a civil way.
Yes.
Because our law, Western law, recognizes ilobola as a form of marriage.
That's true. I'm not
So,
disagreeing.
so I don't have to sign with two people. I can sign with you, it's fine. But with her, ngizokhipha ilobola, sizosigna le phepha nabo malume.
Can
But
I ask a
then
question?
legally, she's not the wife.
No,
Legally,
it
she's
doesn't
not a
work like
second
that.
wife.
No, she is, my sister.
Because we
Even with the
married in
division of your
civil, she's
estate,
not.
she's not recognized by
Yes.
the law
So a second wife
Tabs.
is not recognized by law.
He's the
until you
first
dissolve
one.
your civil marriage.
Yes, that's correct.
Uh, Tabs, can I ask you a question? When you were asking,
I'm pondering on this thing. Guys, let's fact check that thing because I don't
If
believe
we
that
married
is
in
correct.
civil, your
The
second
the
wife is not, even if you can put even if you can pay lobola, she's not. Even if there's proof, the
Don't
fact that
worry,
we married in
Tabsa.
civil, she's not.
We are
She's not
fact
a wife.
checking. Don't worry.
Bongani, the ladies are right on this one. Apparently, you have to divorce your first wife in order and
Yes.
then marry her again, so that
So
you
Mm.
can now marry the other one.
who's
Yes.
Mseleku actually married to?
Remember, she had to dissolve the marriage. She had to
Guys,
dissolve
let's
the
fact check
civil
this thing.
union and make it customarily so that the other wives can also be recognized by the law as wives.
Tabs, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can ask them.
Okay, yeah. When you were asking her, when she told you that if you discuss with her right from the get-go whether you were going to be polygamous or not, then it will be easier for her to make her decision whether to be part of it or not. Then you ask her again, what
What
if
if
you
I change
change
my
your
mind?
mind in the process? I think men are held to their words. That's why there's a famous phrase, a man of his words, and not women of his. So why would you then let your emotion cluster your decision by like changing your mind in the process? I think
No,
that's
but I did. There is no way where I said I will never have a second wife.
no, you know, right from the get-go, the agreement was that you were going to
No, there
be.
was no agreement like that. We
Nah,
took vows
I
which do
don't know
not
how you
include.
understand.
My
No,
brother,
she said
listen,
she said that
listen.
right
I hear
from the
what you are
beginning,
saying.
if you give her the option
I hear what
that,
you are
hey,
saying, but you are missing something.
no, I'm
There's no
not
way,
missing. You are the one that's missing
my
because
brother.
the
Listen,
agreement with you, with her, was that you were going to be together with her on a monogamous stance. Then you
no,
say,
there
what
was no
if you
agreement like
change
that.
your mind?
Where is that agreement? Is it in
Okay,
the vows that we take?
okay, where's the agreement that you are going to be polygamous with her then?
It's in the type of marriage
No,
that we have. Because now we
there's
married
no
in civil.
agreement like that. That's what I'm saying. There's no agreement. So when I change my mind, you can't say that I'm dishonest or I'm a liar, because we didn't have such an agreement.
But the agreement that we had is because you and me now got married in civil.
In civil marriage and
Yes. Which
also
is not
customary
going to
marriage.
allow you to get married to
We
another
first,
wife.
my sister, we first get married with in customary under customary law,
Yes.
firstly, and then we
Uh-huh.
go sign, which is a civil marriage.
Civil, exactly. Now
Yes,
the civil,
yes.
the fact that still
Customary marriage allows me to take even
but now
no matter how many
our
wives
marriage
I want.
certificate says civil. So because
Yes,
our marriage certificate says civil, it is now closing. You cannot legally get, even if you pay lobola, you are not legally married to that woman customarily because you and me
yeah.
are now married in civil.
Remember that we said we're gonna fact check that. I don't want to commit
Guys,
a
who's
lie.
fact checking quickly because it's a fact?
Yeah, let's fact check it because polygamous marriages they are allowed in South Africa as far as I know.
Correct. We agree. We agree.
When you
Yes.
say change your mind, you are changing from what to what?
Okay. I'm changing my mind from settling for one wife to deciding to make my family bigger by having a second or a third wife.
So you agree with Simple that you would have not been a man of your word because initially you
No.
said you
There's
are
no
one
way
wife
where I
person.
made. There is no way
But
where I
you're
made a
saying if I say I'm settling for
No,
one
but
wife,
you
that
see,
is
you
your word.
interrupt me because you are emotional about this issue. Don't be
Oh, okay.
emotional.
Let's
So,
go.
No,
I'm
it's you.
saying that
You
there's
fail
no
to
way.
take accountability
My
for
brother,
your
wait.
error. That's
My
you. You
brother,
are the one getting
my
emotional about it
brother,
because
don't get
the issue you are.
emotional.
You tend to
Don't
be
get,
self-opinionated.
don't get emotional. I asked you a question. Where in our vows or anywhere was there ever a commitment that said that I will be
Because
with
we
you and
married
you
in
alone for the rest
civil.
of our lives?
Because
On
now
what
we have a
premise? On
marriage
what
No,
certificate that
even
says
even in
civil.
civil marriage, it doesn't say that verbatim.
But it will not allow you to now
think
pay lobola for the
It
second
it
wife.
doesn't say so verbatim.
A
It's an
civil
assumption
marriage.
that people make.
No. A civil marriage tabs legally it's monogamous. You understand? That's why you can't pay the walla for someone else. Otherwise, it's not recognized. A
It's
civil,
null and void.
when you marry someone civilly, it means that you are only marrying that person.
Mm.
And if you
Okay,
the law is that if you
that's
want
fine.
to get another wife, you must first get divorced with that woman
Mm-hmm.
and then marry that woman according to the customary marriage, and then you can take your second wife after that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So
So that
what you are
means
saying?
because of the type of marriage we married
Wait.
in
Let
civil,
me
you
understand
were
this
never
thing.
gonna get a second wife. So why are you
Okay.
changing your mind now?
Okay. No, don't go there. Let's try and understand this thing, this technicality that we are talking about.
Mm.
So you are saying that if I'm married now, civil marriage, customary and civil marriage, and I want a second wife, I must dissolve the first marriage.
Yes.
And then marry the second wife.
And then marry your first wife again, and then you can marry the second
No,
wife if
wait.
you want.
Allow me, Andy.
Yeah.
I must dissolve the first marriage and then marry the second wife.
Yeah, whatever order you want to do.
So
Yeah.
is the first wife still my wife since I've dissolved the?
No. If you dissolve, she's not your wife anymore. But if you still want both of them, you'd have to marry both of them again,
At the
according
same time.
under customary.
At the same time.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, culture,
So who's going to?
customary. Yes, at the
So
same
I must
time.
remarry. You see, it's not making sense, this thing. So it means I must. Wait, guys, be patient. Be patient. This thing is not as easy as you think. So I've divorced my first wife. I married her customarily and I married her civilly. So you are saying that I must divorce her first. So when I divorce her, then who do I marry first between her and the second wife?
Doesn't matter.
No.
So how it would be
Can
done?
you
Okay,
hear the
let me
logic
say
there?
this. Let me
Andile,
say this, guys.
just
Okay.
check the logic there.
If we are married, if me and Tabs are married okay, you paid lobola, that's customarily. And when we went to Home Affairs, we didn't register the marriage as customarily. We registered it as civil. Now that you want a second wife, the second wife will not be she cannot be your wife customarily because we are married in civil. So now that means we must dissolve our marriage. We're gonna go to Home Affairs, divorce, then register the marriage now in customarily, so that the second wife can also be a legal wife customarily. So we are just basically changing the certificate, but we cannot just change it. We have to divorce in order for us to register it as customarily.
Earlier, what he needs to know is that as soon as you marry civilly, you are forbidden to take a second wife.
Exactly.
That's what
Even
civil
if you're
marriages
married in
do.
customary law, you need to apply to get a second wife by the court.
So here's the thing. Ne? There has been cases where people were married according to civil law, and then they were divorced, and then the woman comes back with a letter from the customary marriage, and then the courts say that she's entitled to your assets because you were married customarily, even though you
Guys,
have a
can we
divorce
enlarge
decree.
this to help?
Even though you have a divorce decree, she comes with a letter from Abu Uncle. And customarily, you are not allowed to divorce. So you still the wife. You still the husband.
Where are the moderators?
There has been cases like that, isn't there? So guys, I'm not saying that I'm correct. You've actually poked my mind on this thing. It's not that I'm a polygamous person, but we were discussing based on interest. So I'm actually still going to research this thing, that whether what you are saying is correct or not. But it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that if I want, then you must then tell me that polygamy is not legal in South Africa. If you
Tap.
have to, if it has to be, if it has to happen in this way, that when you want to take a second wife, you have to dissolve your union with the first wife, then it doesn't mean, it means that it's not legal.
No, it
Because
is.
if you remarry again,
It's legal under
there's still two
legal.
of them.
No,
There's
no,
still
it's
two
legal.
of them when you decide to marry. There's
It's
still
legal.
two of them. Who do you marry first then?
It is the progression of things and it is how you handle things, right? I think the scenario you're mentioning is when a man separates with his woman that he is married to by customary law, and then he finds somebody else and then he goes into a civil marriage. The first person that you married in customary law, right, is the one that is going to be recognized, because civil marriage cannot be established when there is a customary marriage that's still pending and it has not been dissolved by the court of law. You understand? So when you want to marry another wife, right, and you're in civil marriage, you need to dissolve that marriage. You need to go through the divorce process, and then you need to go register to your court in your province or wherever for you to marry this person and open your marriage as a polygamous marriage. So you will allow other spouses that will be legally recognized as your wives. You get it?
I don't get it. It still doesn't make sense. If I
Yeah,
divorce my first wife, wait. If I divorce my first wife, if I have to divorce my first wife before I marry the second one, I divorce her, then I marry the second one. But the first one, I still want her as my wife. Before then I marry my first wife again, I must divorce the second one. And if the first wife still is a wife, I must now, before I become a husband to her, I must now divorce the second one again. And then now again, I must divorce the first one. Can you see the sense there? So it means that according to the law, they can never be two at the same time. There must be only one. Hence, I'm saying to you, what you guys are saying, you are in short saying that polygamy is not allowed, is not lawful in South Africa, because the law does not make it possible for it to happen. Because you can't marry the second wife while you're still in union with the first wife. So if I dissolve the union with the first wife, I marry the second one, but the first one is not actually divorced. She's still my wife. So for her to be official my wife, I must now divorce the second wife again.
I think the best
Can you
way
hear the
you
logic?
can handle. I think the best way to get the logic out of this is to go read up on it. It will make sense when you
But
read
do you
up on it.
understand my logic?
No,
From
I
what?
don't
And
understand how
I'm
you're
getting
putting it, but the
I'm
best way
getting my
you can
logic
put
from
it.
what you're saying.
If
Yeah, I
we
think you're not
agreed,
hearing us.
if we agreed, me and Tubbs, that look, he says to me, I want to take another wife. It
Yeah.
means we were not even supposed to go and get married in civil, because the goal is that there's gonna be another wife that is going to be lobolat. Because she's gonna be lobolat, she also wants to be recognized as your second wife.
Oh, I get
That
you.
means we're not supposed to go and get married in civil.
I get you now. It makes sense.
Yes. So
Yeah.
the point I was making
Makes
was that
sense.
the fact that I'm now married in civil, it means that you and I were in agreement that you were not gonna get another wife. Because for you to get another wife now and for her to be recognized as your wife legally, it means we need to dissolve our marriage in civil and make it customarily, so that the second wife can also be
Recognized.
recognized legally. Yes.
No, I get you. I get you 100%.
Oh yeah.
So then, if a man wants to have polygamy or marry a second wife, he will. It can only happen traditionally.
Yeah,
You have to
customary.
dissolve. Yeah, customary. You have to dissolve your civil marriage, because if you keep it alive, then the second wife will not get her rights in case of your passing.
Yes, yeah. So as soon as you have a civil marriage, it disqualifies you from taking any other wife. But if you only marry using customary law, you understand, you can take as many wives as you want.
No.
So if you marry early according to customary law, you understand, then she can't go ahead in the future and say, but you promised me to marry me alone, when customary law allows 100 wives if you want. But if you say civil, then with civil, you are telling her that it's only her that you can
Can I
marry.
also add that you need to go to
No,
court to
100%.
apply for that second wife? Otherwise, your first wife, even if it's not a civil marriage, can dispute the sharing of your assets at some point in your life.
Can you start that again? I missed
I'm
something.
saying there's also a point where I read that you need to go to court to declare that you're taking a second wife under customary law. You don't just take it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. So you must go ask the court for permission.
For your asset's sake and for your estate's sake, it needs to be recognized, because your wife can turn up and say, "No, I never agreed to this. I'm the only person he married, and as Antalingwalola Lobola, that shows that she's the first person that you married, and then the other ones will be null and void." So you need that court order for your second wife and third and fifth and ninth.
Remember, they need to record. They need to make these marriages recognized by
Yeah.
the court. You understand? It needs to be there. You can't just pay lowball and hope for the best.
Hey guys, this is very confusing. Now the civil law has to recognize my marriage, my second marriage, only if I have dissolved the first marriage. But they still want me to go ask for permission from them for me to have a second customary marriage.
Yes.
You need to register the marriage. Yeah.
But okay. What is the recognition for that registration? Is it a registration as a marriage certificate? Do I get a marriage certificate for it, or do I get just a letter of recognition that you have two wives?
That far, I don't know. I think you can read it up.
Yeah, no, I need to research on that. Bongani is I'm not pressing the issue because I'm looking for a second wife. It's just that the topic led us here, but it's very educational, this engagement.
Ask the ladies here if obviously Simple was talking about changing your mind and blah blah blah. If it happens for some instance, let's say I want 8 kids, right? And then you can only have 2 with me. What happens then? Do you just expect me to be like, oh, okay, and then live jolly and happily ever after that? Because such things can change, you understand? It's not like I promised you to have 2 kids. If I want 8 now, and I'm like, you know what, I'm actually stable enough to have 8 kids, and you can only give me 2, what should I do? I think that one, what do you think must happen as ladies? Or maybe you can only give me 1, or you can't give me kids at all.
Okay, in a scenario where I cannot give you children as your partner, all right, health-wise, whatever, I will allow you to leave. I'm not going to stay with you. I'm going to let you go, and you find your partner that is going to give you.
Kia, come on.
I'm still answering. And then,
Come on, Kia.
Tabs,
No,
Tabs,
be
can I
reasonable.
finish my answer? I'm a lady. I'm the one speaking.
No, Kia, be reasonable.
But why are you saying no? Because I'm talking about
No.
me as a lady. Havana, you want to speak for me?
Kia,
Oh,
Kia, you
listen,
speak as though divorce is just a
I'm
simple
speaking
thing
for
you go
lady.
by
Can I
the...
finish my response, Tabs? As a brief talk.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Hardy.
So I'm saying, if in any case I cannot give you kids, I cannot bear kids, I will leave you so that you can have your children. I'm not going to stand in your way, right? If we start our marriage and then now we say, I get it, we talk, and then we're like, okay, we want a big family or we want a medium family. We can go for 2 kids or 3 kids. And then I realize, oh, I can only give you 1 child and you want 3 or 5, right? We can explore options. If your only option is to introduce a third party in what I want as a monogamous relationship, I'm leaving you. That's my take. Other women will settle for third umamngane, others will, I don't know. But if surrogacy is not an option, if we don't have other options to bring in our children, then, or you just want another person in our marriage, then for now it's try.
You're saying the other option is what? Surrogacy?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see how that's any different, but if you can't have kids, another woman is going to carry them. How is that any different?
Those are still biologically my child and your child. It's just
If
incubated in a different body.
If the problem is you, That's my thing. If the problem is you,
or my eggs are no longer viable,
yes,
then you want other children, I'll have to leave you.
even though we have 2 kids already.
Yes. I can. You can't
Selfish,
compromise.
it's giving selfish, man. Hey.
I guess, Anna, let it be that. One of us has to be selfish. It's either you're
Yeah,
selfish, you bring another person, or I'm
it's
selfish, I
selfish
leave.
vibes.
How is it selfish to bring another person?
I don't want
Nkosiyami?
other people in my marriage. I want me and my husband only.
Yeah, that's selfish, but it's fine. Being selfish is a woman thing, anyways.
It's fine, guys. It's fine.
And that lie that you told us that you would leave if you can't have kids, guys.
I'm telling you now the truth.
Nah.
Maybe L will have a different take, but I'm saying it from my side.
Elle, what do you think? Please don't lie.
I think I am with Kia on this one. Hey, if I can't have kids, then I feel like I will be holding you captive, man. And I feel like I will be in the relationship feeling. Children are such a sensitive topic. I feel like women that don't have kids, it's such a sensitive topic. I feel like I will always maybe not feel like I'm enough, and I'll always feel bad for myself. Now I have to see you with another woman or the second wife who can have kids. I can't have kids. No, that's gonna mess up my psyche. So I would definitely get away, and you can go and live your life and have your babies and stuff. So yeah, that's exactly what I would do as well. What was the second one?
Would have kids, but only a maximum of 2.
But these discussions, we should have them early in the relationship. Early in the relationship, while we're still dating, I should know how many kids
No.
you want.
Remember, life changes early.
You change your mind again.
No, not changing minds. Let's say, God forbid, something happened after that.
Then we let God and we follow His will.
Yeah,
His
what
will
else?
is the kids are gone, so they are gone. What do you wanna do? You wanna take a second wife? Just because or you want more kids. So your plan is I want 2. Okay, we have 2 and you want 5. So that means now you're gonna make 3 with the other woman.
I'm asking you. It's not about me here.
No. It's not possible, you guys. It's not. So now I must be a stepmother. I must be a sister wife and a stepmother.
You understand it very well, yes. I don't understand why you're being difficult about it.
No ways now. That's traumatic.
So are you gonna tell your husband that sorry, hubby, tough?
Yeah, you have 2 kids, 2 boys.
Okay, let's turn it around. Then what happens if let's say you want kids now? Yeah, you want another kid, but your husband is like, I am going to cut. Well, what do you do?
But in our tradition, most of the time they like saying that kids belong to a woman. Meaning, if she wants a child, she wants a child, and you, as the man,
Tubbs, can you hear this?
About it, and it's true.
You didn't answer my question though, but I think I know where it's going.
If a woman wants a child, she wants a child. Like if I want a baby, I want a child. The only thing is for you to get that. I forgot what it's called, But if I want a child, if a woman wants a child, she wants a child.
Don't you think that's biased, considering the fact that you are all selfish and greedy on the other side of the question? But now, when you want a child, you want a child.
Unfortunately, that's how it is. If a woman wants a child, she wants a child, and you're gonna have a child.
Yeah. Do you agree with this nonsense?
Can I ask you? Let's say you happen to be infertile as the man in the relationship, and I want children. What do you expect me to do?
I expect you to do what you want, honestly.
Exactly.
Let
go.
But
right?
Yeah.
So it's okay for me to let you go and do what you want, no?
Yeah.
Why is it
But
selfish?
my question stands now. That one I've established. I got your answer. You understand? And remember, Mina, when I'm letting you go, but my answer again for that question, if you want a kid, like you really want to, and we know women, when they want kids, yes, they have them. The selfish people. What do you think here? I don't.
I
Bongani,
want you to answer me.
in the
Ne?
days of old, in the days of old, since I said earlier that when we marry a woman, we marry her womb. So in the days of old, if Taps cannot have kids, my older brother or younger brother or my brother will play that role for me. That's how it used to be done.
Yeah.
But in today's age, there is no way that Kia is going to agree to sleep with my brother. You understand? So the best solution there is to dissolve the marriage.
So the brother will sleep with your wife, even if he has a wife, or he needs to be single.
Yes, we
He
need
must
no
be
no.
single.
If I'm not sure even if he has a wife or not, but
Oh.
that's what used to be done. The brother must then create offspring for you.
But
And that's where it ends.
But women are too selfish to agree to that these days. It's
Would
always
you
the other
allow
way
it,
around.
Andile? Would
Would I what?
you allow your brother to pump and ride your wife?
My sister, I can't have kids. I don't have a say here. Now, if you can't have kids, I feel like as a man, you have no say when.
The way she put it, the way she put it,
But
like she was
Tubbs,
channeling your answer.
And how many kids can they make? Do you expect the wife to only make one child, or they can just keep going and make 4 or 5 kids?
They can keep going.
Keep going as much as they want.
Really?
But Kia, you haven't answered my question, man. I asked you if you want a kid and your man doesn't want, what happens?
Man did not perform a vasectomy, I will have that child.
Yabona Tubbs ukuthi when it comes to them, they will have that child, but men must settle around and sit and act like everything is true.
Yeah.
Our child. This is your child and my child. Right?
So?
These are not step kids. There's no third party in this picture. You'll change your mind later and you will accept 3 and 5.
Oh, and if I had a vasectomy, what happens then?
Yeah, I guess my brother.
Well, or you're gonna go make a child with somebody else?
Yeah, Groshi.
Okay. Yabona Tubbs ba selfish kanjani?
That's why simps cannot survive in this world.
Yeah,
yeah. You have to put your foot down, and what you say must go, whether she likes it or not. So you cannot be a simp and have a long-term relationship with a woman. It's not possible. So your will has to be done, Bongan. Your will must be done. If people cannot follow that leadership of yours, they must chip out.
100%.
Simple as that.
100%. If you can't get with the program, then it's time for you to go. Because anyways, women don't know how to run anything. They can't run relationships. They run them to the ground whenever they're in charge of them.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, serious. That's not even a joke. When women are leaders of relationships, you know what it's gonna end. Guaranteed.
Just be upfront, guys. If you meet a woman and you tell her, look, I want a polygamous marriage, I want at least 2 or 3 wives or even 4 wives. This is my goal. I want a big family. I want to have 20 kids, 30 kids. And I know you can't give me so many kids. How do you feel about it? I love you. I want to build with you. I want you to be the first wife. If you put that on the table, then I can decide what
Yeah, but
I had for my life.
Those
Don't
things
just
are
be
never
abrupt.
discussed.
No, that's the problem.
Tubbs,
Those things are never discussed.
Tubbs,
that's
sometimes
the
you know how many girls in my life I've told Uguti I would never date one girl, and then they get into a relationship either way, and then in the future they want to now change your mind. They act crazy about it. You understand?
Exactly.
This is my experience with women.
Yeah.
You'll tell her Uguti this doesn't mean anything, or personally, I would
Because
never
at the
date
time
you.
she wants you. She's
She
still
wants
in
you.
love.
and she'll agree, and in the future she now wants to control you and act like. So that's it's difficult, that one. And then when you start introducing other women, they'll act shocked, like you didn't say this at the start of the relationship.
Yeah, and they'll call you a cheater.
They'll call you a cheater.
I mean, I think
That's a lovely one.
the
I'm
day
gonna love
my
you
wife calls me
now.
a cheater, I'll call the parents.
Have a good
I'll call the
night,
parents
guys.
on both sides, and I'll ask her, tell them what you say I am. You know, because I know exactly what the parents are going to say.
Anyway, Ellie, how long have you been married now?
You for so many years.
Guys, just for your information, today is my 21st wedding anniversary. Eh?
Oh wow.
That's solid.
Today, yesterday was my birthday. Today is my 21st wedding marriage anniversary. Today,
Congrats, guys. 21
yeah,
years.
big one, 21, man.
That's
I'm getting a new key. Actually, I should have organized the key.
what are you gonna open with that key?
Hey, man, I just thought about it now. Eh? I wish we had this conversation yesterday. I would have organized the key for today. But anyway.
21,
Yeah.
unlocking serious stuff there, 21.
Hey, my man, long journey. Very few people achieve this thing.
That's true. Yeah, that's 2 decades
Yeah,
of
and me and
marriage.
my wife, we met when we were still very young, man. Eh? We were very young, and hey, I was troublesome, eh, Bongani? I was troublesome. That's why I was saying to Ella, if would she be in a relationship with her peer, you know? Even though me and my wife are not peers, we are 10 years apart, but hey, I understand what a young man behave like, the behavior of a young man, especially a young man with money. A young man with a car, a new car, and money, and lots of friends. My man. Hey, yeah, no.
She persevered, man. I understand that.
Hey, my man.
You can't touch us when you're still young, 25 to almost maybe like late 30s.
My brother, you can chase, you'll never catch us. We are too fast. You know, we are too fast. You can't catch us. So that's why it's always advisable to get a guy that is now settled down, guy who's 35, 33, 35, and so on. Yeah, that guy is no longer has time to play. He's also already counting the years, eh, Bongan? You count the years that by the time my child does first year at university, I'll be this old and that old. You know, then it pumps up, you know, that sense of urgency to say, hey, now it's time now. I must be serious about life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true.
That's why there's this guy, he's too much red pill. Though. He was telling gents that they need to sleep with as many women as possible so that it gets to a point where they're not impressed anymore. You know, like it's not a rush thing for them when they see a woman stingy. You know, like it's out of their system by that time. I don't know about that advice, but it's what he was saying. But like even in a marriage, when they threaten you with sex, you're not faced by it because you've had too much.
Let me just ask you a question, direct question, Bongani. It might be difficult for you to be honest about it. Do you think it's advisable for a man to marry being a virgin?
Never. I don't think so.
Is it advisable?
Mm-mm.
Don't you think Andrew Tate is his words come exactly from that? That
Yeah.
as a young man, you need to bang it as much as possible.
Yeah, I feel like he's a bit of too much extreme man. I thought maybe it was jokes at the start. You see, I thought maybe I was joking, but it turns out there's serious people that take such advice, and it's a little bit too much, man. It's coming from maybe it's coming from another place of rejection or something. I don't know, but
But women don't actually want to marry virgins. Women value experience.
Yeah,
And
Yeah,
Nde?
that's the
But
other thing.
if the girl is a virgin, then I don't think that there will be much problem compared to if she has had any guy at all, because both of them are blind. It's like no experience, so they are just like figuring it out.
I tried to make sense of that. I'm not getting it.
I think women value experience. So if a guy, I don't think there's a woman who would actually want to be married to a virgin, a man who's never had any sexual encounter at all. That actually is a turn off for women. Whereas for men, it's different. You want to actually be with someone who's not experienced.
I want to be your first and your last.
You see. So, but for women,
Yeah.
that would actually be a turn off because women value experience. It wouldn't be something attractive if a man doesn't know what he's doing, because then that means we both don't know what we're doing. I don't think it's something that women, and if that's what, if it was the case, then we wouldn't see women dating popular guys, the bad boys. It wouldn't be the case. They would go for the low key guys. But women always go for the bad boys, the men that are wanted by other women, which actually means they have experience.
The DJs, the motorcyclists.
Mm. The
Yeah.
popular ones who get girls easily. That's what women, because women value experience actually.
I would 100% agree with that. Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
And remember, guys always finish, man. It's not that deep for them. So people who complain about sexual blah blah blah, it's always ladies. So yeah, if you don't know, then yeah. So you think these ladies are just being spiteful when they say, "I also want if you want a woman with no body count, then you must also have no body count."
Yeah, it's a lie.
No, they are spiteful.
Yeah, it's true. It's a lie. It's because they don't want to be, women have this delusion that they want to be held in the same um, level or the same. They women believe that they're the same as men. So then that's why when you guys say you prefer a woman that is pure, that doesn't have, if she has had a sexual encounter, at least it must be one, then they feel like, why are you holding a woman to a certain standard that you don't actually have to live by? So that's why they would try to level it by saying, yeah, but you must also be pure. Yeah, but then that means they must actually date these guys that they deem unattractive, they're not cool, then they should be okay with dating those guys. But instead they don't go for those guys. They go for the popular man, the moneyed guys, the men that actually have so many options. So I think it's just trying to be spiteful and trying to level the playing ground so that we can say we are all the same. Men and women are the same, and it's not true.
And the other thing is that whenever you are having a discussion with them, they want to blame everything. The reason why women are not getting their fair share of the economy is because of patriarchy, blah, blah, blah. Then the same people who are complaining about patriarchy, you ask them, if you want to choose a spouse, would you prefer someone who is taller than you? They will say yes. Stronger than you? Yes. More financially successful than you? Yes. More intelligent than you? Yes. Someone that you can learn from? Yes. Then you are the one placing the men above you. Why are you now complaining about patriarchy? When you ask them this kind of question, they are like, some of them, they will look for a reason to justify their baseless claims, whatever. The issue is that, there is hierarchy, even when men sit around each other. That's why when women complain about this, I don't necessarily have problem with them, because I know that, it's their nature to think that, they don't want to put other women down when they are like in that kind of group. It's their nature because of this egalitarianism. But for men, we believe in hierarchy. When we are in a room and there are lots of men, we know who should be the leader. We know who should be the subordinate. We know all those kind of stuff. Maybe based on how they carry themselves, or based on the kind of resources they have, all those kind of stuff. Even in the games, like football games, teams, there's a reason why other players don't complain when another player is earning higher salaries than they do. They know that because the other player is the one that bring many people to come to watch the game. The reason why I traveled from the UK to Barcelona in 2017 to go and watch the game, it wasn't because I was supporting Barcelona. It was because Lionel Messi was playing there. So without that guy, I wouldn't have cared to even travel to go and see their game. We know that. But I have problem when other men would want to sugarcoat their words by telling women what they want to hear. Yeah, men are complaining about patriarchy. That is when I usually get furious with those men. So for women, I can just like ignore their ranting or whatever, because I know that it's their nature. They don't want to put other women. But when men are supporting all these things, that's why. And if men don't support all this, you'll find out that most women will behave well. But because they are gaining support from other men, that's why the whole problem is like getting more exacerbated or whatever. So that's another thing that I want to throw out there.
That's why I said our biggest problem is not women, it's simps. Those are the biggest enablers of our problems. But Simple, you're right, my brother. You're right. But then let's talk about the hypocrisy of Eli. Eli is saying that if she wants to have more children and I have cut or I am not fertile, she's going to leave. That's what she's saying. But then in the same breath, she says that men or women are selfish for wanting what they want. I don't know if you guys are getting me. Women are selfish in terms of wanting what they want. If they can't get what they want, then they leave. But when it's against you, Ellie, then it's okay for you to leave.
Okay, I don't understand. Women are selfish for?
They are selfish for desiring and wanting to get what they want from a man.
Okay. Like what?
Okay.
Something like what?
Okay. I've lost my train of thought there. I'll come back with a question, but it's something that we were just discussing now.
Okay.
It is just, it's just lost in the wind.
All right.
But do you think that women are selfish for wanting what they want, for being those people who are forever demanding things from men?
I think men and women, the only problem that I have, it's when we shame men for what they want or what they prefer. That's the only problem that I have, when women, we shame men for what they actually prefer, what they want. Then we will say, yeah, it's PDF. Yeah, you just want to control. Yeah, this and that. That's what I feel like it's actually wrong. But I feel like men, like, we don't shame women for wanting a rich man or a man that has money, a man that's already established. We don't shame men, but we don't shame women, but we shame men when the man says, I want to date a younger woman. Then we shame a man for actually wanting that. So that's the way I feel like it's not fair, or it's sort of trying to, it's shaming men actually for what they prefer. So that's the way I have a problem with us women. But besides that, I feel like women, the only problem that I have is when women, they have a long list that is almost delusional, or some things you find that a woman will say, yeah, I want a man that is, you must wear this kind of shoes, or I don't want a man who wears sneakers, and that is a deal breaker. Like, it's something that can be changed. It's just clothes, man. So
I hear you on that one. I think, yeah, women by nature, they're very selfish, you understand? But obviously, I can't blame them for that because it's their nature, yeah, but it's like, I always say this, man, with like, women are like kids, you understand? Kids have the wildest imaginations where they say random things, sometimes things that don't make sense. But it is up to the men, you understand, to mold their woman, and because women are also very malleable, you understand, when it comes to like the brain wise, they're very easily influenced, you understand. This is why they survive in groups and stuff. Like, when even if she doesn't like flowers, just because everybody likes flowers now, she must fantasize. So they're even when you're in a relationship with a girl, you understand, if you are with her long term enough, you see she starts to be like you a little bit. She starts taking your ideas and blah 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 and all those stuff. So women are very malleable. The problem, like Tabs is saying here, is men who are simps. You understand? Those are the problems right there. Because if men were to take a stand and say, you know what, I think women should start doing this and just stop doing that, the women wouldn't have a say against it at all. You understand? They don't negotiate. We don't negotiate with them when it's time for decisions. You understand? Because they're little kids. So the authority being with men, I feel like our women are just reflecting our men. You understand? When they do all this crazy stuff. You understand? And me now personally, now I have an issue, man, with, I don't have kids right now, but there's men with kids and there's men with daughters and stuff like that. And then what those men do is they don't teach their kids the things that they spew on these online platforms. And hey, that one confuses me a lot, because when he's teaching the girl child, he'll say, go get that education, go do this, go do this. He'll never say, go submit to a man, go be a wife. You understand? Let your men be the authority. Let your men tell you what you must do. They teach their daughters to be independent women. You understand? And I feel like it's not genuine, man. But because now chants are becoming soft as they have these little girls and they see you with like, nah, man. Abafana sometimes now ngathi bayahlanya, so let me teach my girl to be like this and slightly not agreeable with all these things, and then that man creates the modern day woman that he hates so much in his own life, and he wouldn't want to be his wife. You understand? So it's
the same thing with women when single mothers raise boy kids. They raise soft boys that they wouldn't necessarily want to get married to. So I think the whole problem comes from the nuclear family actually just being like literally the mother and a father in a home that is, it's not there anymore. We don't have a mother, a husband and a wife raising kids in a family. That's why you find that our society is actually the way it is now. So because I do think if a mother and a father are in a home, we can raise children that actually become better people in the society to like in the future. But now we raising children everything is just about getting money, having a career, and especially for the young girl. And then the young boy, yeah, you can do well in school, but you must be soft. You must be in touch with your feelings and everything that is not a leader. So it's vice versa. A girl child is taught to be a leader, independent, go getter, go get your life. And then the boy, yeah, you must still provide. You must be a stepfather. You know, you must love women, respect women, and be soft, in touch with your feelings and.
Usually tell gents they are no different from women, man. We are the same. We are all contributing in this. I have a question though, like for this thing of the ladies working. Why is it that like what is the reason why women want to work? Do they just want to work so that they have backup for when something happens in relationships? Because if you look at it, they don't want to contribute when it comes to like the household stuff. Ask her with like, okay, sharp, you're this engineer now, you're earning 50K. Would you spend 40K on the house stuff? They'll be like, no, my man must provide. Why are you going to school then?
Yeah, it's some sort of security for the future, because you'll never know what may happen. Because yeah, truthfully, it's not like the money that we earn, we want to spend all of it in the home. And so it's sort of this security because of how life is set up nowadays. I think everything stems from trauma, because maybe you've seen your mother or your aunt who was a housewife raising the children. The father then decided to leave her, or maybe the father decided that he doesn't want to work anymore, and then the lifestyle changed in the home, mainly because she's not working, or she doesn't have a career, or she didn't go to varsity, something like that. So it's almost a clutch. Education, your career becomes a clutch just in case. But in our core, we still expect you as the man to provide and to. But then again, in today's economy, I think the way things are set up, you cannot survive on one salary. The way things are set up, it's easier when there's two salaries in a home. For most people, anyway, for most families, we do need two salaries because times are tough.
Yeah, no, that's in that case I agree. I just didn't understand why it's always like that. But why would you as a man want to get into a relationship with a woman who's accumulating money just in case? You know, like it's not a viable option. But the economy thing makes sense. It's like two salaries makes much more sense in this. Yeah, and
Yeah. The other thing is that as women, we don't know how to choose a good husband. We don't know how to choose a good partner. Most women are having children out of wedlock. And then if we choose a husband, we choose a man, you know, things go bad. Like things just go horribly. And then now we raise children that are taught not to be with a man like your ex or your husband or your ex. But when we tell the truth, it is my decision. I chose the man that I had children with. I chose children. I chose the man that I had children with. Then tomorrow, then I am now literally traumatizing my children and projecting because they shouldn't end up with a man like my husband. And then I raise children that are hyper fixated on getting a career, who don't value a man, because I married a man that I don't even respect. So now my children don't respect a man, or they don't respect their father. As a result, then that goes even to the outside world, that they don't respect men in general because your mother didn't respect your father. So it's just like a chain. It's a very bad cycle that happens in families.
Do you? Oh yeah.
About choosing a man. The problem with women, most women in this modern era, is that